welcome back everyone, welcome back to another week, another edition of the Korean StarCraft League, week number 46. I'm of course host Live VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players and the lovely people in the chat as well. Welcome everyone, welcome to your bi-weekly dose of Korean StarCraft. And for those that are maybe a little bit unaware, this cast, today's KSL cast, is going to be a replay cast, but these replays, they're still hot. They're still hot out the oven. They're a couple of hours old. For those that are curious, the event did take place, I want to say 4 or 5 hours ago. A handful of hours ago, the event did take place, but it was just at an ungodly time, at least here in Europa, as I'm currently residing in Poland, at least for another couple of days. And as a result, we're going to be going over this going over the event via replays instead, just a couple of hours later, a couple of hours after the fact. So for those of you that missed the event live, which again was, around 5 or so hours ago, now you can bear witness with the rest of us, instead. Oh boy, and today's going to be a bit of a longer one because we're going over the KSL, that is true, but we are also going to be diving into StarsWar 11, the Asia Closed Qualifier, day number 2. That's also in a couple of hours. Now, the current plan is we could do this a couple of different ways. If we wanted to, we could start with the KSL cast, and then when the qualifier starts, we could switch over to the StarsWar qualifier and cast it live. But especially because the StarsWar kind of connection to the clean feed is a little bit shaky, I'm okay with casting all of KSL first. We finish KSL, and then we take a bit of a break, and then we go over the StarsWar 11 Asia qualifier, which would be like a couple of hours after it's gone live. So we'll be catching up, and the games will be a couple of hours old. But only a couple of hours, so he'll be fine. Just again because the connection to the clean feed is a little bit shaky, just because the VPN, sometimes their connection to YouTube and stuff like that is a little bit shaky. So we'll just be going over that afterwards instead. So yeah, back to back broadcasts here. KSL into StarsWar 11. We got you covered. And we have quite a number of matches before us. We have a round of 16 match. To kick things off, we have a PvP between Nightmare and Trigger. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 8 series to go through. So it's going to be a bit of a longer broadcast here tonight, but I am ready for it. I'm ready for all the StarCraft. Gib, Baby, Gib. For those who are curious as well, I'm going to be returning to Australia in less than a week. It's in a couple of days. I'm going to be traveling, so exciting times ahead of us. I'm going to be returning. It does mean that the webcam is going to be back. We can say goodbye to this screenshot for now, which is a shame. The screenshot has served us well for quite some time. It's lovely, it's beautiful, it's amazing. But but the cam will be returning, and maybe I can use this screenshot somewhere else later on. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. But regardless, we're getting into game number 1. It's going to be on Hardlead in this PvP. Let's go. And I glossed over it, but I'm very excited to see Trigger here. I'm very excited to see Trigger as a part of this event, just because we very rarely see players from the Americas. We very rarely see players from the Americas actually, taking part in the KSL. Sometimes we get Estrella. I believe currently Estrella is leaving the Americas. But if I'm not mistaken, it was recently announced that I think, is Estrella going to live with Trigger? Is Trigger going to live with Estrella? One is going to the other. I know that much. I think they are staying together for a little bit. I'm not sure how long they're going to be staying together, but they are kind of moving in for a bit of a boot camp in the lead up to ESL, in the lead up to EPT Spring, which is DreamHack Dallas in the Americas. And I think they might also be going to, there's like a NorCal LAN that's on the horizon as well. So there's a bunch of events going on in the Americas, and they are joining forces, at least for a time. As we're getting into game 1 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Nightmare. Trigger's coming to Australia. Yeah, that's it. I was like, I know one of them is going to the other. I know some kind of like merging of the Kala is going to be occurring in NA, and it's going to be disturbing. but amazing at the same time. Speaking of, in the top left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Team Basilisk. It is Trigger. Can we at least make Light keep the facial expression for when he gets the webcam back? What do you mean? That's always my facial expression, Bobby. What do you mean? Oh. You think that's a screenshot? No. It's a video. It's it's a recording. It's just me. Oh no. Not like this. It's on loop. As we are settling into our PvPs for the time being, double gate opener, 2 gate opener here at a Trigger, likewise a 2 gate opener at a Nightmare. Yo, it feels so refreshing actually controlling the camera. It's like yesterday, but for the past couple of days we've been casting. Yesterday we were casting from a clean feed, and oh, it's so freeing. We can see whatever we want, but we can zoom, we can swoosh, we can swish. It's beautiful. It's crazy. Let's go. So liberating. As for the time being, it's going to be 2 gate openers all around. Pylons have been thrown down in the main base, so no proxy for the time being for either Trigger or Nightmare. And we're getting into our first 2 units of choice, and our units of choice are going to be Double Stalker from Trigger, Double Stalker out of Nightmare, mirrored builds for the time being. Of course, with Double Stalker, we can follow this up with additional Stalkers and maintain map control and be assertive towards our opponents. We can catch Adepts if it was an Adept opener, and we can just be, overall gaining map control here. Ooh, as Trigger follows up with a Robo. Okay, Trigger, this looks like this can transition to one base all in. He throws down the pylon on the low ground, but I'm not sure if we're going to be investing here into that Nexus. Meanwhile, Nightmare is going to be following this up with additional Stalkers, so he will have the Stalker lead, getting up to a 3rd and 4th Stalker. Meanwhile, back at home, again, to me, this Robo reads a 3rd gateway, and there it is, there's a 3rd gateway, and this looks like a one base all in. It's a one base all in here at a Trigger. He's doubling down. Meanwhile, Nightmare has no idea what's going on, but he soon will as he moves out. He's going to be moving out. He's going to be checking his opponent, but he's going to be met by the first 2 Stalkers. I say that. First 2 Stalkers are coming in from behind. We're going in for the surround. We collapse on the army. We get a surround, and Nightmare, he's going to be bleeding out a Stalker already. Big pickoff. 1 Stalker goes down. The other taking some whole damage as well. We're trying to get the hell out of here, but we may lose the 2nd Stalker. Oh, God. Couple more shots, 2 more hits, and it will go down, but it looks like it will barely waddle away. Meanwhile, behind this, again, we have the Prism on the horizon. Trigger is going for the all-in, is going to be reinforcing across the map. Nightmare is still not fully aware of what's going on. He has expanded. There is a shield battery on the low ground. We do have a couple of sentries for force fields. We do have that available at least. Oh! As we dive on the army, good control here. We trade 1 for 1. But we have an overwhelming army. Trigger takes out another Stalker. Shield battery does finish up. With the completion of the shield battery, we force back the army. 2 force fields were thrown down. That was a little bit wasteful, and now we have no energy left here for either force fields, for the Guardian Shield, or even sentries, or even hallucinations. As we are reinforcing, and now we're fully aware of the all-in. We see the Prism. Nightmare now knows what's going on. And can he survive this? Can he respond in time? He did go for his own Robo. Sentry's going to be focused down one after the other. We do have that shield battery with plenty of energy. We can overcharge. We're holding on to it. Shield battery gets focused down. A good target firing at a Nightmare, though. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol at his Trigger. Bleeds out one of those Stalkers. But again, he does overwhelm. He does take control of the low ground. He will get a kill on the Nexus, which is okay. We can afford to lose it. And the Immortal has arrived. And these Stalkers, they're so low. Again, the Immortal can one-shot. Can we somehow hold on here? We do warp into Sentry. We do have a force field available. Remember, Trigger, he doesn't have an expansion. He's all in. So killing this base is not the end of the world for Nightmare. There we go. Nightmare trying to hold on to his main. Throws down a shield battery. 2nd Immortal is about to arrive. Does make it out here. Does make it out in time. We do see Trigger trying to force his way up the ramp. Is going to be able to break through the shields. Getting a bit of hull damage. Again, decent control here at a Trigger. Looking at the Unicell stab, he's almost 3 Stalkers. So good control at a Trigger. But you can see how vulnerable this army is. So much of this is deep in the red, yellow, orange. It doesn't take too many hits at all for this army to crumble. So he has to be very careful with how he does execute. Behind this, he's expanding. Okay, I like this. I like this a lot. So Trigger, he's going to be backing off. He's containing his opponent, but he's going to be expanding behind this, trying to get ahead economically. Immortals are being dropped over the wall. They do get one Stalker. Oh! Only one Stalker so far. Trigger gonna be pulling back. And again, all Trigger has to do is survive the counterattack. Like, he's done the damage he was looking for. Trigger, he's slightly ahead in workers. Well, the Prism does sneak out. Uh-oh. This also means that we don't have the Immortals to defend. The Immortals are not at home to defend, but they're going across the map for a big counterattack. Trigger trying to force his way in. We do have force fields. Yeah, the first force field thrown down. Gateways, they stay powered. And the Immortals, they force a recall. Big moment here for Nightmare. Forces a recall. Ooh. Oh my god. Gets away with the Prism, just barely. Avoids those shots, killed a couple of Stalkers, and just like that, Nightmare, he breaks free. Breaks free from the contain. He did spot the pylon, but he's going to keep on pushing. At the same time, Trigger going for his own counterattack. The Immortals, they come back in, they depower the Robo. Robo's depowered, that's a kill on another pylon. Only one Immortal left here for Trigger. Only one Immortal so far. Good control. We focused on a couple of Stalkers. Nightmare, he does bounce out. Has an army threatening that natural base. At the same time, Prism is denied entry into the main base. Nightmare, he has defenses back at home. He has a couple of Stalkers. You can see Trigger trying to slip in with an Adept. Nightmare going for his own expand. Is behind in the economy. Adepts, they do shade in. And they do commit. Yeah, they commit to the shade. Probes should be targeted. Yeah, we're going to get one at least. Going to get 2, 3, maybe even 4. Yeah, 4 probes full. We shouldn't get a 5th though. There we go. 4 workers in total. Pretty good damage dealt here, but Trigger still has that lead. He's still up in workers, up in economy. Goes to the force fields. Good juggling out of Nightmare. Does keep his Immortals alive. They counter force fields as well. Oh! The Immortal is barely saved. Trigger, calm down. Nightmare trying to force the issue, forcing the overcharge. And Nightmare, he won't be able to break this. Ooh, barely gets a sentry. And so far has been able to outtrade Trigger here. Was able to kill additional Stalkers. Able to kill additional sentries. Trigger does at least maintain his Immortals. He has kept them alive. That is true. We're coming in for the flank. Oh! We're trying to go for the Immortals. Does get the Adepts and the Sentries. Sentry escapes. Immortals, they do as well. But you can see that Nightmare, he's trying to bounce back. Still behind in the economy. Trigger on his 3 gateways. Looking to go for a blink, I imagine, with his Twilight Council. Meanwhile, Nightmare, he snuck out a much faster Twilight Council. Blink already on the way. There's going to be a window here. The Prism, no! The Prism goes down. 1 Immortal falls. We get the 2nd Immortal as well. Big catch there for Nightmare. Ay, ay, ay. He had control of the Zelnaga. He catches the War Prism, and that was huge. Just like that, the Immortal count is reset. Oh, my apologies. We have 1 Immortal in the main base. We had 3, down to 1. And now Nightmare takes an Immortal lead. Ay, ay, ay. And now we can push in. Now we totally can try to break this. Overcharge is on cooldown. Has gotten out of cooldown, just waiting for energy. Adepts, they shade into the main base. Probes are going down. We're diving on the army. We do have that overcharge. Just need a little bit more time here. Immortals trying to force their way in. Yeah, shield batteries, they're running out of energy. The Immortal trying to come back here. Another force field. I mean, there's no War Prism. We cannot engage. The Immortal stuck on the other side of the wall. And Nightmare just taking advantage of Trigger. The overcharge does buy some time. Immortal finally breaks down. Finally pushes down here towards the natural. Nightmare, he backs off. And just like that, Nightmare, he's caught up in workers. He has the 3rd base on the way. Blink is now done for our blue Protoss. Not quite starting off here for our red. We're going for charge instead. Interesting. We're rushing into charge to Archon. We're avoiding Blink Stalkers. Okay. We're going to be avoiding those Stalkers. Behind this, we're going for some big warp-ins. The Immortal count is amassing. And this is the biggest concern that I have, which I think is why we're going for charge, is that we have a massive Immortal lead. We have 4 Immortals here, and Immortals, they just have their way with Stalkers. Stalkers and Immortals of their own kind. So I do like that we're rushing into charge health instead. They're a really good way to soak immortal hits and stalker hits as well. They're just a really good buffer force. And because we have the immortal disadvantage, or because our opponent has the immortal lead, does make sense here. But Trigger, he's stuck on 2 bases. Nightmare extending his lead. And just getting that third base fully saturated, and especially based on the fact that we have a 4th gateway on the way, Trigger, he may just go all in. What's scary is that Trigger doesn't know there's a 3rd. So I was going to say, like, he could make the choice. Like, if he sees the 3rd base, he can just go for the all in and try to break him. But maybe he's hoping that that's the case. Yeah, how many gateways are we on? 6. We're on 6 gates. We're pushing out with everything we have. It's all or nothing for Trigger. His second all in of the game. Bleeds out a Stalker. Again, good blinks out of Nightmare. Remember, Nightmare has blink. Trigger doesn't. Warping in an extra wave of these Zealots. So far doing well, diving on top of the army, headed towards those Immortals, but there are shield batteries. There's an overcharge as well. Overcharge is popped. We're trying to break through. So far, good juggling here by Nightmare, keeping those Immortals alive. And he just burned through all the Zealots. The Zealots, they've all gone down. We're getting on top of the Archon as well. We need more Zealots, Papi. They're coming in. They're barely breaking through, and it looks like we finally get one of the Immortals. But we come in from behind. We set up a surround. The boys are being pulled. The prism goes down. And Nightmare, he will swallow up this army. Gets a surround off. And Trigger, he will lose everything. GG gets called. Nightmare takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very intense game. And what I will say is that initially Trigger was doing very well for himself. Remember, he was able to hide his build. He was able to catch Nightmare off guard. And with Trigger's initial 1 base all in, he killed the natural base of his opponent. He was able to get a kill. He was able to disrupt the production. Was able to get his own expansion and take a lead economically. It was a good start. It was a good start for Trigger. The follow-up is where Nightmare kind of went Super Saiyan, and he was just hyper fixated on counterattacking, on his juggling, on his micro, and Nightmare was able to outtrade Trigger. On top of that, there was the pivotal moment as well where he caught the Prism and he caught the Immortals. That was huge. Like, that suddenly swung everything, or swung quite a bit in Nightmare's favor, and that allowed Nightmare, after those 2 Immortals died, that allowed him to push into the natural. And if you remember, that's when the follow-up fight occurred, where Trigger, half his army wasn't able to defend, half his army wasn't able to protect his natural because it was being force fielded at the ramp, and that force field was effective because, I should emphasize, it wasn't just that 2 Immortals got sniped, but the War Prism also got sniped. So that reduced the amount of micro and juggling that Trigger could do defensively as well. And Nightmare was able to just take a really good fight, trade or outtrade his opponent, gain map control, and take it from there. GG. GG, well played. A really nice comeback there from Nightmare. But we'll see if we can bounce back as we're getting ready for game number 2. We're going to be loading in to Solaris. Let's go. Is this a live game? Replays are a couple of hours old. There you go. Beautiful. As we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, but leading the series. It is Nightmare. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Again, he has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. I want to believe he can. And again, like last game, that 1 base all in did work quite well, did give him a solid lead, but it did slip through his fingers. His opponent was able to bounce back. What is going to be our plan coming into game number 2? I don't expect another 1 base all in. Usually if you do it once in a series, whether it works, whether it doesn't, you typically want to deviate away from it and go for a different strategy, especially in PvP where you have a lot of diversity. You have a lot of flexibility with your builds. There is a lot available here for both our players, as we're going for 2 gate openers. Double gateway out of Nightmare, double gateway out of Trigger. But I see in the chat, is this live games? This is a replay cast. It is in the title of the stream. They'll say the replay cast, pappy replay. But the replays are a couple of hours old. KSL was a couple of hours ago. And now we are here going over those replays. But now we do see our players scouting each other. Nightmare, he confirms the positioning of the second pylon. Likewise, Trigger also slips in, also does confirm the positioning of the second pylon as well, or at least we'll soon be able to. Just making sure that there is no proxy. Yeah, we do scout, we do confirm, and with that, Trigger, he is going to back off. And from here, we're getting into our openers, into our first couple of units of choice. It is going to be double Adept out of Trigger and double Stalker out of Nightmare. Okay, let's go. Unless you face the unrepentant Max Packs. And one base all in is the only fair game. True, true. I hope it catches on what Hero's been doing, right? Like we've seen for the past couple of weeks in ESL Americas, Hero looking dominant over Max Packs, not going for one base all. He sprinkled one base all ins like every now and then, but really going into 2-base play, going for mind games instead. It's been really fascinating watching Hero play against Max Packs and see their kind of meta between the two of them unfold over the past month, I would say, like post IEM. It's really cool to see. It's been very interesting, to say the least. A lot of mind games. But you're right, like everyone else is just one base solid. As we are going to be committing here to Adepts, it isn't just 2, we're going up to 4, we're going up to 6 Adepts, maybe even 8 behind this as well. So a very aggressive style here out of Trigger. Very aggressive as he will be chasing down one of those Stalkers. He should be able to get a kill. Additional Stalkers, they have arrived though. They do reinforce, and Nightmare throws down a pylon to warp in across the map. Is expanding behind this, not one base all in. You see Nightmare, he's going for a Twilight Council, going towards Blink. Has to be careful, has to respect the amount of Adepts there are. Or as they do shade in. Trying to focus down another Stalker. Behind this, it is going to be a Robo follow-up. This should be for a Warp Prism to try to get these Adepts into the main base. As of course, Adepts, they can try to shade, but we could also just lift them up and ferry them in. No, it's going to be Immortal. Okay. Very interesting. We're going Immortal first instead. I mean, this does make sense if we want a longer game as we bypass the army. The Stalkers are going straight for the natural base. Adepts know where they need to be. They do catch a reinforcing sentry. Yeah, they do catch a sentry. Big pick off. But the pylon goes down. We focus on a couple of probes. And do we recall? Oh, we do have to recall, but we bleed out 2 Stalkers in the process. So 2 Stalkers for 3 probes. But we do force back the army. The army was forced back, and Nightmare, he can reinforce. He does take a worker lead. And he's going to take a position here on top of the ramp, waiting for the army to arrive. I believe the first Immortal has arrived. We have additional Immortals behind this. Trigger, he is quite committed here. Again, Trigger just avoiding any kind of upgrades, no Forge, no Twilight Council, just brute forcing his way in. Immortal Adept. It's a pretty scary army that Trigger's working with, don't get me wrong. But so far, Nightmare handling himself well. Does try to keep up. Probes are going down. At the same time, across the map, but MC shade in. Trigger, he loses 6 workers in his main base. He's going to get a couple of probe kills, but we can focus down the army. Yeah, Trigger, he does overextend. Probes are falling. Actually, getting quite a lot of worker kills, but he gonna get the Immortal. He can. The Immortal goes down. And if they shade further into the middle line, but Nightmare, he still has a worker lead. He's got 29 probes to the 20 of Trigger. Yeah, Adepts are being focused down one after the other. Blink is now done, so we can chase this down even further. Oh, we trigger the shields on the Immortal. Prism has arrived, but there's not much here to support. And Trigger, he hasn't made a single worker. He's all in. Like, he's one base all in, essentially. 0 economy, 0 workers at his natural. Which is why, even though he was killing probes, it didn't matter. Like Nightmare, he can afford to bleed out workers. Trigger is all in. But the problem is that he just can't even break the natural here. Can't even break the natural. Good juggling, but there's only one immortal. Shields are triggered. Adept goes down. Now, because of this War Prism, we could try to bypass this front door. We could try to ferry into the main, but there's a backup shield battery in the main base as well. Nightmare, he's ready for that. Yeah, second shield battery does finish. Overcharge is popped. Oof, oh my god. Bold move out of Nightmare, gets a volley off. Dealing quite a bit of damage to that immortal. And Trigger is just warping in whatever he can afford, even a Zealot. It's all he can do. Nightmare looks like he realized what's going on. He pulls the boys. We go for the Prism. Prism's going to be focused down. We can focus down the Immortals thereafter. Yeah, we will shut this down. The Immortals fall. We bleed out 6 probes, but it doesn't matter. We can throw all the probes away. Feels bad, man, for the probes, but we don't need them. And with the death of that War Prism, that's the death of this push. Like, we can't reinforce, we can't micro our units. But the problem is that Trigger can't back off from here. He is reprobing, though. He is making workers. As he rotates around, ooh, Nightmare. Okay, he's pulling back. I was going to say he's going to commit. He's just harassing with Adepts. He's thinking about pushing. Okay. And we kind of might end up in a weird base raid. Or do we recall? We're coming back home. Yeah, Nightmare is racing back home. Was caught out of position. And from here, Trigger can recall. Honestly, a really good move by Trigger. Gets 3 probes, forces back the army, recalls back home. But he's still losing his own probes as well. Ooh. Losing his own 3 workers. Almost 4. And no shield batteries. Oh boy. No shield batteries, no overcharge, no side defense here at the natural. I mean, again, Trigger was all in. There was no reason to throw down any side defense. He was forced into the recall. So he is looking a little bit vulnerable here. He's going to be stuck at home. Nightmare, he's going to be resaturating his bases, getting into his own robo. And we might just settle from here. Things might calm down a little bit. Stalkers doing what they can. But they can't break this. Not with 2 Immortals. Not without a War Prism. Oh, we can blink in! No, we dive into the main. We snipe an Immortal. Oh. Yeah, big pick off there by Nightmare. Getting a little bit greedy towards the end. A little bit greedy. As once again, shades into the main base, picks up a Stalker. Nightmare just dancing around the army. Once again, getting high ground vision. Oh, doesn't go for it. Doesn't go for the blink. He was thinking about it. Behind this, he's getting a 3rd base. He is getting his 3rd base up and running. You can see him just dancing with the army again. He cannot fight this head on. Not with 2 Immortals. I'm not so confident that Nightmare can take that fight, but that's why he's building up his own Immortals back at home. He's refining his army, he's distracting the main force of Trigger while he's getting ready for a backstab with more Adepts. It's been the MO for Nightmare for quite some time here, just keeping the army busy. Defending the Prism. Pulling away the attention. His Adepts are ready to dive in. Ooh, and Trigger moves out, by the way. Nightmare sees this. He sees the move out. He can go for a counterattack. Remember, Nightmare, he has recall available. So he can get damage done. He can snipe and depower some of these production buildings. Yeah, he's depowering the gateways. And then he can recall. Back at home, we have Immortals to defend. We have shield batteries as well. We're going for the kill. We want some more economic damage. Shield batteries are depowered. We're going for the robo. We're going full base trade. We're going full base trade at the moment. Trigger pulling the boys, getting them out of there. So he can throw down a Nexus. And in the main base, Nightmare, he's getting ready to defend. Yeah, we have force fields. We do force field the ramp. We have one more force field available. It is thrown down. Good juggling so far. And at this point, we recall. We recall into the main. Nightmare, he lost his natural. Meanwhile, Trigger lost his main, and he lost all of his production. He cannot reinforce. What you see is what you get. 13 Stalkers, 3 Immortals. Oh, the Prism goes down! Big pick off there by Nightmare. He gets the War Prism. And Trigger, he should be able to kill this third base, but again, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we dive on the army, focus on 1. We get 1 Immortal, we get 2, we get all 3. And now it's only Stalkers left. And Probes. GG gets called. The writing was on the wall. There's nothing left there for Trigger, and Nightmare will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. An interesting all-in out of Trigger that game. An all-in that I don't see too often, where basically he got a fake natural. He expanded, yes, but if you remember, he was not making any probes at all. He was going for an Adept Immortal-based all-in, rushing into Immortal production, and initially he was doing okay, but he was being outmaneuvered. We saw the Stalker backstab and counterattacks were non-stop, at least initially, before realizing that it wasn't all-in. And again, Nightmare, he had everything he needed to defend. On top of that, rushing into Blink just paid off so well for him. He was just doing such a good job at just picking away at the army of Trigger, whether it was Stalkers, Immortals, or the War Prism. But again, it's one of those things where if you are going for a one-base all-in like that, you need to get momentum on your side early on, and Trigger just wasn't able to get that with that GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Nightmare as he does take the series 2-0. And Nightmare, he advances on into the quarterfinals. This was a round of 16 match. He advances on to the quarterfinals, where Nightmare is going to be facing off against Dark. Let's go. Let us go. As game 1 is going to be on Alcyone. I want a Trigger to win. If you're a Trigger fan, don't worry. We were mentioning it earlier in the chat, but Trigger, he actually is traveling, and he is going to be kind of boot camping with Estrella. They are good friends. He is going to be heading over to stay with Estrella for a while. They are going to be boot camping together, so they're going to be getting better together. They're going to be improving. They're going to be getting ready and preparing for DreamHack Dallas, for EPT Spring. So yeah, do look forward to that. I expect great things from the two of them. They're cooking, Papa. They're cooking together. It's going to be good. Until then, though, we're getting into our quarterfinals, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. He just took down Trigger 2-0. It's the blue Protoss, Nightmare. Here we go. Nightmare versus Dark. We have seen these two face off many a time, and we have seen typically Nightmare struggle here. In this matchup in general, I would say that Nightmare has some killer PvP and PvT. Like, arguably, Nightmare has the best PvP in all of South Korea. I say that just because, as of the past couple of months, we've seen Nightmare take down Creator, Classic, Hero. Like, there's no Protoss player in Korea that he hasn't beaten recently, and he's becoming more and more consistent with his PvP. So his PvP is looking good. His PvT is killer as well. We've seen him bring down players like Byun time and time again. Nightmare, he's a very aggressive player in the Protoss versus Terran matchup. But here I would say that his PvZ matchup is still something that he's working on. Whether it's against players like Solar, Dark, Shin, at least the Korean Zerg seem to be a thorn in Nightmare's side. But that's also why I'm always most intrigued with his PvZ, to see how he's been improving over time. As Dark does not go for the gold, thankfully. Unnatural, natural here out of Dark. Now, when it comes to Nightmare's PvZ, he does very often play mid-game oriented, very mid-game oriented. He's forced into the late game at times, and he doesn't look the most comfortable in a late game scenario. But in the mid-game, I'm talking about like 7 or 8 gate Blink Stalker all-ins, or double Colossus timings, like double Robo, double quadruple Colossus timings, for example, or these heavy Arcode Immortal styles. That's where Nightmare can really thrive. And we've even seen Nightmare take down players like Solar in GSL off of that style. Doesn't do it consistently, but does or is able to really flourish from time to time. I believe that was in the GSL qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken. As we do have Nightmare moving out, just with his initial adept, going to be scouting. Behind this is going to be a Stargate opener, standard opener here out of Nightmare, and we should be seeing some standard play on Alcyone. Again, this map is known for its longer macro games, a lot of bases to be taken, very defendable on a 3-base and even 4-base setup. As I say that, Dark is investing into additional lings. He's going to be slipping into the main base, and he will get a full scout. Dark will get eyes on the Oracle. Meanwhile, the Adept gets across the map. 2 drone kills. Pretty good damage, actually. Very nicely done, as the Adept does manage to shade away just barely. Meanwhile, across the map, Dark merely only scouts his opponent, does confirm the Oracle, and backs off. So, a better start for Nightmare. Killing 2 drones, big move. Big move so far. Especially considering that he keeps the Adept alive, does make it back home safe and sound, even avoiding those lings. And the first Oracle is en route, is making its way across the map. Again, the goal here is to keep tabs on Dark. Very important to keep an eye on saturation. Dark, he is a very aggressive, very unpredictable player. He's so difficult to read. You have to make sure you keep an eye on the saturation at his 3rd base specifically, what he's making at any given time, whether he's going for a Ling Flood, early Roach Warren, early Lair. It's on Nightmare to keep tabs on him. For the time being, we have invested into additional Lings. We are moving out 3rd base, 4 Nightmares on the way. And Lings are going for the natural. Oh, the Adept, it is softened up. It is going to be going down, but we do wall off in time. Do manage to wall off. So far, Nightmare, he holds on to his 3 bases. Meanwhile, he's getting ready to dive into the main. Or to dive into the 3rd, he has his 2 Oracles ready. No support at the 3rd base. We have 3 Queens. To have those 3 Queens, we get 4 drone kills, but the Oracle, it's getting too low. It gets sniped. A brutal loss for Nightmare. 4 drones for 1 Oracle. Not worth it. Not worth it. Not worth the loss there for Nightmare. As that is going to make scouting, harassing, and supporting his army much more difficult with only now 2 Oracles. 2 Oracles instead of 3. Oof. So that is a little bit rough there. Meanwhile, Stalker's revealed. We do dive on top of it. And that is going to be a kill on the Stalker. Good pick off there by Dark. Behind this, he's going to be joining up. He's going to be saturating his 3rd base. He's working on a 4th. So Dark is not going for any kind of early game aggression. He also hasn't thrown down any tech. He's got the Evo Chamber for +1, but we should have seen a Roach Warren by now. The fact that we don't does feel quite greedy. Speaking of greed, the 4th base is the gold base as well. Dark, calm down. So he delays his Roach Warren. He goes for a fast 4th. Because the Roach Warren is so late, this could actually be, as we get a couple of drone kills here on the right-hand side. Did have to get 3 drones. But this could be Ling Hydra. We could be waiting for the Lair before we really invest into any tech. There we go. Lair is now on the way. This could be for a Hydroden. This could be for a Spire. This could just be for Ling Bane into Hive. I'm curious. Yeah, Banelin S has been thrown down. We'll see where Dark eventually wants to invest his tech. Eventually wants to invest his gas. As behind this Nightmare, he's just building up on 3 bases. How many gateways are we working with? Not too many. It's going to be our 5th and 6th gateway on the way. Blinken +1 well underway as well, about to finish up. And Nightmare is setting up for a proxy pylon. It looks like Nightmare does want to commit here with his 6-gate setup. And did I say 6 gateways? That is a 7th gateway and I believe an 8th gateway on the way. But we have been scouted. Big moment here for Dark. I spoke about this earlier. I spoke about how Nightmare, he thrives in the mid game with aggression in PvZ. This is really just signature Nightmare here. Going for a very committed Blinkstalker harass or Blinkstalker aggression. Wants to try to break and punch the goal base. Stasis Trap is baited out. And the Lings, they trade so well against these Stalkers. They do pick one off. Another Stasis does get baited as well. A Queen does fall. We miss a Transfuse. But you can see that we're just massing more Lings. Baneling Run-By is reacted to, only getting 2 probes. But we have no Roach War, no Hydrogen, no Spire. It's just pure Ling Bane, and it is Ling Bane into Hive. This looks like Ling Bane into Ultra. It's a very difficult style to pull off because you have to be on point here with your macro, with your Ling harass and Ling engagements. Oh, big Stasis Trap's going to be going off. Nightmare, he will hold. Going to be reinforcing. Again, he needs to break this gold. Behind this, Colossus production. Colossi are on the way. Exactly what he needs against Lings. Oh, but at the same time, the Banelings, they get in. 8 probes go down. This time, a delayed reaction out of Nightmare. Was distracted by the Lings, by the aggression. So were we. As Dark, he's able to get a blow in to the economy of Nightmare. Nightmare B backs off. Ooh, after losing all those probes, he backs off. He doesn't have as many reinforcements. His gas is almost non-existent. Yeah, he's getting into his Colossi. Dark does confirm, and he will shut down the proxy. From here, the Hive is finishing. Again, Adrenals on the horizon, Ultras on the horizon as well. Now, the power of this style from Dark is to fight out on the map. Pushing into these entrenched positions is difficult with Ling Bane, but if Nightmare is ever active, then he can be surrounded, he can be punished, he can be swallowed up. As Dark is going to be distracting the army, he comes in for the surround. Yeah, Stasis Traps are baited out, and the Banelings are going straight for the probes. And we will connect. 3 probes go down. As we zone away the army, we go for the Nexus. And we should get a kill. Yeah, these +1 melee Lings, they just shred through that Nexus. Oh, as I say that, very good positioning. Nightmare. He blocks off the Lings. He will hunt them all down. He does trap them. They try to get a kill on the Colossus, but we shouldn't be able to. Yeah, it does survive. So Nightmare, he may have lost his base, but he does punish a lot of Ling Bane. How many have gone down? Almost 200 Lings already. Speaking of, they try to break through the natural. The natural does hold. The wall does stand strong. That's been, again, almost 190 Lings killed. But behind this, we spoke about it. It's Ling Bane into Ultras. The Ultra Cavern's on the way. Now, with the addition of Ultras, then suddenly you can break these positions. You do have that much more kind of like bulk to your army, or that much more HP to work with to break through, to get on top of these bases, and to get into mineral lines, to collapse on the army itself. Sustainability, that's what I was looking for. Your army isn't as fragile with the addition of Ultras. There we go. Kindness plating on the way. We have Vipers as well for Blinding Clouds, for Abductions. It's a good way to deal with Colossi. Now, thankfully, even though Nightmare hasn't scouted, he knows what's going on. Like, if we know that Dark is known for going Ling Bane into Ultra, then so does Nightmare. Upon seeing pure Ling Bane, he knows that Ultras are on the way eventually, and he's starting Immortal production. Second Robo's on the way as well. Immortals are necessary here for Nightmare. Either Immortals or Skytoss. But the reality is that Skytoss, it takes too long to get into that. It takes far too long to transition, so we need Immortals now first. As so far, Nightmare doing a good job of splitting up his army. He's got 2 Colossi on the right. He's got 1 towards the left. This wall is looking vulnerable. That is true, but this is also the position that we're going to have those reinforcing Immortals. Making 2 at a time. Yeah, Lings, they try to collapse on this. The Colossi are doing what they can. Some of them are exposed, but a big Stasis Trap goes off. Basically creating a force field. Meanwhile, Banelings, they crash in. They bust through the natural. We force a recall. Ooh, as we were out of position. It does force a recall into the natural. Probes are going down. We focus down one of the Colossi as well. A Colossus falls. We get into the main. We might even get the Forge. We will. The +2 melee lings, they chew through that Forge. It does fall. We deny +3. And we are pulling Nightmare apart. Again, he did maneuver his army around. Was out of position. And with that, he was punished for it. And again, this is the power of this composition from Dark, is it's very mobile. As you can see, it's a very mobile army. You have to preemptively read where your opponent's pushing in from. You have to be in position to defend. And we just were not. Yoink comes in. We get a Colossus. We get 2. Yeah, both Colossi will fall. Oh, or will they? Barely escapes. Oh, barely doesn't. As the Colossus gets hunted down, Baneleys, they get into the mineral line. The Ultras, they have arrived. It's going to fall quite quickly here to the Immortals. It does crumble. The Immortals doing their job, but we got 3 probe kills. We disrupted so much of this. Nightmare down to 61 workers. He lost all of his Colossi. He has to rebuild from scratch. Trying to get his Colossus count back up and running. And Dark, he's already remaxing. He's already remaxed on Lingbane Ultra. This is also the other advantage of this kind of style. Once you get momentum, Nightmare, he's been stuck at home defending. Nightmare, he has not had a chance at all this game to harass, outside of his initial Oracle harass, where he lost 1. So outside of his Oracles, outside of his Adepts, he just wasn't able to get across the map. That was after the initial failed Stalker push. And he has been stuck at home. Yeah, Lings, they're going ham in the mineral line. 14 more probes fall. The Colossi have arrived, but at this point, it might just be too late. The economy is already crippled. Dark, calm down. Where the... He's fanning out his drones to expand everywhere. Oh my god. Looks like Dark, he shouldn't get this Nexus. It should barely survive, but we get 26 probes. And Dark, he's already remaxed, he's already pushing towards that natural once again. The Colossi looking a bit exposed themselves as well. You try to collapse on them, they will slip away. Ultra getting into the mineral line. And we have the Viper. GG gets called as Nightmare has been broken. And Dark takes game number 1. GG. GG. Nightmare, he had his moments in this game and he was stabilizing. Remember, like, he had a really solid response when the Ling run by had caught his Nexus, but he was able to catch all those Lings, was able to catch the Banelings as well. Unfortunately, it was right after that defense where he had actually rotated his Colossus that was standing guard at the natural. He had rotated it over. He had rotated some of the Immortals over as well. And the wall at the natural was exposed. And it was in that moment that Dark, he went for the Baneling bust. He was able to bust into the natural, took away some of the tech, some of the production. And from that moment, he forced a big reaction out of Nightmare, had to rotate all the way over towards the left-hand side, which exposed his right flank. And that was like kind of the beginning of dominoes falling, you know, like the first domino fell and then it just created a chain event there. And Dark got out of hand very quickly. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Dark does take a lead in the series, but now we're getting into game number 2. We're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on site Delta. Now, what I will say about that playstyle from Dark going Lingbane into Ultra, it typically does best on larger maps. That's why we see it on maps like Alcyone, Razor Station's unique. We have to talk about that. We do see it on site Delta at times as well, though. This is another map that we can see it on. Smaller maps like Oceanborn, Golden Aura, and as well as Hardlead, it's a little bit more difficult to make it work just because, again, your opponent can counterattack and they can punish you a lot easier, a lot more harder. It's the larger maps where that style can really thrive. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of site Delta. Going for the 15-15, we have the red Zerg player. Representing Talon Esports, it is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have... Oh! My apologies. My apologies here. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing himself. It is Nightmare. Thank you, Pekoeta, for pointing it out. Sorry, I no one noticed. I accidentally didn't have in-game audio. I didn't have in-game, so you actually couldn't even hear the sound effects. So my apologies there. My apologies. We played out an entire series without audio. We played out Sugar versus Nightmare without audio. But I do apologize. Now you should be able to hear the music, the sound effects. My apologies. So getting into game number 2. And again, with Dark's opener going for a 15-15, it is going to be a much more safe opener. It's a very safe, very defensive way to open up. The purpose of this opener from Dark is to get his natural on location without being disrupted. The downside here is that it means his gas is late. He gets a later gas, which means later link speed for Dark, so he can't be as aggressive early on, but at least he'll be safe in the early game. So this is a build that has become much more standard and much more meta nowadays, has been embraced by many pro players out there. They do sprinkle it in from time to time, especially if they feel like their opponent is going to be more aggressive, if they want to be safe against them. Didn't even know, yeah. Still apologize. Still apologize. It's all good, it's all good. You know, the night is still young, we still have plenty more matches ahead of us, you know. Only 1.5 series was affected by it. Smooch, baby, smooch. But here we go. Speaking of aggression, Twilight Council. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Nightmare. Now, with a Twilight Council, this could lead into a couple of different directions. This could be Glaive Adepts if we pull out a gas. This could be a Dark Shrine opener into DT Harass. Those are typically the two that do permeate through the meta most often. They're the most popular. There are different builds that we could go for, like something like a more committed 6k Glaive Adepts or some kind of charge all-in. But there's that Robo on the way. We have not quite pulled out a gas, so I'm feeling Dark Templar. Unless we want to commit a little bit harder. Overlord is going to be zoned away. Show us that eventual Dark Shrine. Behind this, Dark, he's just happily joining, saturating his bases. There it is, Dark Shrine has been thrown down. Reason why I was saying Dark Shrine is because, one, we would have seen additional gateways earlier, and also we would have seen gases being pulled out. To go into Glaive Adepts, you actually don't need 6 workers mining. You can pull it off. It's more efficient with 4, so 2 and 2. So it is going to be that Dark Shrine opener. Now, this is not all in. This is a good way to get damage done early on. Good way to harass and to eventually expand and take a third. Meanwhile, seeing this Stalker is very suspect. I'm sure Dark is aware that something is wrong. Something is wrong. For now, he's just making queens. There we go. Safety Roach Warren on the way for Dark. If you believe it's not a Stargate opener, a Roach Warren at around 4 minutes is what you want. This will be finishing in time to deal with... Oh my god. It's an all-in. I was going to say, this should be finishing in time to deal with either Dark Shrine or Glaive Adepts. This should be fine. Meanwhile, Nightmare, he commits into charge, doubles down with more gateways. There we go. The gateway explosion is upon us. It's a 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in and Nightmare. And Dark, he needs to realize what's going on. Spores are on the way in case it is DTs. Thankfully for him, it is. So he will have a Spore at the third and at the natural. No Spore in the main, but spoke too soon. Also in the main. Is ready for all of it. Yeah, DTs, they have revealed themselves. But detection is done. And Dark Templar, they cannot quite push in. But remember, this is phase 1. This is phase 1 of the build here of Nightmare. He's trying to keep the attention of Dark back at home. Dark going for a link counterattack, hoping to deny the third. A third that doesn't exist because it's a 2-base all-in. You can see here, Dark is checking the third base, checking the natural, checking his vision. He sees the Zealots. Big scout. Big moment here. These Zealots should not be here. The Zealots are revealed. We get a surround as well. Not on hold position. Zealots are going down. Nightmare a little bit distracted with his own DTs across the map. And the Lings are slowly breaking forward here. Immediately Spine Crawlers. Like, as soon as we saw the charge, as soon as we saw the Zealots, we know that it is going to be an all-in. Spine Crawlers are on the way. More Queens, more Roaches. Anything and everything to defend. And Nightmare, he gets surrounded for a second time. Oh my god, not like this. 5, 6, 7 zealots going down. These are losses we cannot afford, not in an all-in. Like, imagine this push with 7 more zealots, with double the zealot count. It's that much more threatening. We're getting into the Mineral Line Queens and chasing down that Prism. And the Transfuse does keep that Spine Crawler alive. Yeah, nothing here will fall. We do go for a big Zealot Warp in. But we have plenty to defend. The Prism! Oh! The Prism barely does survive. Barely makes it out, but we're going to shut everything else down. And now Dark has a massive lead. He's on 3 bases. He's droning. He's saturated. He's looking perfectly fine. Taking his gases, and soon he can even work towards a lair, but who cares about the lair? Let's just go. Let's just push. We're thinking about it. Nightmare behind this. He delays his third even further. He's going for a bait. This is Disruptors. This is a very Hail Mary play. Very Hail Mary play here at a Nightmare. He knows that he's in a rough position. He knows that the all-in has failed. What can we do from here? Disruptors. Purification Novas. They can maybe pull off a comeback. A solid maybe on that one. As the Prism does take a lot of hits, Delta going down at the same time as Zelarumba here at the third base. Nice pole position, Michael, with those drones. A lot of drones do fall. Oh. As the Spine Crawler stands strong, we do defend once again. 7 drones did get sniped, but Dark, he still has the economic lead. And here come those Disruptors. Again, it's going to be a secondary all-in from Nightmare. Second all-in. I mean, it's all we can do. There's no macroing out of this for the Protoss. It's not possible. Not unless we break a base. So we're going for Disruptors. We're going for Blink Stalkers. Overseer Scout's coming in. We scout the Disruptor. Dark, he sees everything. He knows to watch out for those Purification Novas. And what is his answer? I'm liking this. Infestation Pit. This should be for a fast hive. This should be for Viper production. 4th base is on the way. Dark, he has the freedom to take up in this way. Now, I'm liking this from Dark as long as he doesn't drone up too much. I feel like droning up to 66 is the most we want to go up to. It looks like he's going to be cutting workers at 63. And there we go. Now we're amassing Ling Bane Roach Ravager. I mean, Baneling S is on the way. We're getting towards those Banelings. Zal run by towards the south. Let's apply some pressure here at the 4th base. At the same time, Nightmare pushing through the center as well. Pushing deep onto Creep. We are vulnerable to a surround. Speaking of, Dark is setting up for it. It collapses on the army. Nova's going to be going off. Oh. So far, good reaction out of Dark. Does take an Nova to the face. Does bleed out a couple of those roaches. Disruptors are saved in the Prism, but we shut everything else down. Yeah, it's just a game of numbers at this point. Dark, he just has far too much. At the same time, Zealots are wreaking havoc, but GG gets called. It's just too much, and Dark will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a very interesting all-in at a Nightmare. I mentioned at the time when going over the possibilities of a Twilight Council opener, and I briefly mentioned, just to cover my bases, oh, you know, there was some charge all-ins, but that's not really seen at all, really. But no, yeah, we went for it. It was a DT opener into a 2-base charge all-in follow-up. I do like the idea. It's a really cheeky move, just because it's so unorthodox, and it's not really seen too often at all at the pro level. The problem was that Dark was able to confirm very quickly. If you remember, his Ling counterattack after the initial DT defense scouted the Zealots across the map, and they didn't just scout the Zealots at the natural, they also baited the Zealots out into the open, and Dark, he surrounded those Zealots twice. He killed initially, I think it was 3 Zealots, and then 4 Zealots afterwards, 7 in total. It was just a disastrous start there for Nightmare. When you're all in, every unit counts. Every single unit counts there because you have so little to work with when you're going for an all-in like that. And to bleed out all those Zealots and to show your hand that early on as well. Had just screamed to Dark to throw down the spine crawlers, to mass roaches, to cut drone production, and to prepare. And with that, prepare he did. GG, well played. Congratulations to Dark. He does take the series 2-0. With that, Dark advances on to the semifinals. That was a quarterfinals match. Now Dark is in the semis. And we are here to follow another portion of the bracket. A very different portion of the bracket. This is going to be a round of 16 match on the other side between Australia and DRG. Let's go. So Trigger was not the only player from North America to compete. Australia was here as well, which again, I was mentioning earlier, they are good friends, and I like the idea of them like pressuring or pushing each other to improve and to compete and to participate in things like the KSL. I think it's a really good way to practice. It's a really good way to test out builds and to practice in general. Outside of just customs and outside of ladder, competitive play has its place as well, all these online tournaments. So here we go, we're getting ready for our PVZ. As game number 1 is on Oceanborn. Let's go. Let us go. As a reminder again, this is going to be a round of 16 match. Winner of this moves on to the quarterfinals. And it's always a treat casting Max, I'll be honest. It's always a treat casting Max. He is a very experimental player. He's not afraid to really spread his wings and to try out some more unorthodox builds or just these more otherwise frowned upon play styles. I'm all for it. I'm all for it, and here we go. We're getting into game number 1, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our American Protoss player. The blue Protoss, currently teamless. It is Australia. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Zerg player, also teamless, the red Zerg, going for a 15-15. It is DRG. Let's go. Okay, so DRG going for the 15-15. We spoke about this in the previous series, even in the previous game. Just a very safe way to open up does mean that your hatchery gets here, or that your hatchery is started before the probe arrives. If you are familiar with this matchup, you would know that probe scouts into denying the natural base is very commonplace in this matchup, so that is what the 15-15 addresses, as you're able to get your hatchery a little bit faster into a spawning pool, into a delayed gas. As we mentioned in the last game as well, because the gas is later, that means Ling's speed is later. That means we can't be as aggressive early on as we would like to be. So more defensive style here. Or opener, I should say, from DRG. Meanwhile, Australia going for a gate expand. Gate expand into the cyber core. Standard opener here out of Australia. Nothing too wild yet. I'm excited to see what he whips out here against DRG. I'm always reminded, it was a couple of weeks ago, also in KSL, when Australia, he joked by the chat, and he was like, Papi, give me some builds. Give me some builds to try against Dark. It was, I remember, he was playing a series against Dark, and jokingly, I was like, I think, I mentioned 2 builds. I said, a macro cannon rush, macro forge opener, on Alkione, because Dark likes to go for proxy hatch, and a double robo disruptor drop for game 2, and he did it. No, I felt so bad because they did not work. I was like, I was joking, Papi. I'm like, I didn't think you'd do it. And Australia was like, no, it's okay, it's okay. I like trying different things. He's so wholesome. But yeah, again, Australia, he's just willing to think outside the box at times. And for the time being, though, standard opener out of Australia, going for a Stargate as a follower. Going for the Stargate, this should be for Oracle production, should be leading to a 3rd base. The early game here so far from Australia looks pretty by the book. Meanwhile, DRG going for his own 3rd, again, later Ling speed. We're just easing in towards our early to mid game here. Nothing wild yet. again, I feel like we were spoiled a little bit by Dark earlier, with Dark going like mass Ling Bane into Ultra in game 1 and stuff like that. DRG, he also thrives in the mid game, but in a much more standard sense. Like, I expect Ling Bane Roach Ravager out of DRG, for example. Like, I don't expect him to really deviate too much. We have seen DRG whip out Spire play, like where you hide the Spire and you go mass Muta and you catch the Protoss off guard. That is something that DRG does mix in from time to time. But outside of that, I expect Ling Bane Roach Ravager. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. As DRG is going to be going for an Evo Chamber first. That should be for +1 melee. Overlord is going to be hunted down. Good pick off there by Estrella. Does supply block DRG, at least until the hatchery does finish. So not a bad move there from Estrella. And there we go. He's just waiting for a second Oracle before moving out across the map. With the double Oracle opener, we can one-shot drones. And we can try to test or kind of skill check DRG and see if he can keep up with his queen movement. So far we have 4 queens at the third. We have a queen and a spore here at the natural. The main base a little bit more exposed, but there is a spore in position. As the Oracles, they do threaten that mineral line. They don't quite get any kills yet. Oh, they get one. They get a second, they get a third as well. But when they go for a fourth, good damage dealt here by Estrella. Does take a lot of hits on the Oracles, that is true, but he keeps them all alive and he backs off. Behind this, I don't see a Forge. No Forge. It's going to be a Twilight Council. 3 more gateways on the way. This looks like a 3-base all-in, which I'm still really tentative saying that, just because it's been a while since we've seen it at the competitive level. This used to be very trendy, like last year in the last map pool, like October, September-ish, which would be like an 8-gate, like Blink all-in on 3 bases. We'd see it a lot from players like Hero, from players like Classic, from Nightmare. It was very trendy to whip out in the last map pool. I'm reading that just because there's no Forge. There's no upgrade. There's no kind of longevity to this army here of Estrella. And we are pushing with our Stalkers already. Looking at the gateway count so far, nothing major, but there we go. Forge is now on the way. A delayed Forge. But we delay the Forge in favor of additional Stalkers. Do try to punish DRG here if he was droning up too heavily. So far, he's going to be able to hold. DRG, he does hold on. His queens are in position. Lings are amassing as we speak. And Estrella, he's going to be rotating around. Does get eyes on the 4th base. Can he do much about this, though? Again, Blink is just now finishing for Estrella. The Stasis up. Is baited out. Very well done there by DRG. He gets us surrounding on these Stalkers, but Blink is done, and we do escape. We do manage to get away. With the Queens, they do focus on an Oracle. Big pickoff. And Lings are amassing. The Stalkers are getting quite low. They're getting so low. We do pick off one of them. We get 1. We get 2. We get 3. We get 4. And this is snowballing out of control. We're bleeding out far too many Stalkers here. Yes, DRG, he does punish the aggression of Estrella. Punishes him for being too active. Another Stalker falls, and another. And again, we're trading minerals for gas. This is worth it for DRG. Especially against a Blink Stalker heavy composition. Like, ideally, you want to preserve and build up the Stalkers over time. And we have lost 7. 7 Stalkers have fallen. Behind this, DRG double expanding, getting his 4th and his 5th base. Going to be droning up, saturating his bases. Now, Estrella does have a good worker count. He's been pumping out probes, and he's working on the next step. +1, second Forge, Templar Archives on the way for Archons, for Storm, Charge, like anything and everything. Estrella is taking quite a bit, but he did lose a big portion of his army, so now he doesn't have as much to threaten DRG. I'm sure that Estrella, I'm pretty certain his goal here was to deny the 4th. It was to apply pressure to the 4th base, was to reinforce and break the 4th. But it just didn't happen. Because of the aggression of DRG, his 4th base stands strong. And Estrella, now his later upgrades are less than ideal. Because remember, Estrella, he delayed his upgrades in favor of that push. And it did fall in its face. Meanwhile, DRG going to be committing across the map. Does get on top of the cannon. Shield battery isn't done, by the way. And shield battery's not done. We get the cannon. We get a second cannon as well. We shouldn't get much more, though. And we shouldn't get much more here. As Lings are being cleaned up, DRG behind this is going Lingbane Roach Ravager, as we assumed he would earlier. It's a very solid composition here in the mid game. It's very well rounded. Plus 2 melees on the way, Roach speed as well. Australia getting ready for a big Zealot run by on the right hand side. Meanwhile, DRG just goes right through the middle. A static defense is still on the way. Instead, it looks like DRG wants to maybe collapse on the Stalkers. It's going for either or. Okay. I was like, is the wall a wall? It is, thankfully. The wall is a wall. Adept is going to be going down with the Lynx. They bust in. They bust into the natural. They get into the main base. Again, the Lynx, they are getting damage on. Probes are falling so many. 12, 13 probes go down at the same time that that Zealot run by does hit. We have plenty of reinforcements back at home. We got 14 probe kills across the map. And Australia, he only gets 3 drones. The Zealot run by was not worth it. And with that, Australia at one point had a massive worker lead. Not anymore. Now it's evening up when it comes to the workers, when it comes to the economy. DRG, he is maxing out here with his Lingbane Roach Ravager. I keep saying Ravager. No Ravagers yet. Just Lingbane Roach. Just focusing his gas on that Baneling production. Australia, he is going to be backing off, reinforcing, still with a Gateway Heavy composition. Just quickly checking. No Storm, by the way. I assumed he would be rushing towards Storm, but it is going to be Archon, or Charger Archon Stalker. No splash damage, or I should say that we're relying on the Archons for our splash damage instead. We are relying on those Archons. DRG, he has maxed out. Can he break this position? We do have some static defense, we do have some stasis traps. DRG getting a better angle. Yeah, he does collapse on this Balings. They do roll on in. And they trigger the stasis. But it's not going to be good enough. Overcharge is popping. He gets focused down by the Balings. We get into the middle line and probes are falling. 9 probes fall. We break through the Zealots. There's 1 Archon left, but it's going to be focused down as well. And does DRG have enough to break this? I don't think he does. He's barely forced back. Until the Lingbane breaks out of the stasis. DRG backs off. Astray, he does hold, but this was a costly hold. It cost him the Zealots, the Archons, all of his stack defense, or most of it. Big stasis. Oh my god. A very nice stasis, actually. Does make things more awkward here for DRG, but he's still breaking through. He's still snowballing out of control. Breaks through into the base itself. Yeah, limited kiting here for Australia. Slings are coming in from behind. Overcharge is on cooldown. It was used earlier. And it looks like the army has been broken. And just a very intense game overall from one end, then into the other. But DRG was able to get out of control, and he has broken this fourth. There are only oracles in the air. 5 of them. Jesus. GG gets called, and DRG will take game number 1. GG. A very interesting opener out of Australia is what I will say. And this is what I spoke about earlier, how Australia, he's a very innovative or experimental player. He's very adventurous. That's a better way to put it. He's a very adventurous player. And Australia, to go for a delayed forge like that, it's really risky. It's really risky just because it does mean that your mid game is a little bit weaker. It does mean that your upgrade timings are later, of course. And we spoke about it. The reason for that, I'm pretty sure, was so he can apply pressure earlier on. And he was moving in such a way to try to contest and break the 4th base. But DRG, he was so aggressive with his Lings. Like, as soon as he smelled weakness, as soon as he saw an opportunity, he just continued flooding Lings, and he was able to chase down those Stalkers. Even with Blink, they could not escape. And Australia was forced all the way back home. He bled out little Stalkers, and he missed that window to punish the 4th. He missed that window, he wasn't able to, and with that, the purpose of his build, he wasn't able to achieve that purpose, and yeah, he did kind of end up relinquishing map control afterwards. And it was DRG who was able to gain momentum from there. GG. GG, well played. Solid game there out of DRG, but now we're getting into game numero 2. Let's go. getting into game number 2. Gonna be on hard lead. Another smaller map. And the shortest rush distance map in the map pool. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. I'm here for some hard lead. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of hard lead, we have our American Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, looking deserving to be on a team. It is Estrella. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent once again going for a 15-hatch opener. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is DRG. Go. So once again, another safe opener here out of our Zerg player. 15 hatch into the 15 spawning pool. Going for another extractor trick. And into a delayed gas geyser here once again. Really, my eyes are mainly on Estrella. I mean, kind of. It's complicated. So my eyes are mainly on Estrella just because, again, his build last game was a little bit more out of the norm, and I'm curious to see how he deviates again. I don't expect the same build 2 games in a row out of Estrella. I expect to see something quite different, so I'm really excited to see what Estrella brings to the table here in game 2. At the same time, we spoke about hard lead. In general, smaller maps. Oceanborn is another smaller map, has another shorter rush distance by ground, which I imagine is why Estrella chose that build on Oceanborn. Hard lead, even smaller, even shorter rush distance. You can be that much more assertive, that much more aggressive. And something we've seen a lot of on this map is Roach Queen based all-ins. Whether it's a Queen walk across the map, whether it's a German taxi, whether it's Nidus based, we have seen a lot of all-ins. Reason for this is just because you can knock down these rocks, or even if you don't knock down the rocks, like, it just doesn't take long at all to get across the map. Likewise, there's no ramp or there's no point of elevation as an advantage here at the natural or at the third base, because you can push right through the center and you don't have any kind of ramp or high ground advantage at either one of these bases. So again, all-ins, they can be that much more effective on this map as well. We brought this up yesterday, and we saw it a lot yesterday whenever we casted a ZVP on hard lead, whether it was from Rex or from Silky or another Zerg player. It was like, no, yeah, you know, we see all-ins quite a bit, and that's all we saw on hard lead yesterday. I'm not saying that we're going to see that here, but it's definitely a possibility, and something we have to be wary of. Something that I'm sure Estrella is also wary of. So we have to keep an eye on the worker count, we have to keep an eye on the overall unit production, the roach production. Do need to scout our opponent, as it is going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate opener out of Estrella. DRG getting his third. Now DRG, he has taken the linear third base, and this is a much more passive base to take. The triangular third allows you to spread creep very quickly across the map. So based on the base location, it looks, at least for now, to be something a little bit more standard. Something a little bit more chill from DRG. As the Adept is going to be threatening a shade. Meanwhile, third base is being taken, or will soon be taken here by Estrella, as he gets into his Oracle Harass. It is soon on the way. Likewise, he's going to be harassing here with his first 2 Adepts. Again, 2 Adepts, one-shot drones, so they have to be respected. Likewise, the problem here is that Estrella, he has to be very careful with how and when he commits with these Adepts, because if he loses the Adepts, he will lose the third. You know, DRG can immediately counterattack and hit that third base. So we have to be wary here. Instead, we're focusing down some tumors. Do get both tumors, so we back off. Likewise, Adepts, they do cancel the shade. Oracles are being forced back. And Estrella looks like he's coming back home to defend his third, at least with the Adepts. When it comes to the Oracle Harass, that's only just begun, as now we have a second Oracle hitting the field for Estrella. Again, 2 Oracles, also one-shot units, or they one-shot drones. So they can threaten this mineral line. We do have 1 spore in the main, 1 spore at the natural. The third base a little bit more exposed. The Queens, they are rotating over towards that main base. Where are the Oracles headed? As they do try to bypass the Queens, unable to. Fast Evo Chamber leads into a fast +1 melee. This looks like the same setup so far as DRG had in Game 1. And this time, that's a Twilight Council and a Forge. Much more standard Forge timing. Looks like +1 in Blink. This could be +1 in Charge. That is definitely another option available here for Estrella. Well, meanwhile, the Ling slips. How did we get in? The wall was not a wall. The Ling does slip in. We get eyes on everything, and now we confirm the much more standard timing with that Forge, of course. +1 on the way, and it is not Blink. It is indeed Charge. Okay. A much more aggressive style here out of Estrella. Going into Charge lots. Soon to be Archons as well. Meanwhile, DRG chilling, getting his lair, working towards his Roach Warren. Should be Lingbane Roach once again. Same composition out of DRG. Upon scouting, he should also be aware that Estrella isn't going to be as aggressive this time. As Estrella picks off an Overlord, and again, Estrella, he's playing with fire right now. He has to be very careful, especially considering that these Stalkers don't have Blink, and they never will. Or at least, not anytime soon. So we just back off. Estrella, he's aware of that. He just completely backs off, retreats back home. Temple Archives on the way. That's a pretty big gateway explosion. That's going to be, what, 8 gates in total? Oh boy. Yeah, we're getting up to 8 gates. We're working towards Charge. We do have Archon production soon on the way. There's that Robo. I imagine we're going to be waiting for the Warp Prism, and then we're going to be pushing here with our Protoss army. Behind this, DRG very quick to get into an Infestation Pit. This has become much more trendy as of late to get into a fast pit. This is for fast Adrenal, fast Hive. And it gives you access to Vipers if you do need them. Speaking of Vipers, ooh, much more faster tech here out of DRG. Initially setting up for Lingbane Roach, but no, we have a Hydra Den now on the way. No Baneling Nest. Okay. So Ling Roach into Hydra. Now, this will give you access to Lurker tech, so it does set you up better to get into the late game. To take up even further, but here we go. Estrella is now pushing. He is moving out right through the center. Doesn't have a War Prism with his army, but he is committing at the same time. The Ling run by, ooh, does get a stasis to the face. And the Lings, they don't achieve much of anything across the map. Estrella pushing right through the middle. DRG supply blocked. Is supply blocked. Estrella, he does commit. He does back off. He respects the Queens. I feel like maybe we could have kept pushing if we had a Warp Prism. That's the thing. There was no way to reinforce Estrella. He does retreat. I saw the Robo being built, but it is going to be Observer here. Observer before Prism. That was a scary moment for DRG, but he does defend. And now he's getting into Lurker tech and Hive. Hydra Lurker Vipers on the horizon. A very scary moment here for Estrella. He does go for the Revelation. He does get eyes on the Hive. He sees the Lurker Den as well. Big scout. And what is our plan from here? We're getting into Immortal production. This should trigger a response. Either a second Robo, maybe Sky Toss, or a push. For the time being, we're going for a second Forge. Ling's going to attempt to harass, but there is a wall. There's a full wall set up. Estrella just turtling on these 4 bases. Soon to be expanding and taking a 5th. Does have a lot of storms. That's 10 High Templar, but there we go. Morphing some of them into Archons. And we're scouting. Very important here. We're looking for a Skytoss transition. We're making sure that there's no Fleet Beacon, there's no second Stargate. There's a second Forge, +3s on the way. Still only 1 Robo. I'm concerned about this singular Robo production, not gonna lie. As Roaches try to engage, they pick up an Archon. We take some losses there, but DRG, he is maxed out. Lurkers have arrived. We outposition the army as Estrella. He's not where he needs to be. And we push right for that 4th base. Yeah, Spine Shot's going to be going off. Cannons are going down. Yeah, Estrella, he's forced to respond, forced to rotate back over. Going for a Zealot Rabbi at the same time. Is breaking through. Oracle's doing what they can. They do manage to pick off 2 of those lurkers. Even looking for a 3rd and 4th. And the Zealot Rabbi is doing actually quite a lot of damage here. They're breaking through a base. They're getting into a mineral line, but at the same time, 16 probes went down. And can we break these lurkers? Oh, we target down those High Templar. We clean up the lurkers, though, and 2 High Templar survive. Not a bad fight here for Estrella. Whew. Looking at the units lost tab here, that was 12 dead lurkers for 4 High Templar, and mainly a gateway army. Pretty good fight here for the Protoss. Good fight for Estrella. Likewise, you also kill the base. Able to slow down those reinforcements. And this is still anyone's game. This is still up in the air. We are lacking storms, and that's what... Oh, never mind. I was going to say that's what some of these High Templar are for, but no, we're morphing a wave of Archons. We only have 2 High Templar and 2 Storms available, which is scary. And again, a very low immortal count. And without a high immortal count, or without disruptors even, I feel like the Mass Lurker should come out on top. Lings, they hit the 5th. They get us around, they're gonna get a kill. They do get a kill on that 5th. Things starting to run by. 1 lurker goes down. We do take a stasis to the face. Not the worst thing, but it does mean that these lurkers should get sniped as well. As DRG is rotating over towards the 3rd base instead. Gets 2 of those cannons. Rotates back around. Oh, he's actually threading the mineral line. 16 probes. He's within range of the mineral line. 18 workers go down. 20 probes go down. And Astray, he doesn't pull them back. 22 and counting. And the mineral line is exposed. We do see Astray trying to find a better angle of attack. But again, he just cannot engage. And now we see the Flea Beacon, but this might be too late. Oh my god, the spine shots are insane. They're absolutely brutal here, as Lurker range has been done for quite some time. We just annihilate those Zealots. We pull the army apart. We're going to kill in the 4th base at the same time. A big link flood into the main. Astray, he's being pulled apart. He just cannot keep up. And again, even though we scattered the Lurker Den pretty early on, he just wasn't able to deal with them. Wasn't able to keep up. Forge gets sniped. We're pushing right through the middle. We will be able to take down the center base. Oh, the storms! Big storms on the Ling Hydra. The storms were good, but we're pretty all in with this, and we're being picked apart. We're being surrounded. DRG collapses on the army, and there's just no way out. The immortal count is reset, and again, we only have 1 robo. We can't produce any more immortals. Ooh. Big storms on the Zerg army, though. Like, the storms have been good, but we don't have a 5th, and we don't have a 4th. Astray, he just cannot rebuild. He cannot sustain himself. Not anymore. No longer has an economy. His economy. Decent storms once again. But GG gets pulled. The swarm cannot be stopped, and DRG will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Dongray Gu for taking the series 2-0. Again, I do think the scout was on time for Estrella. Like, for him to realize that lurkers were on the way was not a bad moment for him. But if you remember, we were waiting for his response. It's like, do we go for a Fleet Beacon? Do we go for a Robo? Do we go for a Robotics Bay for disruptors? What exactly do we go for? He opted to go for a more Archon heavy composition, which is okay, but as we saw, it has such a hard time keeping up with the rotations of the Zerg player, and more often than not, we found Estrella pulled one way then the other, and he had a really hard time keeping up with the movement and the maneuverability of DRG. And by the time he started to throw down his Fleet Beacon for Skytels, it was too late. It did look like maybe Estrella was hoping he could hit and kill DRG before he hit critical mass of lurkers, but that wasn't the case. That was not the case. Wasn't able to push out. GG. Well played. Well played. Well played. With that, DRG advances on to the quarterfinals. This was a round of 16 match. He advances on to the quarterfinals to face off against his next opponent. Up next, we have Hero versus Dongregu. Let's go. Here we go. It is going to be another ZVP, but the opponents, the players, they do not get easier. They get harder and harder from here. DRG now up against the best Protoss in all of Korea, arguably the best Protoss in the entire world right now. Ooh, has been having a pretty strong year in his own right. But can DRG keep up with him? Let's go. I'm here for it. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, going for another 15-15. Every ZVP so far, he's been going for the safe opener. It is a South Korean Zerg player. It is DRG. We go. We saw DRG whip this out against Australia. Every game of their series is going to be whipping it out here against Hero as well, which makes sense. Hero is a much more aggressive player. He's much more aggressive, much more in your face compared to Australia, and does warrant playing a little bit safer and a little bit more tentative against him. Again, always exciting to see Hero compete, and we'll see what he does have in store for us here in this Zerg versus Protoss matchup. We usually see him against Dark, and it's just chaos. it's always just chaos whenever Hero and Dark face off against each other. DRG, though, is a much more standard player, so I do think this benefits Hero. He's going to be able to spread his wings a little bit more here against DRG and get into his own builds. We'll see. See if that is the case. So now Hero just trying to be as annoying as possible with this probe, tasing away at those drones, trying to force some inefficient mining, and making sure that there's no earlier gases or nothing crazy going on from the side of the Zerg player. So far, so good. Love me some StarCraft in the morning. Ah, good morning, Papi. Good morning. Buenos dias. Buenos dias. Oh, as we are settling in. Again, just setting into our openers. Again, it was a gate expanded to Cybercore, so nothing too fancy out of Hero either. We're just waiting for our initial tech of choice, and it is going to be a Stargate opener out of Hero. Should be Stargate into Oracle, but Hero has a lot of different builds that he loves to really sink his teeth into. One of the big ones that we might see in this series, big might on that one, is Hero does enjoy himself going for Mass Oracle, where he makes not just 3 oracles, but he goes into a 4th, 5th, and 6th oracle thereafter into a charge-based all-in. He does whip it out quite often in longer series, like maybe once in a best of 5, for example. That is a big possibility for him as well. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a pylon block here at the 3rd base. Adept's going to be threatening that natural as well. The Queen is busy, by the way. So he can threaten the mineral line. Lings is trying to keep up so far. Good control out of Hero. Does shave off some of those Lings, and he gets a tumor. Gets the tumor as well. The pylon will finish, and you can see Hero, he's in position to deny the center 3rd base as well. But DRG should finally be expanding. A delayed 3rd, but a 3rd nonetheless. And that did cost Hero a pylon. It did cost him 100 minerals. So it wasn't a free delay. Adepts, they do actually commit to the shade. We slip into the main base. We're going to try to focus on these things, and we will. There's 2 Lings left. Now we're down to 1. Down to 0. We get into the middle line. The Evo Chamber block too late. Evo Chamber a little bit too late. We get 2 drone kills in the main. We deny a lot of mining time. We shade in out of the base towards the natural. And we maintain, or we just continue to be active here. Continuing to threaten the mineral line. And here come the oracles. Now, Hero's 3rd base is very exposed, but remember, he just reset the Ling count. So there's no Lings to actually threaten that 3rd. So he isn't being punished for being active here. Being active in these bases. And in total, he's gotten 8 link kills, 2 drones. And he's still not done because here comes another Oracle. Is on the way. Behind this hero working towards his forge. Should be seeing a Twilight Council soon thereafter. There it is, now on the way. Working towards +1 in Blink or +1 in Charge. Also another viable option. But yeah, you can see here that again, this third base, it's safe and sound. I mean, it's not safe, but it's not being punished. It can't be. Yeah, DRG is just stuck at home with his lings. The Oracles are threatening a dive. And we have 5 queens at the third base. Only 1 in the main, and yeah, that's where we're headed. 2, 3, 4 drones going to be going down, but Hero, he throws away an Oracle. Pretty big loss there for Hero. Losing 1 Oracle for 4 drones, that was not worth it for our Protoss player. Initially, we were dealing some good damage. But throwing away one of those Oracles is a little bit brutal, and we'll see if we replace it. Usually Hero, he's really good at replacing Oracles. Does have his third, I guess now second Oracle moving out. Behind this is going to be +1 and Blink on the way. Here's going to be +1 and Blink as Link Speed kicks in. DRG does collapse on one of those adepts. The other will escape. We get 2 more drone kills here at the natural, and that is a gateway explosion, by the way. Oh my god. Stage trap in the main. Oh, we do react. We do pull back in time. Hero just keeping the pressure up, keeping DRG's attention back at home, going for a second stasis trap, which once again connects on only a single drone. But we have 4 gates on the way in addition to the 3 that we already have. It's going to be 7 gates in total. Hero, he's going to be very aggressive here on 3 bases. We'll see if we throw down a proxy pylon as well. As we're just waiting for the gateways, we are warping in. And we are soon going to be pushing. Again, a very strong timing with +1 and Blink. We are moving out. Yeah, Probe is on the way as well. I'm trying to set up for a 4th. It's going to be a 4th base behind the army. Blink is done in 10 seconds. But it looks like we will get on top of at least 2 of those Stalkers. We get 2, we get 3. Oh, we barely don't get the 3rd Stalker. Not a bad pick off there by DRG. Again, Blink finishing up a couple of seconds too late. 4th base is on the way behind the push. As Hero's moving out. And he is reinforcing. Again, the goal here is for Hero to get this 4th base up and running behind his army. But the Ling run by does threaten him. Hero has to back up. He's trying to keep up with the Lings. He saw them move towards the left, but he misses them, and the Lings, they actually go for the 3rd. Ooh, Hero dragged out of position. And do we force a recall? He wants to push towards the 4th. Lings, they bust in, overcharges pop. Shield battery is going to be going down, and this is a lot of damage. The probes, they're falling. And Hero, he's committed. We have to push in. Oracle goes down. And the Stalker, they have to recall back home. But it's too little too late. We've lost every single probe here at the 3rd, or 12 probes even. Hero, his economy, not looking so hot right now. And again, he missed his window. Like, the goal of that push was, again, meant to punish this 4th base, was to apply pressure, trade well, maybe even get a kill. Now, thankfully, Hero's working on that next step. It's going to be Charge, it's going to be Storm. But Hero is kind of stuck at home. He took a big blow to his economy. And DRG, he's free to expand. He's free to expand, spread his creep, establish his 4th, get his 5th. DRG is sitting pretty. I would say that DRG can afford to drone a little bit harder, but he is actually focusing on roach production. I was going to say that DRG could probably drone up to 73, maybe even almost 80 at this point. He's droning up a little bit. Now trying to keep with those Stalkers. Investing in more Overlords. This tells us that I don't think DRG is going to be saturating this space yet. DRG's maxing. He's maxing out on Lingbane Roach. 22 Banelings on the way. The goal here for DRG, break the 4th. Can we break this 4th base? Storm will be done, though. We will have Storm to defend. But again, after Hero's initial failed push, you can see that he had to just relinquish map control completely. And now we're going in. We have the Storm. Oh! Good Storms here on the banelings, but a couple do manage to get in. Yeah, they do head for the High Templar even, forcing out more Storms. Yeah, we clean up all the Ling Bane. DRG, he has to back off. Is getting some Stalkers. But not the best trade for the Zerg player. He has to wait for reinforcements. Lings, they come in, they trickle in once again, but a lot of Roaches go down. Expensive losses there for DRG. The Storms are brutal. The Storms were ideal. I was assuming that DRG was going to be able to get into the mineral line with some of those banelings, but went for the army instead, which means the mineral line was kept safe and sound somehow, some way. And DRG, he's in some trouble right now. He threw away so much supply there. And DRG decided not to saturate his 5th, remember. So Hero, he's up in workers. He's up in workers, he's up in economy. DRG, he has to break Hero here now. Team trying to force the issue. We have Storms at the same time. Ling Bane is rolling in. Trying to at least, and we do get into the mineral line. Oh! Get 7 probes. Do manage to get a handful of probes. Oh! Did I say a handful? A whole mineral line. 16 probes go down. Very necessary damage here for DRG. He had to get that done. He had to get that damage done, and he was able to do so. So he's maintaining himself here against Hero. Hero pushing out. We have 4 High Templar, each with at least 1 Storm. Oh, another Ling run by though. DRG, he does hit that 3rd. Yeah, side defense isn't done yet. Hasn't been rebuilt at the same time though. Hero, he does shut down the 4th. Yeah, DRG catching reinforcements. He gets to kill the Nexus. Does get a kill. DRG with a decent surround here, but does he have enough to break through the Stalkers? Yeah, the Storms are looking good on those Roaches. We're getting on top of the High Templar with reinforcements. It looks like we barely have enough. DRG, he will deal with this army. He swallows Hero up, shuts him down, and across the map he killed 18 probes. And he's not done, he's going for the 5th. He forces a recall. Yeah, DRG, he barely does defend. He attacks, he cripples the economy. And there's nothing left here. No cannons, no shield batteries, no overcharge. We have a Storm. But Hero, he's up against the wall. And there's no escape. GG gets called. DRG takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A very interesting game there out of Hero. Very similar actually to Estrella's game. They were different builds, but a similar outlook where both Hero and Estrella were trying to be aggressive with heavy Blink Stalker styles. And DRG, he was so on top of them ahead of time, able to punish those Stalkers before Blink really kicked in. On top of that, Hero also lost a couple of Oracles early on. He lost his first 2 quite early. Without Oracles, you can't really protect those Stalkers the way they otherwise would. As Oracles, they do such a great job at supporting Stalkers against Ling surrounds. Without your Oracles, your Stalkers are exposed, and they were shut down ahead of time. And with that, DRG, he was able to survive, able to hold. There was a moment when momentum was swinging back in favor of Hero, when DRG kind of failed his attack at the center base, and it was a failed attack. And we saw that Hero, he was like up like over 10 workers. He was getting up in tech as well. Things looking good for Hero. And then DRG broke the 3rd, right? That's the moment when DRG, he went for a big Ling Bane run by the first time, and he was able to kill 16 probes. Very important that DRG was able to pull that off. Without that, I'm sure we would have seen a very different game. Very different game there in game 1. Regardless, GG, DRG takes the lead in the series, and can he close it out? He's 1 game away here from advancing on to the semifinals as we're getting into game 2 on Site Delta. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, for Hero, the pressure is on. The pressure is on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. And here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent once again going for the 15 hatch opener. We have our red Zerg player, also from the land of South Korea, leading the series 1-0. It is DRG. As again, you can see here that despite the fast probe scout here, despite the fast movement, we are able to expand on location just in time before the probe arrives. That is the power of the 15 hatch opener. So DRG able to expand where he pleases, where he wants. Again, a much safer opener here. And we'll see how Hero adjusts. I don't expect him to go for the same build 2 games in a row. If you remember, he went for, the initial opener, I'm sure we will see, which was a Stargate opener into triple Oracle into +1 Blink Stalkers, but that led into like 7 gate Blink Stalker aggression. And again, it did have a really hard time coming to fruition just because Hero did bleed out his Oracles early on, so they weren't able to support him. So maybe Hero just goes to the same build, and maybe he just babysits his Oracles a little bit better to be able to maintain himself, and he's able to be a little bit more aggressive. We'll see. We'll see how Hero does adjust. As DRG has been kind of the reacting player so far. Just reacting to what Hero has been whipping out. So it feels like, at least I'll be mainly focusing on the Protoss. But for now, just standard openers. Again, 15-15 from DRG. Gain expand into the Cybercore from Hero. Standard openers. Based on the pylon placements, interesting. It's a little bit further back, but it looks like we should be going for a Stargate opener, especially if it's thrown down closer to the edge. There it is, Stargate opener out of Hero. Now, you may have seen some players throw down their initial pylon and Stargate a little bit closer to the edge. This is technically more efficient just because the pylon is right next to your gas geyser, so you're able to throw down the pylon and then go straight back to mining. So a very crisp and efficient opener overall. Getting into Oracle production. It does mean that the Oracle takes a little bit longer to get across the map, but it's possible that Hero isn't really too concerned with getting damage done with this first Oracle. Let's see, that does shade out. Does get eyes on the third. And this time Hero, he doesn't go for the pylon bluff. Doesn't delay the third base. And Hero, he's just going to be reinforcing with his second Adept, and soon going to be joined with his Oracle. So he does threaten the shade. He's going to be threatening those shades. Actually reinforcing with a third Adept as well. That I was not expecting. Hero warping in a fourth Adept already here, so a very aggressive start. Going for his second gateway back at home. Again, going to continue to threaten those shades. Now he's joined by a third Adept. Now he can push in. Being a little bit more adventurous, but he does get surrounded by the links. One Adept goes down. Big pick up there by DRG. A good start. Oracle dives into the main base, but the Queens are in position. Good stutter stepping so far, and we do force back that Oracle. Does live, though. Does survive. In 2 drone kills. Gets the hell out of there. And Hero, he's going to be backing off. He does retreat. Again, a much more passive style. He's respecting DRG's position. He's like, okay, I'm going to calm down. I'm going to get my third base up and running. And we'll see if DRG can punish him. As Lings are moving out, but we should be fine here back at home. 2 Oracles move out. Lings, they get across the map. They do get some nice surface area here on the base. Oh, and Hero, he should barely be able to hold on here. The Adept's putting in a lot of work. And we do survive. We do keep that third alive. And Hero, he has not been stopping his warp-ins, by the way, because of that faster third gateway. Yeah, we're just going across the map with a pretty hefty amount of adepts. Yeah, it's going to be 7 adepts and 3 oracles. 2 oracles from behind, and we don't react in time! Ooh, okay, we do. It's out of range. Slightly out of range, not the most ideal stasis trap there. But as they shade into the third base, drones are going down. A good amount of economic damage, actually. 5 drones already. Stasis trap goes off, gets 2 more drones in the main. Adepts, they catch a queen. And they shut a queen down. Lings are being shaved off. There is still a stasis trap there, which is spotted. Oh, the adepts, they do get surrounded. A nice surround here on those adepts. DRG does catch them, but we do recall back home, and this third base should be safe and sound as we get more drone kills in the main. 10 in total. A pretty good amount of damage dealt here by Hero. And he escapes with most adepts. It's now on DRG to counterattack. He's down in workers, down in economy. Threatens a run by at that natural, but he will not get in. Oh, but we're going for a hailing run by instead. Oh my god, DRG, he's doubling down. He's not droning. He's just making Ling Bane. He's not droning right now. Pure Ling Bane out of DRG, and can he break Hero? Is walling in. Does collapse in the mineral line. Shield battery goes down. And the third base, it looks like it should be broken, but we've got up to 4 oracles. And with all these oracles, we protect the 4th. We barely keep it alive. And DRG, he hasn't droned for quite some time. Oh, there we go. 5 workers now on the way. But because he hasn't been droning, his economy is actually looking worse for wear. He killed a bunch of probes. He's still down. He's still down in workers. Down in economy. Things, they come in from behind. They're going for the Nexus. They won't get it. They go for the Nexus. Lings, they try to bust into the natural as well. They are barely slipping in. The wall, barely not a wall. Yeah, Lings, they bust into the main base. They're going to get a handful of probes. And we're not done. We're still just rallying nothing but Lings across the map. Okay, DRG calming things down. Consolidating his army. He did make 5 extra workers. He droned up to 46, but he's still heavily behind in economy. He's getting a 4th base instead. Or he's trying to get his 4th base up, but not saturated. And Hero, he has momentum on his side. He's on 60 probes, throwing down a pylon. He can reinforce on the front lines. And we only have Lings to defend. No Roach Warren. We're going for the base. The overcharge, barely going to keep it alive. The base will not go down. Hero, he saves it. Does save it. Lings, they try to punish the Stalkers. Unable to. Roach is now on the way. Roach speed just started because the Roach Warren just finished. And Hero, he smells blood in the water. He knows how committed DRG has been. And it just hasn't been worth it for the Zerg player. Going for the base. He wants the base. He's been trying to go for that Nexus all game, and he just does not get it. Does not go down. It lives. And I'm afraid to look at the Stalker count. We have 29 Stalkers against 8 Roaches against 54 Lings. The Ling count is good, but that's what the Oracles are for. We spoke about this in Game 1, how the Oracle count was very low in Game 1 because the Oracles were sniped, but now we have plenty to support. And it looks like DRG will finally get a kill on this Nexus. It should go down. We have the overcharge, but with a full surround, it's going to fall. But it doesn't matter. The problem here is that it's too late. The third base doesn't matter. Not anymore for Hero. He has a massive supply lead. Yeah, pushing on forward. Lings, they're trying to catch the reinforcements. Good positioning here out of Hero. Yeah, it does minimize the surface area. And across the map, he's getting on top of those Roaches. The +1 cap-based Roaches, they barely can hold on. Here come the reinforcements. GG gets called, and Hero snowballs out of control, taking game number 2. We're forcing the ace match. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 3 here. We have an ace match on our hands. And this was a very aggressive style out of Hero. Remember, he was going for he was committing quite heavily to earlier warp-ins of Adepts, and he was able to deal a lot of damage. He moved out with 7 Adepts early on, 7 Adepts, 3 Oracles. He was able to cripple the economy of DRG, and if you remember, DRG's answer to his dead workers wasn't to re-drone, it was to mass Lings and counterattack. It was a really risky move out of DRG to just mass Lings and try to counterattack, try to punish the Protoss for their aggression, but he wasn't able to. Hero, he was able to recall back home. The Adepts, they were able to snuggle themselves in between the mineral line and the base, and DRG just wasn't able to do enough counter damage, which meant that because he wasn't droning, he fell behind. He just fell further and further behind. GG. With that, Hero does fight back, and now we're going to the final game. We're loading in to Hecate. And I'm just excited because it's the first time we're getting an ace match. We've casted quite a lot of matches already, and it's been 2-0s. It's just been 2-0s across the board. Finally, we get a game 3. Let's go. Anyone know the story behind Light's photo? If you're familiar with Nish, Nish is the StarCraft Observer. The StarCraft Observer, he is the guy on TikTok. If you're familiar, he makes a lot of TikToks about he makes like StarCraft skits. He also has his podcast. He's been making his own content. It is Nish. You know, he's a good supporter of the CranKy Ducklings, and he's the one that made the screenshot. He tuned in one day and he managed to screenshot me, you know, in a moment of bliss, and he got excited, Bob. He got excited. And Nish, he put in the work. He that screenshot doesn't have a background. He like made it transparent. He cleaned it up. You know, he made it an emote as well that I haven't used. I don't know if I'm going to use it, but he made an emote out of it, and yeah, he likes it, Bobby. He likes it. So after I saw that, I'm like, you know what? Why not? I'll just use it. I need to use the screenshot right now anyway. So yeah, we embraced it, Bobby. We embraced it. Very artistic. Regardless, we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Dragon KZ Gaming, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Zerg player once again going for the 15-15 for a delayed gas. We have the red Zerg from South Korea being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is DRG. Here we go. Now, there might be a couple people tuning in looking for the StarsWar Asia closed qualifier, as I believe the closed qualifier is starting now as we speak. That is true, but we will not be casting the StarsWar 11 Asia qualifier until after we finish KSL. So we're going to be wrapping up KSL first, and then we will be jumping into the StarsWar 11 qualifier cast thereafter. So we're going to be wrapping this up first, and then we'll be going into a second broadcast. So that is the plan. Oh boy. So a lot of StarCraft planned tonight. A lot of StarCraft is ahead of us. As for now, DRG just going to be droning up, getting to his link speed, pulling out a gas, and headed for his third base. So no early gas income, no early gas aggression, no fast lair or anything like that. Meanwhile, 2 lings, they do manage to slip in. He wants the probe. Oh, he won't get it. DRG punished for his greed. He does not scout the initial tech. Not the biggest of deals. Meanwhile, Hero, he does reciprocate. He shades into the main base, gets 1 drone kill, forces the spore, and gets the hell out of there. And remember, link speed is delayed, so there's no real punish for this adept. We can't chase it down. We cannot chase it down off of creep. It is safe and sound. And we're going to be reinforcing with a Stalker, actually. Okay, it is going to be a Stalker first. Oh, sorry, a Stalker follow-up. I like this because this makes it look like a Twilight Council opener. Overlord has to go in. Overlord has to go in. DRG, he will confirm that it is a Stargate. He gets supply blocked in the center of the map. We have 2 Overlords on the way. Ooh, a brutal supply block for DRG. As Hero, he's here to try to punish him even further. He's here to try to pick up some of those workers if at all possible. He gets 2 tumors. He gets both active tumors. Very good pickup. Link speed is now done. Link speed is now done, and we're going to be threatening a shade again. Not going to be committing, though. We're backing off. We're turning back around, headed for the 3rd base. DRG going for his fast Evo chamber. This is going to be for +1 melee, as we have seen time and time again. And now the Oracle Harass is here. Are you going to cast the StarsWar Qualifier? Yes, after KSL. And here we go, the Oracles, they are going to be dipping into that mineral line. They get 4 drones, pretty good damage so far, and we don't take a lot of hull damage either. Good pick up there by Hero. Shaves off some drones. Does get cornered. Behind this, we're going for Forge and Twilight Council, looking like +1 and Blink once again. So a standard transition there from Hero as he's moving out with quite an abundance of adepts. 5 adepts moving out. So we have 2 Oracles from behind. We have adepts from the front. Lings, can they keep up? Yes, we do have the Oracles to support in case the Lings do dive in. They're at the stasis traps, and oop, they will be focused down. Good cleanup there by DRG. But very good positioning here out of Hero as he does focus down so many drones. Oh my god, he gets 13. 14. Can we get 15? We can. 16 drones go down an entire mineral line. And for what? For 5 adepts. For 5 adepts, both Oracles survive, by the way. They're racing back home. We're ready for a Link counterattack. Meanwhile, DRG has to counterattack because he has lost so much back at home. That is a crippling amount of damage. That is almost a game-ending amount of damage. DRG has to push back. But what can he do? Nothing. Not against all these Oracles. Oh, he can get a Stalker. Does catch a Stalker. We have plenty of reinforcements. And Hero, he should be able to hold. Lings, they thread the natural. You can see Hero, he does invest. He does make a 4th Oracle. Again, just because of the Ling aggression. And DRG is still making more Lings behind this. He's getting a 4th base. He has resaturated his main, at least. He has resaturated. His 3rd base could do with some more saturation. He's staying on 2 gases as well. Throwing down his Roach Warren. But DRG, he just made how many Lings? 36, sorry. 47. 47 Lings. And a lot of them could have been drones. A lot of these Lings, they could have been drones, but he's invested into all these Lings. They aren't quite paying for themselves. Hero, he's chilling. He's defending back at home. He's going to be harassing with the Oracles. He does get eyes on all those Lings. Again, DRG, he knows he has to make use of them somehow, some way. And it looks like he will cancel the 4th. So not a bad start here. DRG canceling the 4th base, but I mean, it's still not quite enough. DRG's own 4th isn't saturated. He's now droning. Baneling Nest on the way. He's going to Lingbane Roach once again. Meanwhile, Hero sticking with a gateway heavy composition. He's going +1 Blink Stalkers into +2 and Charge. So he's going to be delaying Colossus production. Going for a more gateway heavy composition instead. And from here, the dust is going to be settling, and Hero has a nice lead. Has a nice economic lead. DRG unable to bounce back yet. But he will be able to saturate his bases. But he will be losing some drones in the process. As 4 workers go down. Oh, we do get the Oracle. Good pickup. We do manage to snipe that Oracle. The problem is that the Oracle didn't just get 4 drone kills. You know, we've gotten quite a lot of value over the course of this game. 25 drone kills in total. And we still have 3 more Oracles harassing on the right-hand side. Sending an Oracle towards the main. We get a Revelation off. We get an eye on the lair. on the Roach Warren. And DRG, he is setting up. He is getting ready for his push. Knocking down all these rocks. Now, to defend, we don't have any Robo production. No Immortals, no Colossus, no Disruptors. DRG, he can make this army work. There we go. He's knocking down that front door, forcing the overcharge. Hero out of position. He's rotating back over. Yes, we do break in. A good force field so far. We're buying some time. The overcharge maintains these Stalkers. They refuse to go down. And Hero holds. He does force back the army. His reinforcements have arrived. We do get a decent surround here on the left-hand side. We're getting on these Stalkers. But it's still not good enough. DRG has to retreat. Hero behind this, rebuilding that wall. Additional Immortals on the way. And that Immortal count that was once at 0, it's getting up there. We've got 1, soon to be 2. The Immortals, they're gonna help so much against these roaches. And DRG can still not break through. He's maxed out. He's maxed out on Lingbane Roach. Banelings are rolling in. Reddening the left-hand side. DRG staying on a low drone count. He's on 4 base saturation. Hero up to 90 probes. Gee, that's maybe too much. I know that that Hero, he's been enjoying an economic lead, but that's maybe too many workers. As the Banelings, they're wasted on Stalkers. They don't quite break through the overcharge. Hero, he holds. He shuts down the army. No more Banelings left. And now it's time to counterattack. Oof. What should soon be. I mean, Hero's maxed out. He's maxed out. He's got Storm, right? No, sorry, my apologies. No Storm. He's working towards Sky Toss? I don't think he needs to. But there we go. Lings, they bust into the main. They bust into the natural. The wall was not a wall. DRG, he's still in this. He's still in this as he gets Lings in most of these mineral lines. So far, good reactions out of Hero. And again, Hero, he's working on Stargates. He's working on a Fleet Beacon. He's working towards Sky Toss. Again, I don't think he needs to work towards that, but, I mean, it's a really secure way to close this out. It is a solid end goal as the Roaches, they're getting on top of the army. They do snipe some of these Archons. But that was not worth it. And you can see that DRG just doesn't have the biggest bank. Doesn't have the best economy. Trying to remax as quickly as possible. But Hero just forces DRG all the way back home. Now, DRG did kill 12 probes, but I mentioned earlier that we had 90 probes. We probably had too many. The Banelings, they come in! The Banelings, they shut down the High Templar. No Storms. I mean, there weren't any... Why do I keep thinking that we have Storm available? I just keep seeing these High Templar waddling around. The prison is going to be targeted, but alas, we may just have too many Stalkers. We're reinforcing. Oracles are going ham. And the Roach army crumbles. GG gets called. Hero takes the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to you to Hero as he does take it in the end. Again, was able to just achieve game-ending damage early on. Remember, with his initial 5 Adept triple Oracle Harass, he killed 16 drones. Basically at the start of the game, he killed 16 drones. That was game-ending damage. And as a response to losing all those drones, DRG mass Lings. He went for a mass Ling counterattack, and the counterattack didn't achieve much. He picked off like a couple of Stalkers, I think. Like he got a couple of units, but again, the Lings didn't do much damage, and that means that all those Lings that were made could have been drones. Because they failed to do damage, they could have been drones. It could have been a way to bounce back economically, but DRG never did. He was never able to bounce back. He was stuck pretty all in, stuck with Lingbane Roach, and he just wasn't able to break the defenses of Hero. Hero snowballed out of control. Arguably was a little bit too greedy. Like, Hero probing up to 90 was maybe a little bit too much. But it means that he had probes to spare. So when he lost 12 workers, didn't even matter. Like he was still on a healthy worker count. He was able to counterattack, able to snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. We had Skytoss. That's how far ahead he was. We had Skytoss on the horizon. We didn't even need the Skytoss. We didn't see the Skytoss. Thankfully, we didn't. We didn't need to see that. Was able to just break DRG then and there. Congratulations. Congratulations to Hero. But a shout out to DRG for forcing the ace match. Again, I feel like DRG gets overlooked a lot. Just because he's an old player, and just because DRG, unlike Hero or Gumiho, hasn't had like these, or Classic, hasn't had these like really big, bombastic, deep runs in tournaments, whether it's a GSL or an IEM or other major events. DRG hasn't been able to really like have a deep run in any of these tournaments, but he's still a really good player, and he still does trade back and forth with Dark, with Hero, with Bjorn. It's been really impressive to see DRG grow. I feel like consistency is what he's lacking a little bit here, because we're not able to see DRG just like go back to back here and make these deep run in tournaments. He can maybe take down Bjorn, but then he falls to Cure or something like that. That is something that DRG is still working on, but not a bad player by any means. GG. Well played. Congratulations. Hero moves on. DRG is eliminated, and we have one series left to wrap up the quarterfinals. After this series, we're going to be going on a short break, and then we're going to be diving into the semis and then the grand finals thereafter. I did see a couple of people asking in the chat about StarsWar 11 qualifiers. We will be casting the StarsWar 11 qualifiers after we wrap up KSL. I had the option. We could have cut, basically, I could cut the KSL stream now and just switch over to StarsWar 11, and then after we finish StarsWar 11, go back to KSL, but to make it a little bit less messy, to have a little bit more structure to the cast, we'll wrap up KSL first, and then we'll go for StarsWar 11. So that's the plan. That is the plan. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Don't you worry. We'll get there. Meanwhile, we are going to be continuing the quarterfinals, and we have one series left. It's going to be a PvP, a very interesting PvP. Let's go. It's going to be a Protoss versus Protoss between Parting and Stats. Parting and Stats, or Parting more recently returned to the game. Stats, he came back like a year ago. Over a year ago now, Stats has been back, and Stats has been okay. He's been improving quite a lot recently. I would have said that Stats' rate of improvement was pretty slow going. For the first like 6 months or so, but the past 2 months, basically maybe month and a half, post IEM Stats, it feels like maybe IEM motivated him. Maybe IEM was able to like spark a fire within Stats, and he has been getting better and better results ever since IEM. It's been great to see him improve. We've been seeing Stats even force players like Dark to the ace match. Like, that's huge. Like, forcing Dark to like an ace match, for example, is like a big win for Stats. That happened like 2 weeks ago, relatively recently. So yeah, he has been improving quite a lot in a lot of these matchups. But how does he compare to Parting? Parting, he has only returned recently to StarCraft. I want to say maybe like a month, maybe 2 months at most ago. Like, pretty recent he's been coming back, and he's been getting some mixed results. I think his biggest win was pre-IEM Katowice. Pre-IEM, he played in an ESL Open Cup Americas, and he beat Bjorn. He beat Bjorn in a best of 3. And that was wild. It was like, oh my god, he's crazy. So for Parting to beat Bjorn, that was very impressive. But he hasn't been able to replicate that success. Like, he was able to beat Bjorn that one time. Hasn't really looked that hot since then though. So we've seen like moments, we've seen like spikes from Parting, but we're still waiting for him to really break out again, and that's what we're here for. Is what we are here for. Let's go. As game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. And here we go. We're getting into game number 1, and spawning in the top left hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, currently teamless, deserving to be on the team. The ex-military Protoss, it is Stats. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player representing his new team, recently joining Aftermath Esports. It is Parting. Again, Parting, he's been streaming a fair bit. He's been playing StarCraft. He's been competing in Stormgate as well. Parting has been enjoying his resurgence here to RTS. And I think it was like a week ago that or less than a week ago, that Parting was announced to have joined Aftermath. So it's great to see Parting, continuing to invest and enjoying his time back. And I know of course, he has a lot of fans out there, myself included. But I've yet to really, again, see that solid play, like whether it's aggression or longer macro play from Parting yet. We've seen him, like, again, bounce back from time to time. Like in that series against Beyond, he was looking very impressive. You could argue that Beyond was maybe a little bit too overconfident in that series. I think that played a part as well. But I love that Parting has been continuing to compete and continuing to improve. He wants to make his comeback a reality. And we'll see if he can pull it off. For the time being, 2-gate opener. It's going to be a 2-gate opener out of Parting, 2-gate opener out of Stats. What I will say about both of these players is that both returning military players is that PvP is I would say, their best matchup right now. We have seen Stats and Parting pop off and take down some established names in PvP already. It does feel like that's usually the case, is that when players return from the military, their best matchup is their mirror matchup, just because it's changed the least over time. At least for PvP and ZVZ. TVT has changed quite a lot, the most recent patch, but only the most recent patch. Like when Gumiho came back, like his TVT was terrifying, as to be expected. Same with TY. And for now, we have our first two units. It's going to be Double Adept. Ooh, okay. Double Adept here from Stats and Parting, followed by a 3rd and 4th Adept from both players. We are mirroring each other so far. Okay, aggression is on the table for both Stats and Parting. Stats, he's doubling down. He's going for a Stargate as a follow-up. This is going to be for Oracle Harass, so it's going to be Adepts plus Oracles from Stats. Parting going for a more economic follow-up, going for Adepts into Expand. No Stargate, no Oracles. So Parting is going to be the defender, Stats is going to be the aggressor. And saying that kind of feels weird, right? I feel like in years past, when they were in their prime, I would have said the opposite. Because Stats was known for being the shield of Iron, Parting was known for his insane micro and aggression. But at least in these openers, in this PvP in Game 1, it's the reverse. So we'll see if Parting can keep up. Adept's going to be threading a shade towards that natural. Twilight Council's on the way for eventually Blink for Parting. Does have an abundance of Adepts, and it looks like he should wall off, as the Adept count has been scouted. So Stats knows. He's aware of the high Adept count, and we double down. We're going up to how many? 8 Adepts. Oh my god. Now, I'm a little bit concerned. So Parting, he has a lot of Adepts. That's true. He's working on Blink. Also true. But he also has 0 anti-air. 0 anti-air, and Oracles are amassing. We have the first Oracle. We do catch wind of the army. Second Oracle's on the way. Stats, he's going to be committing. Shading on in. Now Parting, he does wall off in time. Adepts, they do commit across the map, but there's nothing to kill. There's nothing for them to do. I mean, likewise the same for Stats. They're going for some pylons. We do manage to get a pylon. Oh, not quite. Both pylons to survive. Parting, get the hell out of there. Does try to shade away, but the Oracle punishes Parting so much, bleeding out a lot of Adepts. But he does shade in. Shades into the main base, gets a probe. And he's going to pick off a couple more in the main, but we have plenty of Stalkers to defend, and we should shut this down. Not before bleeding out 5 probes, though. Oh, getting a 6th as well. 6 probes go down across the map. We get a couple of workers as well. Parting does a good amount of economic damage, and he does have a worker lead. These Oracles, they've been stuck defending. Even though Stats, he wanted to be active, wanted to move out, wasn't able to. So far, Parting looking good. He's ahead in the economy. We're even on bases. He's in position to defend against those Oracles. And Stats, he won't be able to break in. Not without his reinforcements. Speaking of, Stats does have a larger army. Quite a larger army here. So I was feeling confident that Parting, he would be able to defend at least his mineral line, but Stats, he doesn't care about the mineral line. He wants the base. He's going for the Nexus. The Oracles, they bust into the main base. Probes are going down. We get 4 probes. Yeah, we're winning out on this fight as well, and we might just barely get a kill on the Nexus. It's going to be close. It's going to be so close. One more volley. Oh. And we barely do get a kill. Stats, he shuts down the natural. He recalls back home, and now Stats, he has a worker lead, a base lead. He doesn't have an army, though. This should trigger a counterattack. Parting, the one thing he has is Stalkers. We have 10 Stalkers to the 3 of Stats. Shield batteries are on the way. Oracle comes back home. Shield batteries are amassing, by the way. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Stats. The longer this goes on, the better it becomes for the Red Protoss. Parting, he has to push in here and now. He has to try to break Stats. But the stasis, does he see? Does he notice? Oh. I'm not too sure he does. Blink is done. Bear that in mind. Playing with fire right now. And the stasis. Oh, he avoids it. Oh my god, Parting. He dodges the stasis. But he does bleed out Stalkers. And again, he's still fighting against shield batteries. There's still 3 of them. And Parting, he's holding. Yeah, especially with these reinforcements coming in. He has plenty to defend. And Parting, he's got almost half the worker count here of his opponent. Like, there's no turning, there's no macroing from here. Not for Parting, not anymore. And now we have Blink. Now Stats also has Blink as well. Parting trying to force his way in. Yeah, he gets punished for it. He gets chased down. GG gets called. There was nothing else left. And Stats will take game number 1. GG. Again, Stats able to make use of his larger army. We spoke about how initially Parting was going to be the defender, and he was able to defend his mineral line, but not his natural. He had no shield battery set up, he had no overcharge, his natural was exposed, and Stats was able to snipe it. With that, just take a massive economic lead and force Parting all in. And Parting just unable to break through the line of defense. Again, there were 3 shield batteries done already for Stats. So much energy. Plus an overcharge as well. So Stats was perfectly fine. And with that, Stats takes game number 1. And now, we're getting into game 2. Let's go. I'm catching up in the chat. I like both of these players. Damn. True, right? Like, both Stats and Parting, they both have a legacy behind them. They're both, you know, very charismatic as well. In different ways. Like, Stats feels very wholesome. Like, he can speak English whenever he streams, and he's always cheerful. Like, Stats, he's always got a smile on his face, or at least he used to. He probably still does. Not quite as, his smile isn't quite as iconic as Hero, but there's Stats, he always seemed to be like very easygoing. Meanwhile, Parting, of course, more bombastic, with that persona, with a bit of an ego, but you know, with the charm to back it up as well. Great to see them back, but they're facing off against each other, and here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Stats. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player representing Aftermath Esports. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now. It is Parting. Here we go. Probe is being sent out. It's going to be dipping into the main base, trying to get a read on Stats. Likewise, Stats should be doing the same. Yeah, a bit of a later probe scout from Stats instead. So Parting maybe a little bit more paranoid. Wants to make sure he gets eyes on that second pylon. Stats just going for a later move out. And with this, we should be seeing our second pylons in the main base. Shouldn't be anything too crazy. And there we go. Second pylon has been thrown down for stats. Likewise, has been thrown down for parting as well. Has been thrown down for parting. So pretty standard openers, no proxies. It's basically what both players are confirming and that we are pointing out. There's no proxies whatsoever. Could still lead into a one base all in. We do see parting going for an interesting opener, very greedy, going for a sentry. I believe he's going to be canceling that zealot, but yep, there we go. Does cancel the zealot. Basically, the purpose of this is it makes it look like he's making 2 units, and the probe scout of stats is going to confirm that there's only 1 unit on the way. Much faster expansion and very greedy build here by parting. Sentry into a fast nexus. One of the greediest openers you can go for. I say one of because gate expand is a thing, you know, shout out to Max Packs. And we're triggering a one base all in. Let's go. Once again, Stats is going to be the aggressor, and once again, Parting is being the defender. Like, just like game number 1, it just feels weird to say, but that is the game state right now. One base all in out of our red Protoss, and Parting with a greedy opener has to survive. Now, first things first, we have to realize that we're up against an all-in. Hallucination Scout is zooming across the map. Parting gonna get a read on the 3rd gateway and the Robo. Big scout for Parting. He sees everything, he confirms it is a one base all-in. Now he knows, but knowing is half the battle. Now we need to prepare. We have 1 shield battery back at home to defend. Stats chipping away at those sentries already, reinforcing with more stalkers. He wants those sentries! Yeah, he wants the Stalker. Stalker is going to go down. Big pick off. We get a Stalker. We're going for a Sentry as well. We do get it. Parting losing so much already. Warp Gate just now finishing up. Good control out of stats. He does keep that Stalker alive. And Parting, he's up against the wall. To reinforce, we have the Warp Prism. We have more Stalkers on the way. They're walling across the map. Parting is going for a defensive Robo. That's going to be for Immortal production. He needs those Immortals desperately. Gets caught out. Only 1 shield battery. This second shield battery is so late. It's a late second shield battery. We pop the overcharge. Barely do keep the army alive. Force field. Not good enough. The Stalker escapes. Parting unable to catch stats. And here come even more Stalkers. Looking at the units tab, it's 12 Stalkers to 4. Second shield battery again. We're seconds away from finishing. Overcharge has run out. And we're going for the pylon. For the Stalkers even. Stats bleeding out some Stalkers of his own. But good control overall. Here comes the Prism. We're reinforcing. Wait, where's the Immortal? It just now pops out. Is it in time though? We depower everything. We depower the shield batteries, and with that, Stats, he has control of the low ground. He has control of the natural. Going for the Immortal, won't get it. Good positioning so far. Goes for the Stalker instead. Ooh, going for sentries. Bold move here. He's looking for the force field. I almost said the recall. Looking for the force field. He does get it. Good juggling so far at Parting. The Prism takes a big volley. Yeah, we throw down the force field. And so far, Stats, he has control of the low ground. He's going for the Nexus. It's 1 volley away from going down. And it does fall. We get the natural. Now we can go straight for the army, straight for the kill. No overcharge, by the way. Again, really good juggling out of Parting, but he's supply blocked. He's supply blocked. He can't reinforce. More pylons on the way. Now is not the time to be supply blocked. And Stats, he's just cleaning up everything here on the low ground. The Immortal's so low. It goes down. We do miss it. We don't manage to pick it up, but GG gets called. Stats has broken Parting, and Stats will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Parting going for a very greedy build, especially on hard lead. I have to, mate. On hard lead of all maps, shortest rush distance map in the map pool, which means you can waddle across the map quite quickly compared to other maps. Parting going for a 2-gate opener into Sentry into Nexus. I mean, baiting out the all-in. What would you expect to come out here from stats? And he did confirm it, did confirm the all-in, but you saw that, again, reinforcements arrived so quickly and he barely wasn't able to hold on. His shield battery was a couple of seconds too late as well. Again, his immortal a couple of seconds too late. I mean, again, give us any other map. Give us any slightly larger map and shield battery would have been on time. Immortal probably would have been on time as well. Oh, again, the aggression hits just that much more different, that much harder on hard lead. And GG, well played with that stats. We'll take the series and we'll advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh, of course, right. How could I forget? The sentry you probably shouldn't chase. That was another big moment as well. If you remember, at the very start of the all-in, Parting did lose a sentry. He lost a stalker and a sentry before, like, the defense was really coming together. So, like, these small little pickoffs, they just snowball out of control, right? Like, that extra sentry could have been an extra force field, could have been an extra killed stalker, or could have been a guardian shield as well. Like, every little minute details matters that much more when you're in an all-in game state. And with that, GG, well played. We have our semi-finalists. Let's go. We have 4 players here for the semi-finals. It's going to be Stats advancing on to face off against Hero in the upper semis, and we have Dark advancing on to face off against Creator in the lower semi-finals. Oh boy, we have a PvP and a PvZ. We're going to be going on a short break. We've been non-stop here so far. We're going to be going on a short break. I need a moment to set up for the semi-finals. When we return, we will have the semis and then the grand finals thereafter. Take this moment to get some water, get some snacks, stretch, posture check. You're going to make sure that there's no slouching going on in the chat. Look after yourselves. Look after yourselves. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the semis. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OST as we have returned with the semifinals of the Korean StarCraft League week number 46. As a reminder, to quickly go over, the Korean StarCraft League, it is a fully community-funded tournament. It is funded by the community for the community. And if you want to help support the Korean StarCraft League, then we have a command. We have a command in the chat, !KSL. !KSL will give you a... Oh, wait, hold on, I didn't even look at... It's early morning. There we go. Yes. !KSL in the chat, and you will get a link to the Patreon. There's a Patreon here for the Korean StarCraft League. Through and via the Patreon, you can support the tournament. You can, pledge an amount, and you can help fund the event and make it and boost the prize pool and make it a little bit more regular. I say this just because this event used to be a weekly, but is no longer a weekly tournament. Support for the KSL has waned over the past couple of months, and as a result, over the past couple of months, this has become a bi-weekly tournament. So now it's every 2 weeks instead of every week. I mean, regardless of the support on the Patreon, this event is still going to be continuing, and in some form or fashion. At some point they may decide to reduce the prize pool or something like that, but still keep it going bi-weekly. But again, if you want to help turn this from a bi-weekly back into a weekly tournament, you can do so via Patreon. Again, it's up to you. It's up to you if you so wish. Otherwise, all that we ask is that you follow us here on the CranKy Ducklings, follow Dave Tester, and follow Chicken Man. If you're wondering why those people, well, Dave Testa and Chicken Man, they are the two brains behind the KSL. They are the ones that actually put it together. They made the Patreon. Oh, I just disconnected my keyboard. But they made the Patreon. They created the Discord. They create and they organize and admin the event itself. Without Dave and Chicken Man, the KSL would not be here. They're the people that took the initiative to actually make this event possible. So a big shout out to Dave and a big shout out to Chicken Man as well. Much love, much support. And it's thanks to them that we're able to cast this ourselves as well, because they're more than willing to embrace community casters. We cast it. I think Wardy, Pig, and Loco, they go over the replays and they make some YouTube videos about it as well. Like they cast matches on their own. Likewise, sometimes Steadfast joins us live. We have casters from Mexico, like Enki casts in Spanish. We have some Korean casters. We have some Portuguese casters. Again, the community all coming together for this. So much love and support. So big shout out to the people behind KSL. Otherwise, now we can focus on the semis. We can focus on the games themselves. Let's go, Bobby. We just featured Stats take down Parting, and if you weren't here for it, Stats was very aggressive. He was very aggressive both in game 1 and in game 2. Now, to give Stats some credit, game 2 he was baited into an all-in because Parting went for a very greedy build. He went for a very greedy build in that PvP, so Stats had to go for the all-in. Copium. It was the only option, the only response. In game 1, both players opened up aggressively, but Stats just doubled down on aggression and he was able to break Parting. Parting wasn't able to hold on. I bring this up just because it was a PvP, and I wonder if Stats will have the same approach or if he will differ his approach here against Hero. Again, Hero is the best Protoss in all of South Korea, arguably the best Protoss in the entire world right now. So it's not going to be an easy one for Stats. Wish him the best as we're getting ready for our best of 3. Oh, sorry. Do you have to fix that up? It is going to be a best of 3, not a best of 5 semifinals match. Here we go. Game 1 is on hard lead. Vámonos. Is Dave Steadfast? No. Dave Testa is Dave Testa. Steadfast is Steadfast. It's a little bit confusing because Steadfast, his real name is David, if I'm not mistaken. So people call him Dave. But that is not the same Dave as Dave Testa. Steadfast, he does cast KSL from time to time, but he is not, he's not by any means like in the works behind it. He isn't the person behind the event. That's Dave Testa instead. So two different Daves. Aye. Shaking my head. But here we go, we're getting into our next series, into our semifinals, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hardland, we have our red Protoss player representing CranKy Z Gaming. Again, the best Protoss in the entire world. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the ex-military Protoss. Currently teamless, deserving to be on a team though. It is Stats. We go. Stats versus Hero. We are here, we are live, and we're ready for some more PvP action to determine who makes it onto the grand finals. Which Protoss will it be? Again, Hero is traditionally our KSL champion. I think Hero, he has won this weekly tournament more than any other player. So, you know, it's usually like, can anyone stop Hero from winning? Can anyone stop Hero from becoming our champion? We're here to find out. It is up to Stats to step up. Meanwhile, Hero going to be hiding that first probe. Interesting. We do have our 2-gate setup back at home. It's going to be a 2-gate opener at a Hero, 2-gate opener at a Stats. Hero making use of this probe, keeping it hidden, and we do hide the first pylon. Okay, bold move. The pylon has been hidden. Now the probe scout of Stats is coming in. He is slipping into the main base, and he will confirm, hold up, that pylon is missing. The pylon is not where it should be. Where exactly is it? We can see it's in the middle of the map, but Stats, when he does check, he should be scouting the edges of the map instead. So just a very cheeky position here for Hero to throw it down. We do see Hero opening up double Zealot, and I believe he's going to be proxying a Robo. Stargate, okay, not a Robo, it's going to be a proxy Stargate. Hero, he's going to be committing at least a little bit with this. Proxy Stargate usually leads into Oracles, nothing else. We do see him canceling the Zealot, starting up the Stalker, cancel the other Zealot, starts up another Stalker as well. Very cheeky move here at a Hero, making it look like he was making units initially when he wasn't. Hiding his proxy, hiding his build. And back at home, Stats is just trying to get a read of what's going on. And he's scouting. You can see him check. He has one probe towards the north. He has one probe towards the south. Stats, he's desperately looking for that proxy. And he is reading it all in. He's going for a Robo. Okay, so this is a very strong reaction out of Stats. He's going for a third gateway and a Robo. Very big reaction here from our blue Protoss, as he does come across the proxy. He does find it. And Stats, he's going for his own one base all in. Now Hero is going to be able to force back these Stalkers, at least initially. He does shoot first. Oh! Yeah, he does shoot first. Does trade a little bit more efficiently there, forcing back the army. Even forces the recall. As Stats, he will escape with that one Stalker. And again, behind this, Robo and a Gateway. Meanwhile, Hero, he reads this so well, going for his own Robo. Ay, ay, ay. So, I mean, he got scattered. Stats, he got scattered. Hero is going to be confirming with the Oracle. Does get eyes on the Robo. So, Hero, he's fully aware of the one base all in. And how do we respond? Robo into Immortal production. Shield batteries on the way. Hero, he is ready to receive. And Stats, can he pull this off? Can he succeed like he did against Parting? Can he break the defenses of Hero? And can Hero succeed where Parting failed? As we are going to be making a Phoenix back at home, it's a really good way to help deal with that Prism. It's a really good way to just make use of this tech as well, because Oracles can't really help. Yeah, Stats, he has arrived. Phoenix will make it out, but we will depower this Stargate. And back at home, Immortal production. First one, it's already halfway done. It's halfway done at this point. We have very little to defend. Second shield battery starts up already. So a much faster second shield battery compared to what Parting had. Stalkers are pushing in. 11 Stalkers for Stats. Does focus down the shield battery. Barely does help. And Stats, can he break through? But the shield battery is being forced back. That one Phoenix putting in a lot of work. The Prism's getting low. We have to save it. Ooh, and we barely will. The Prism barely does escape. The Immortal chasing this all the way back here. Hero being very bold. And you can see him just punish those Stalkers. The Immortal shuts them down. Hero gonna back up. Gonna retreat. Shield battery is up. And he still keeps that Oracle alive. He's checking across the map and he does get eyes on the expansion. Ooh, Stats. He's not feeling confident. He doesn't believe he can pull off this one base all in, so he's gonna be expanding instead. And Hero sees. On top of that stats, he has the Observer, so he can see the rotation of Hero's army. Likewise, Hero getting ready in his main as well. As we are stepping in, we're going for the Force Field. We're looking to Force Field the ramp. And there it is. Can we dive on top of that Prism? It looks like we barely cannot. It does survive. We go for the Immortal. And the Immortal is targeted down. But the Prism falls. And that's a bigger pick-off. That is a bigger pick-off. We managed to get a couple of probes in the natural. But the Stalkers are falling. They try to go for the War Prism as well. Instead, they have to settle for some probes. Yeah, and stats, he's being cleaned up. Does have a slight worker lead, but he lost so much here in this fight. He lost so much in the process. Back at home, he's trying to rebuild his Immortal count. And Hero, he's counterattacking. He's pushing out immediately. Hero, he's slightly behind in workers. That's the downside here, is that stats has been able to recover and take an economic lead. Oh, the stasis. Oh, does he see? Does he notice? Hero, he's trying to bait him in. Doesn't take the bait. Prism taking a lot of hits. Oh, and it does get targeted down. Big pick off. Yeah, we dive on the army. Hero, the Immortal, taking a lot of damage as well. It looks like the Immortal will fall. Hero taking a rough fight here. Stasis Trap catches some of those Stalkers. Doesn't get the Immortal though. And can Hero focus that Immortal down? It's exposed. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Can he get it? Up. It's so close. A couple more hits. Uno más. He gets it. Oh my. The shield. The shield keeps it alive, but no, it will fall. Ooh, big loss there for stats. He almost kept it alive. That was so close. That shield survived another hit. Stats, he will bleed out his Immortal, but he still maintains his army lead. 5 Stalkers, but Hero, what does he have instead? He has a higher Immortal count. Very close game. Both players have an even drone count. They have 30 probes to 32 now for stats. So a slight lead for our blue Protoss. Meanwhile, Hero, he does have the Immortal lead instead. So Hero, he's up 1 Immortal, is pushing. And then with 2 gateways. Suddenly there's 2 gateways to reinforce. Can Hero catch stats off guard? Stats, his shield battery isn't done, by the way, and he's a bit out of position. He's splitting up his units. Stalkers in the main, but we need them in the natural. Yeah, we dive on the Immortal. And it is going to be focused down. Big pick off by Hero. Stats, now his army rotates over, but the damage was done. We sniped the Immortal. Boys, so pulled the Immortals are getting low though. Very low. So far, Hero, he keeps them alive. Good juggling out of our red Protoss. And again, stats, he never remade his War Prism. Never remade it. Hero, a risky maneuver. Getting into the main. Gets a sentry. At the same time, Toadupsay busts into the main base of Hero. Hero had a worker lead because he forced the boys to be pulled earlier, but he's going to be losing 5 probes in the main. Oh, my apologies. I assumed that the Prism wasn't remade. It was remade, but it was harassing across the road. No, we left it alone! No! A little bit late to unsiege. Prism falls. Not like this. And Stats' his answer here is to go into Glaives. He's going for an all-in. He throws down 2 more gateways. It's going to be a 2-base all-in here out of Stats. Glaives doesn't really have too much longevity here in this game. We're just going to be doubling down on Mass Adept. It can do quite well when it comes to tanking Immortal shots. And it's also very maneuverable as well, as you can shade on top of the army or shade past the army into a mineral line. So there is a lot of potential with Mass Glaive Adept. But Hero is pushing and he has a much more robust main army. Hero going for his own glaives as well. Let's go. Great minds think alike. Ooh, Hero pushing into a concave. Not going to work out well for him. He does shade into the main. Gonna get a couple of probes. Did I say a couple? 5 probes go down. Pretty good damage dealt here by Hero. Gets 5 workers. Hero, he backs up with his main army. Is going to be retreating. Even shading into the natural. Can he get another probe? Can he get one more? Oh, barely not. But Hero, he has an economic lead. All he has to do is survive. All he has to do is survive the counterattack. But it's quite a counterattack. 16 adepts. That's a lot of adepts. Let's go. Against 4 immortals. Now 5. Jesus, 5 immortals here for Hero. And here we go. We're shading on top of the army. We're going to try to focus out as many immortals as we can. We go for the Twilight Council. But Glaives finishes just in time. Overcharge is popped. Good concave. Good position for Hero. Boys are being pulled. He can afford to lose some. Oh, we're shading into the main. We do commit. Probes are falling. The main army, they're going to be chasing down the army of stats. Gets a sentry. Adepts are keeping up. Again, Glaives helping so much in the Adept v Adept. Hero defends. He moves out. He's down to 4 immortals. Oh! So far is able to barely keep some of them alive. We're going for the Prism. And we do manage to get 1 immortal down, but here comes the reinforcements. Hero leads out another immortal. But the Adepts, they come out on top. They break through. We're shading across the map. What do we have at home to defend? Shield battery and overcharge. A handful of Adepts as well. You can see Hero trying to bypass that shield battery. He's going for it. Goes to the army. Where's the overcharge? Not here. We need more energy. Shield battery is going to be going down. GG gets called. Hero snowballs out of control. He breaks through the natural. Just barely, and Hero takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Bappy. A very chaotic game, very back and forth. Both players had their moments in this game, is what I will say. Both players did have their moments, but Hero, he was able to catch out and be a little bit more efficient overall. Whether it was Hero juggling and maintaining his immortals, was able to make use of his prism, barely finish up Glaives, and was even able to catch stats out of position a couple of times as well. With that GG, Hero does come out on top. But that was, again, a very chaotic game. It was very chaotic. Could definitely see stats taking that one as well. Again, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 3, but the pressure is now on stats. Here we go as we're getting into game número 2 on Oceanborn. And here we go. We're getting in. We are going to be loading into our next game. As you know, Stats had some amazing results in GSL. Yeah, again, like stats. Post IEM, I don't know what it was, but maybe IEM motivated stats, but he has been improving quite a lot over the past couple of months. So it's been great to see his progression here, but he's still up against the best Protoss in the world. Can he fight back? Can our Protoss player here advance on to the grand finals? So spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Protoss representing DragonKy Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, currently teamless, deserving to be on a team. The returning ex-military Protoss, it is Stats. I love PvPs with Adepts. It's very chaotic. It's very intense. Can be a lot of fun. Hello, Spats. Hello. Good morning, Pappy. Good morning. Hope you've been doing well. Hope you've been doing well. To wish you the best in your upcoming matches, whether it's in the upcoming season of WTL for Berserker or in EPT, in the EPT weeklies. Best of luck. Here we go. We do have once again a 2-gate opener out of Stats, likewise double gate opener out of Hero. This time it looks like Hero will not be hiding that pylon, as the initial probe has gone across the map to scout. just keep our eyes on our opposing players here. Stats not going to be skirting around and hiding his pylon. He's going straight for the scout. There it is. Second pylon has been thrown down, so there is no initial proxy this time from either one of our players. No mind games either. Again, in game one, as a reminder to wind us back, Hero did kind of fake out a proxy, faked out a cheese, went for an Oracle opener instead. Was a bit of a fake proxy pylon in a way. I mean, committed with it, but it wasn't an all-in. With this, we're getting into our first students of choice. It's going to be double adept out of Hero. It's going to be double stalker out of stats. Okay, so it's going to be on Hero to try to bypass the stalkers of stats to somehow get across, get around them, and get some damage done, and hopefully keep stats busy back at home. We'll see how hard Hero commits. We have seen just double adept into stalker, or we've seen double adept into 4, 6, even 8 adepts. You can just double down and commit. We can see that it's only going to be 2 adepts. Probe gets hunted down. As the probe gets zoned away, we throw down our tech of choice. We're going for a delayed expansion into a Stargate first for some oracles. So Hero is going to be the aggressor. He's going to be looking to get some economic damage done, as his natural is going to be delayed. Stats, it's going to be on him to defend. Ooh, as he also goes for a Stargate. Okay. Interesting. Now, Hero, he does scout the Stargate opener. Do we go Phoenix? Hero, he knows about the Stargate of his opponent, so we could opt to go Phoenixes instead. We'll see. We shall see. For now, Adepts, they do end up trading here with the Stalker. Shield Battery is barely not done, by the way. Do we get the Stalker? We do not. Stalker does survive, and it is going to be the Oracle first. Okay, it's going to be Oracle first out of Hero. Meanwhile, Stats, he still is unaware of what's going on. Hallucination will get across the map, and it's going to be the Oracle first out of Stats as well, as Stats has not seen the Stargate. He doesn't know. Doesn't have the information. Hero does. Because of that, Hero, he should be preparing in his own mineral lines. He should be getting ready for the eventual Oracle. Hallucination does scout the Oracle of Hero. Is aware. So both players scout each other. Depths once again going to be threatening that shade. Oracle is moving out, is spotted by the Adepts. Oh, actually going to distract the Oracle as well. Getting a couple of free shots in. Just a little bit of hold damage there. Hero going to be chasing the Oracle of Stats. And what do we have at home to defend? We have 2 Stalkers in the natural. Going to be recalling back into the main. And the Oracle doesn't find any damage. But neither does Hero. His own Oracle hasn't really dealt much either. Behind this, we're transitioning into a Twilight Council into Blink. Both players working towards Blink. You can see Stats also in position to defend against the Oracle. He's also split up his forces. So very similar setups here from both players. Very similar setups. As we're just going to be chilling, calming things down. You can see Hero preparing for his third, and he will be the first to expand. Takes his third base. Stats only a couple of seconds behind him. So pretty comparable third base timings. And both players, they are keeping up with each other quite well. Hero is slightly ahead in worker production, but only slightly, by like a couple of seconds. Game is going to be settling down after a very intense game 1. Like, game 1 was very intense. We had a 1 base all-in. We had a proxy Stargate. There was a lot happening in game 1. Here, we're just calming things down, easing into game number 2, settling on 3 bases, working towards our forgers for +1 for upgrades. And soon we'll see if our players, if either player deviates and heads into something like faster charge, they double down on mass blink stalker, if anyone goes for a robo into immortal production. See if anyone does decide to spice things up. As additional gateways are on the way, you can see both our players should be just scouting each other with these hallucinations. And we get eyes on the gateways. We get eyes on the lack of additional tech. And Hero does start up charge. Okay, so never mind. I was gonna say we're gonna have a gateway heavy composition out of Hero with charge lots and stalkers, but no, we're going for DTs instead. Meanwhile, thankfully for stats, we have a robo. We have a robo. So Hero, when he scouted earlier, he saw the lack of robo, so maybe he was hoping that the robo would be delayed a little bit further and that he could get away with these Dark Templar. As we can see, that's not going to be the case. We will have access to detection, but the thing about PvP, even if you have one, even if you have two observers, typically your observers are out on the map. They're not at home to defend. So Dark Templar, they can still pop off. Even with detection out on the map, they can still get a surprising amount of damage. So we'll see if stats can keep up. There is a safety cannon in the natural. No other cannon. Oh, sorry. There's a safety cannon in the main base as well. So stats being very safe and very secure. Likewise, Hero also has cannons on the way. He himself making sure that DTs don't wreak havoc either. And I guess the most important thing from here is the fact that Hero did not restart charge. He didn't actually get back into charge. He's just committing with pure Blink Stalker. Meanwhile, Stats is refining his army, getting into charge lots. The initial Dark Templar waddling across the map. Again, this third base is a little bit exposed, so maybe we can take advantage of that. Oh! Observer is sniped. Good moment there from Stats. Does get the Observer. Dancing with the main army. Blink is on the way for Hero, so he's doubling down and committing with those ETs, and we do see them split up. But there's a cannon at the natural, no cannon at the third. Probes are going down as DTs. They one-shot. The shield battery does nothing. And you can see Stats turn everything around. He's racing back home. DT also harassing in the main. And we get 6 probe kills. Not just 6 probes, but we also force the army back home. With that, Hero, he has some breathing room. Despite the fact that he's down in army supply. He does have some time to himself here to build up his Immortals. As you can see here, Immortals are on the way. Also, because he's invested into the Dark Shrine, he can invest into Archons. He can morph in his Dark Templar into Archons that will and can help against all these Zealots. He does actually go for that Warp in. Behind this, Stats is pushing. Again, still up in army supply. Oh, but the stasis! Oh! Big stasis on the Zealots! A very nice catch. Hero caught on the map. Turns back around. We'll get a couple of these Zealots as well. Ooh. Has to be careful not to be caught out, though. Hero pulling back to the rocks. Is going to bleed out a couple of Stalkers. Good catch there by Stats. Stasis is about to run out. Hero pulling back. Taking defensive position here with shield batteries with his own Immortal production. Now getting in towards charge. It's halfway done. Meanwhile, Stats going for a second Robo and what looks to be Disruptor production. The Bay is on the way. Disruptors on the horizon here for Stats. Just refining his army. Getting into a better composition. I mean, Disruptors are high risk, high reward. Like, they can really pop up or you can kind of blunder those shots as well. It's all about the control here of Stats, all about the army positioning, all about the movement. As the armies do dance with each other, Hero going for a big DT counterattack. Blink is done. We dive on top of one of those cannons, but there's a second cannon available. Did you force a recall? Stats he will hold. But again, he forced a recall. And now Hero, he can collapse on this army. Yeah, Stats, he's stuck here with only like a half or if not a third of his force. Yeah, Stalkers are going down. Big loss here for Stats. Caught with his pants down. Stasis runs out. We catch even more Stalkers. And again, that recall from Stats did give Hero that opportunity. He caught a bunch of units. Behind this, we have some reinforcements on the way. Disruptors have arrived. How many Novas? 2. We have 2 Disruptors, 2 Novas available. Oh god, Jesus. My apologies. I just like slammed my mouse into the laptop. But here we go. The armies are going to be clashing. So far, we're holding onto those Novas. We haven't spent them yet. Here we go. Nova goes off. Ooh, does get focused down. Decent split there. 3 Stalkers do fall, and a couple of Zealots, but these have been less than ideal. The Nova's not good enough. Hero reinforcing. He heads for that 4th base. He cuts stats off. Oh, the Prism falls. You snipe the Prism. Soul Blink there avoids the Nova. And we dive on top of the army. And Hero, he's snowballing out of control. He just collapses on this Disruptor. They don't even matter. Not anymore. Decent connection towards the end. But we're focusing down every single Disruptor. And stats, he's been broken. GG gets called. Hero takes the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Things were pretty back and forth there for stats and Hero. And initially, it felt like the DTs weren't really doing too much, but what they did accomplish 2 times in that game was force back the army. It forced stats to turn back around, despite the fact that stats had an army lead. He had a supply lead. He wasn't able to really make use of that. It was forced back home time and time again. And especially towards the end there, things snowballed very quickly out of control. When Hero forced that final recall, meanwhile stats accidentally or intentionally did leave some units behind, and they were caught out. Left behind some Zealots, some Stalkers, they were caught out. Some big losses there for stats, and Hero immediately pushed from there. Immediately did counterattack. GG. With that, Hero advances on, and stats is eliminated. And we are getting ready for our second semifinals. As we get ready for it, a big shout out to Sort of in the chat. Oh, Bappy. A big shout out to Sort of. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. It's been great seeing you return to StarCraft as of late, relatively recently, and you've been on that grind set. We've noticed, Bappy. We've noticed. Hope you've been doing well. I think you're still in Korea. I know you went back to Korea for a while. I'm not sure if you're still there or back in Europe. Regardless, hope you had a great time. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Korean StarCraft League. Welcome to the KSL. And just to be transparent, you can see it's there in the title. But this is a replay cast. The KSL was live a couple of hours ago. And currently, I'm not in Australia. I'm currently in Poland. So I think it was like at 4 or 5 a.m. CET. So I was asleep. I woke up a couple of hours later. So these games are a couple of hours old, and we're back here going over the replays, going over the tournament. We just wrapped up the quarterfinals. We just wrapped up our first semifinals, and now we are here with our second semifinals. Let's go. Dark versus Creator coming up next. Yeah, I'm in Korea. 안녕 하세요. Have a good one. You too, Papi. You too. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you've been having a good time. Is the camera frozen on purpose or just my Twitch going insane? Exclamation mark frozen in the chat. No. Let's go. I'm not frozen, Papi. I just really like StarCraft. Este lo rimbo, Papi. Este lo rimbo. Yes, welcome to the Korean StarCraft League as we're getting into our second semifinals and the grand finals thereafter. Now, we're not going to be done here right after we wrap up the KSL. We're going to be live with the StarsWar 11 Asia qualifiers, which I believe are currently going on. So we're just going to be catching up with the Asia qualifiers after we wrap up with the KSL. Yes, like that emote in the chat. Exactly. Just like that. But yeah, big shout to Hero. He takes down stats in the semis, advances on. Meanwhile, we're here to see who will meet him in those finals. We're getting into our ZVP. Would you look at that? We had a Zerg player raid us, and now we have a Zerg game before us. Oh, it's all lined up, Papi. It's all lined up. Here we go. We're getting into Dark vs. Creator Game 1 on Hard Lead. We should have put a counter on the frozen command to see how often it's used. True. We should have. Hey. We should have. I see in the chat, wait, what? Light sleeps? I mean, usually I wouldn't mind. Usually I would cast everything live. That's typically how we do things on the CranKy Ducklings. But here in Poland, I don't have as much, like, freedom. Basically, I don't want to be casting at like 3, 4, 5 a.m. in the morning and like disrupt like neighbors, because I'm in an apartment and there's like people above, people on the side. Like I I don't want to be caught screaming in the deep night of Poland and you know, upset the neighbors sort of thing. So that's why we're going for some replay casts. Otherwise, as you know, when I'm in Australia, I'm an animal. I have no fear. I yell deep into the night. We don't stop yelling. Well, let's go. We're getting into game one. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our South Korean Zerg player. The Red Zerg representing his new team, Talon Esports, going for a 15-15. Going for a safe opener. It is Dark. Don't you have neighbors in Australia? Well, in Australia, I'm in a house, right? I'm not in a flat or an apartment, so... I do have neighbors in Australia, but they're pretty far away, because, you know, there's like... the backyard, the front yard. There's a lot of space in between us. Not here. Here we're on top of each other. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Club NV. It is Creator. But that's the reasoning. So in Australia, I don't have to worry about being loud, like deep into the night. Otherwise, out here, less so. As we're settling in to Hardlead. Shout out to Ghost to Ghost. I believe he's a Spanish caster. But yes, this is a fresh series. We are 0-0. Shout out to Into the Inu. Inu, of course, he's our Korean caster. Annyeonghaseyo. Big shout out to Inu. As we're settling into our openers, again, a safe opener out of Dark, going for a 15-15. It is for a bit of a delayed gas, which means delayed link speed, which means Dark isn't going to be as aggressive or assertive, or doesn't have the potential to be as aggressive or as assertive early on. Creator does scout, Creator does recognize this, and back at home should be feeling pretty safe and sound, getting into his gate expand, into Cybercore, into, I imagine, a Stargate opener. I imagine. So just a pretty tame early game here between our players. There we go. It's going to be a Stargate opener from Creator. This should be leading into Oracle production. Again, it feels like Phoenix openers and Void Ray openers have fallen out of fashion as of late. I feel like ever since like December, January, like we've rarely seen them. Classic used to be very fun. Classic used to love Void Ray openers, but that was like pre-IEM. Post-IEM, they've fallen off quite a lot. Void Ray openers have fallen off, and as a result, should be an Oracle, but we'll keep our eye on Creator. We are just waiting for our tech to finish up. Behind this, Dark getting into his third. He's going to be taking the triangular third base. This is a much more aggressive third to be taken, and this is where I should mention the map itself. We're loading into Hardlead, a very small map, a very short rush distance by ground, and we have seen a lot of Queen-based all-ins here, whether it's Queen walks across the map, whether it's German taxis, whether it's Nidus-based all-ins. We've seen a lot of aggression on this map, and something that adds to that is this third base. In taking the triangular third base, you can kind of launch your creep and work on that creep highway a lot faster to get across the map, to kind of reduce the rush distance that it takes to get to your opponent and be that much more aggressive. Not saying that's what will happen here from Dark, but he has that option available. And I'm sure Creator has that in the back of his mind. And we'll see how things do open up as Dark, he's rushing into a fast run. Yeah, he's going all in. Speaking of the triangular third base for the fast creep spread, it is going to be a, 3-minute 50 Roach Warren. Very early Roach Warren here from Dark. He knows it's a Stargate opener. You would not get a Roach Warren this early on unless you intend to use this, and there's no reason to use it to defend against a Stargate. It's to attack, it's to be aggressive, it's to push out. The creep is spreading, the Queens are getting ready. Oh boy. Dark, show us what you got. Meanwhile, it's on Creator to get a read on this. Creator, he has to get a read on that Roach Warren. For now, Oracle is forced back. The Oracle does take quite a bit of shield damage. We do see Creator rotating around, trying to get another way in. We are going straight for the lair here for Dark. Lings are on the way. Interesting. Okay, so we're still going for the lair here. I imagine this is going to be for... Actually, I'm not so certain. Not anymore. Because Dark is droning. Dark, he did throw down a very fast very fast Roach Warren, and I still stand by that, but he's running behind this, still making a couple of lings. Gases are being taken, 3 gases in total here. I'm curious to see how Dark pieces this all together. As the lair has been scouted, Oracles, they do slip in, they do get a couple of drones in the main. Not too bad. Good damage dealt here by Creator. Hasn't seen the Roach Warren, but as we can see, we've not made any roaches. No roaches have been made. We've been droning up this entire time. We're taking a gas. We're going for an Evo chamber. Dark, he's macroing. He is macroing up. So I'm curious if he was just really a little bit concerned and scared of the opener of Creator. Creator, he did open up Stalker, so maybe Dark assumed it was a Twilight Council opener, but this isn't really efficient. It does feel like, again, Dark maybe misread the early game, which is why he threw down the Roach Warren, and again, isn't being used. Creator barely doesn't see it. Doesn't matter. We're calming things down. Base is on the way. Dark is chilling. And Creator, he's backing off, and likewise, settling into the mid-game. We're calming things down. We're calming things down here. We have +1 in charge. Interesting. We're not going for Blink. It's going to be +1 in charge instead from Creator. Going into Archons. So charge our Archon from our Protoss player. And Creator, something that I should say, I mean, I haven't casted Creator's PvZ in quite some time. I miss it, to be honest. I do miss his PvZ. He's a lot more stylistic, very different compared to Hero and Classic. He's less aggressive than them. He builds up towards these mid-game pushes. I've always attributed Creators to be a little bit more akin of Showtime. Not completely, because Showtime is like the extreme of like just macro play and defensive play. But Creator is probably the closest thing to Showtime in Korea, is what I will say. Where he's usually just building up towards these mid-game pushes. As he's working on Immortals, working on Archons. Meanwhile, we're going for the Nidus Swarm and Swarm Host. Okay. I did notice the Fast Infestation Pit, but Swarm Host was not on the mind. So Dark, I mean, the Observer sees. The Observer does spot the Infestation Pit. We should spot the Swarm Host as well. Unlucky that the Swarm Hosts are being made from the main base, so they're going to be waddling past the Observer in towards the Nidus Swarm. Meanwhile, Oracle's going to be threatening that fourth. They head towards the Natural. They are going to be zoned away. But again, Swarm Host, they have been spotted. We get the Revelation off on the Nidus Swarm as well. Nidus towards the left-hand side. Creator, I'm sure he's on the hunt. He's looking for said Niduses. Checking the right-hand side. Prism harassing towards the left. Behind Creator, he won't stop the Nidus. It will finish, but can he react in time? We do have some stasis traps and shield batteries. And more stasis traps on the way. Locust Wave headed for the third. Another Nidus on the right-hand side, and Creator, he's stuck at home. Does react well, does pull back. Cannon does fall. We get the cannon, we get a couple of probes. Oh, I say a couple, 7, 8 probes go down. A pretty hefty amount of damage dealt. Pretty nice here from Dark. At the same time, he is going to be pushing on forward, knocking down these rocks. Going for a second Locust Wave here at the same place. Once again at the third. Queens are keeping up with the prison. They don't allow it in. Storm spent on the Locust Wave. We dodged the Storm with the other Locust. Let's go. This Locust Wave going to be a little bit more lackluster, but we deny the fourth. We're containing Creator. That's the win condition here for Dark. Containing the Protoss to 3 bases. And nothing more. More Swarm Hosts on the way. Behind this, we're transitioning into a Hive. There's a Hive on the way. Hydrogen. Eventually, I imagine, towards Vipers and Lurkers. One of the Nidus Swarms will shut down. We should be able to shut down the other. But the Nidus Swarms, they don't stop. They keep coming. They just keep on coming, and Dark is just getting so much value with this. He's already maxed out. Doesn't have the most efficient army right now, but he's willing to trade. Show us the stasis traps. Oh, they are going to get baited out. Big Nova goes off here on the Ravager. We're forcing out some Storms as well. Locust Wave is dealt with. Pretty good defense so far, the Creator. But again, he's just stuck defending. He's stuck at home, building up Colossi, Disruptors, High Templar, every form of splash damage. But economically, he's still stuck on 3 bases. Likewise, so is Dark. He's on a low drone count. That is true. Prism coming back home. But again, what Dark is doing is taking up. There's that Lurker Den that we spoke about. Working towards Hydro Lurker Viper. The ideal anti-Crown Toss army. Creator is attempting to push out, but here come those Swarm Hosts. Oh. They want the base. They want that Nexus. And they're going for it. And can Creator hold on? Here come the Roaches from the left-hand side. Would you get us around? We're collapsing on the army. We collapse on the army. We force the Storms. We focus down the Immortals. Disruptors are falling as well. Creator, he will hold on to this position. He does hold on to that base, the creep. Oh my god, we're already touching tips. We're already on top of the Nexus. That was a pretty big loss for Creator. And even though he was able to hold on, even though he kept his Colossi alive, he lost his Disruptors, he spent a lot of Storms, and Dark is still maxed. Dark, he's still maxed out. Creator's still not able to make use of that 4th base. And he has to push forward. He has to apply some kind of pressure. He has to try to trade or trade efficiently. Locust Wave continues. We catch up. Almost a Disruptor. Does survive. Takes out a Tumor. Meanwhile, the Locust Wave, we ignore the 4th base. We're going straight for the natural, straight for the Robos. We're getting it at the Robo, the facility. It's going to fall. The natural base as well. In a matter of seconds. And Creator is being forced all in. Up. Nova doesn't quite connect. Good Storm here on the Roaches. Do focus down that Disruptor. But there are Lurkers to defend now. I say Lurkers, there's only 2. Only 2 Lurkers. We can still push in. Creator, he can still break Dark. 1 Lurker almost falls. Clutch Transfuse there out of Dark. No, Lurker still did fall. Transfuse kept alive a little bit longer. Lurker did fall. Nidus Wave. Locust Wave is coming in. Yeah, we collapse on the armor. You focus down Stalkers. Now, Dark is a little bit vulnerable now that he spent his Locust Wave. We can push forward. The Lurkers are not done. The Lurkers need a little bit more time. Boys are being pulled. And the Lurkers, they will barely finish in time. Just barely. Dark, he will hold. Ooh, the Spine Shots, they're brutal on this army. We're trying to brute force our way through, but we take a lot of spines to the face. Not worth it. And with our reinforcements, we can clean up. Yeah, Creator is going to lose everything. GG gets called, and Dark will take game number 1. GG. Again, a bit of a different game out of Dark. Did end up misreading, I think, a little bit in the early game. Was investing into a Roach one that we didn't really make use of, but he did take a really wild turn going for Swarmhost Nidus. Something that we don't see too often. Something that works best against specifically what Creator was doing. I didn't really get too much into it, but Swarmhost Nidus is usually seen, especially back when the Chargel Archon meta was more popular. Nowadays, we see Blink Stalkers more often, but whenever Dark does notice that you're going Chargel Archon, he will take advantage of you, and he will go into Swarmhost Nidus. The reason why this is a lot more successful against that kind of Protoss army composition is because with Blink Stalkers, you're more mobile. You're able to keep up with the Nidus Worms, shut them down, even chase down Swarmhosts as well. Yeah, like your Swarmhosts and Nidus Worms are suddenly that much more vulnerable because your opponent has a more mobile army. Against Chargel Archon, that mobility is lessened, and you're able to just, yeah, have your way with the Protoss, pull them apart left and right. GG, well played. Well done there by Dark. Again, playing a style that we don't see too often anymore. Showing that it can still work, given the certain builds and playstyles of the Protoss, of course. But does take a lead in the series. Now we're getting into game number 2 on Site Delta. And here we go, we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player, representing Club NV, down in the series, looking to bounce back, looking to fight back, here and now. He has to, he needs to, the pressure is on. It is Creator. What happens if you get that excited about StarCraft? Is that a potential liability? Oh. No, I just don't want to be a nuisance to the neighbors. I don't want to be a nuisance to the neighbors. That's all it is. And it's all good, you know. Thankfully, I've spoken about this before, but picking KSL to be the event that we cast via replays is good, just because KSL, they're so good at providing replay packs so quickly. After the event ends, it's like a couple of hours later, bam, you get the replay pack. So a big shout out to Chicken Man and Dave Testa for being so on top of that. And again, if you want the replays yourself, if you want to support the KSL, exclamation mark KSL in the chat, and you will get a link to their Patreon. You will get a link to the KSL, the official Korean StarCraft League Patreon, so you can support the tournaments and gain some benefits as well, if you're interested in that sort of thing. Can get that. Otherwise, we're settling into our opener. So last game we saw Dark go for a 15-15. This time, Hatch Gas Pool. Much more standard opener here out of Dark. Is forced to take the unnatural natural, so the early game is going to be a little bit more uncomfortable, but at this stage, you know, Dark and pro players in general are used to this kind of playstyle and used to defending here on these spread out bases. And the advantage is that we get faster link speed, and we can be a little bit more assertive early on from the side of Dark. Meanwhile, Creator back at home looking to go for another gate expand into Stargate opener. At least it looks to be the case. There it is. Stargate is on the way. Again, the pylon was thrown down a little bit closer to the edge of the main. Does reduce the time it takes for the Oracle to get across the map. So we're going for the same build so far from the side of the Protoss. Going to be Stargate into Oracle into a third base. But we'll see how we do switch things up. Again, I imagine that Creator won't go charge the Archon again. Imagine that won't be the case, but we'll see. As the Depths are going to be threatening a shade across the map. Dark, he's in position with his Queen with a handful of Lings. And, oh, we barely don't get a drone. Quick Spore trick there out of Dark. Meanwhile, we try to catch some transferring workers. We are unable to. But we do clean up some Lings. So not a bad pick off there by Creator. Getting 2 Lings in total. 2 Lings so far. Meanwhile, Ling speed is about to kick in, so you can see Dark just amass more Lings, ready to shut down these Adepts and try to harass and punish that third. We'll see if he can. As Creator commits to the shade. Does get surrounded. He will get 2 drones so far and some lost mining time, but only 2 workers. Not the best trade here from Creator. Trading 2 for 2. 2 Adepts for 2 drones. As Creator is moving out with his Oracle. Meanwhile, Dark immediately counterattacks. Again, he's here to deny and delay that third. That's what happens once you lose your Adepts, is you lose map control. As the Oracle does slip into the main base. No Spore, by the way. Queen comes out a couple of seconds too late, and we get 4 drone kills. Creator backs off. So far, good damage dealt with that Oracle. The Adepts, they are here to protect that probe, to ferry it over. Did we lose those Lings? A handful. Handful of Lings went down. Overlord being forced back. You can see that Dark, he's looking for an opener. For an opening, he could try and dive on top of that Stalker. He's going for the third base instead. Adepts are in position. The wall is open. And Dark, he does barely save that Overlord. He tries to go in, but we have the Oracle to support, and the Overlord should be hunted down. Does fall. We even does supply block Dark for a little bit. He's going to be supply blocked. Behind this, we do have +1, or we do have the Fortune, the Twilight Council. Again, as I said before, I imagine this time it's going to be +1 and Blink, but we'll see. We'll see if Creator goes for charge again. Stays trapped in the main. Oh! Gets 2 drones. Ooh, gets 2 workers, but we lose the Oracle. That's a pretty big loss there for Creator. It is going to make things a little bit more difficult when it comes to scouting, when it comes to supporting. So we got 3 drones in the natural, but I love this. Creator, he makes a backup Oracle. He already has 2. That was his 3rd Oracle that had died, and now he's getting a 4th Oracle. This is something that Hero does very often as well. In this matchup, if he bleeds out an Oracle, he's very quick to replace it. Again, knows the value of the Oracle and how well it can support you. Behind this, it is going to be +1 and Blink this time, not charge. Again, after seeing all those Swarm Hosts, nah, not anymore. we're done with the charge lots. Not again. going for something more standard. As we can see, Dark just going to be saturating his bases. Hasn't thrown down any tech yet, which is interesting to me. It looks like Dark wants to go pure Ling Bane, as he's not going for a Roach Warren. We have options. We're taking additional gases. This could be Ling Bane into Hydras. This could be Ling Bane into Mutas. Lings, they try to harass across the map. They are forced back. But yeah, we are taking a lot of gases here. And there it is. We have our answer. It is not a Spy for Mutas. It is a Hydrogen for said Hydras. So Ling Hydra out of Dark can work quite well here against a Blink Stalker based army. So I do like this from Dark. The tech is a little bit exposed at the third, but hopefully we can hold on to it as Creator is pushing. Now this is a risky maneuver. Creator is pushing before Blink. Blink is still a couple of seconds off, which means his army is vulnerable. But it looks like it should finish up in time for the fight. Yeah, it's 10 seconds away. Behind this Creator, he's taking his fourth. A very exposed fourth base, but he's keeping the attention of Dark here on the front lines. As the Hydras are amassing. Dark double expanding, getting his fourth and his fifth. And Creator, he doesn't commit, he backs off. And this is what I spoke about earlier in game 1 when I was referring to Creator having a more defensive, like Showtime-esque playstyle. That's what it feels like here. Specifically what I referred to is that we have a second Robo and a Bay on the way. So Creator, he's getting his fourth and he's working and building up towards Colossus production. So he's building up towards double Colossus production. He's still being active with these Stalkers, but again, he's not committing. He gets an Overlord. He is a little bit vulnerable, but he will blink away. So he pivots away and he's taking. Ooh, and I assumed it was going to be double Robo Colossus, but no, it's double Robo Disruptor production. Okay. Creator, you have my attention. Bold move. Ooh, Ling Scout, I believe, yep, sees both Robos. Dark knows. Dark, he knows what's going on. Back across the map, a couple of Deps, they shade in. They get a couple of drone kills. I say a couple, that's going to be 5 drones. 5 drones go down for 2 Deps. Good pick off here by Creator. Behind this, as soon as we notice what was happening, Hive. Hive is on the way, Lurker Den is on the way. Dark, upon seeing the double Robo production, it's going to be Hydra Lurker Viper. Hydra Lurker Viper should be on the horizon here for Dark. Rushing into Lurker Tech and those Vipers, that's a good way to deal with, whether it's Colossus or Disruptors, it is a good way to deal with either one. As Dark is trying to keep up with the tech of his opponent. We can see that Creator, he only initially went for Disruptors, behind this going into those Colossi. As the game is settling, we're calming things down. Again, Creator's chilling back at home, building up. Likewise, so is Dark. I will say that Dark, his droning was a little bit delayed this game. Just because he was investing very quickly into Ling Hydra. But now he's settling into a much more stable economy. But here we go. Creator now opting to move out. And can he punish this 5th base? Can he break through Lurkers? They have arrived in time. Dark, he should be able to hold on, but show us those Nevers. We get the revelation. First Neva goes off. Again, it takes 2 Novas to kill a Lurker. We do snipe one of them. 1 Lurker goes down. Dark setting up first round. Trying to bait the army in and trap it. Get another revelation off. Nova's going to be going off as well. Oh! We connect with one of those Lurkers. Clutch Transfuse. Dark keeping those Lurkers alive. Creator rotating around towards the left-hand side. Trying to make sure he doesn't get surrounded. But again, he has to be very careful here. Nova going off once again. Dark, he has maxed out. We're still a couple of seconds away from +3, but he does collapse on the army. He dives on in with his Lings. Nova goes off. Big connection on the Queens. A big connection. The Lurkers, they were late. The Lings are annihilated. The Lings, they get completely shut down, and Creator, he takes a massive supply lead. Dark, he was fighting without his Lurkers, and now the Lurkers are exposed. They are exposed. He's barely able to hold on here. The Colossi, no! They're going down to the Queens. We get both. We trade the Queens for 2 Colossi. Not a bad trade for Dark, but again, he still needs reinforcements. He needs more time here. And Creator, he's not giving him that time. He's pushing here and now. Lings, they try to collapse once again, and they do get us around on one of those disruptors, almost the Colossus as well, but the kiting barely falls. We take down the Colossus, but we have detection. We have detection, and where are the lurkers? There are only 2 left. Only 2 here. And Creator, he's barely trying to break through. Gets 2 more lurkers, rotates over towards the right-hand side. He's going for the 5th. And it looks like he has a broken Dark. Dark, what do we have left to work with? Looking at the unit stat, we have 3 lurkers, soon to be 6, and that's not enough. Again, that first big surround that Dark went for, it did feel a little bit premature. And very quickly, Creator, he snowballs out of control, focuses down every single lurker. And Creator, we're forcing an ace match. We're going to be tying up the series. The pressure was on. But he's going to be pulling it off here. GG gets called, and Creator, he ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG. Again, Dark, maybe just a little bit too overconfident with that first attack. If you remember, when he collapsed on the army with all of his Lings, and he fought with only his Lings. His Queens were left behind, his Lurkers were left behind. To be fair, a lot of that was also because of the force fields. If you remember, Creator, he threw down a line of force fields, which did zone away a part of the army of Dark as well. So Creator, he was able to just cut the army of Dark in half. Deal with half the army, then the other half thereafter. And you could see how vulnerable those lurkers were without the Lings and Hydras to support. They needed something else there to help buffer. They were exposed after the fights, and Creator able to take it from there. GG, well played. We force an ace match. We're getting into game 3. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game number 3, and how will the series end? Where will this go? As a reminder, Hero is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series, either a PvP against Creator or a PvZ against Dark. How will this story end? As spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports, being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? It is Dark. Going for the 15-15. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Club NV, tying up the series 1-1. Can he go the distance? Can he keep that momentum going in his favor? It is Creator. Let's go. Whew. Again, Creator, very interesting style. So specifically in that last game, winding it back, if you remember, there wasn't anything too fancy when it came to his play. Like, he was being a little bit assertive with his Stalkers. He was taking a 4th base. He was going into double robo production. I think Dark, alongside myself, assumed when we saw the double robo that it would be double Colossus. But it wasn't. It was faster disruptors instead. And specifically against lurker play, that was a little more ideal. We saw how well those disruptors were able to zone back the lurkers, threaten them, and that's something that Colossi would not have been able to do in that situation if we had 2 Colossi instead of two disruptors in that first push. So yeah, Creator was able to assert himself a little bit more, reinforced with the eventual Colossi as well. And yeah, just a really well executed push and really well executed attack by Creator. Like, build and attack all together, and yeah, it was quite nice there. It was able to catch Dark a bit off guard. And again, Dark, maybe a little bit overconfident himself, did expose himself and give Creator an opportunity to break through. But now the pressure is on. You know, now no more mistakes from either player. It is only a best of 3, so it all ends here on Oceanborn. And where are you taking us? Now, winding it back a little bit, Dark, he does go back to his 15-15, which means later Ling speed, so a little bit more of a defensive passive opener here out of Dark at the start of game 3. Creator has been going for a Stargate opener every single game, and based on the pylon positioning, it looks like another Stargate opener, once again from Creator. There it is, the Stargate is on the way. This should be for Oracles, once again, for Oracle aggression, Oracle harassment, into a 3rd base. Really, I'm most curious about what Creator does after this Oracle aggression, after the harassment Where does he tech into? Does he go +1 blink again? Does he go back to +1 in charge? Does he go for a fast spotlight cancel into glaives? Does he go into a faster robo into an immortal heavy composition? I am curious. Oh. As a Ling slips in, Dark, he does scout the Stargate, so he's fully aware of what's going on. He is aware of the Stargate opener. More Lings slipping across the map. As Dark does make a couple of extra Lings, he still doesn't have Ling speed, is what I will say. He's just banking his Lings in his main to keep up with the Adept Harass. It looks like maybe he wants to bait the Shade, and it will commit. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Lings, they do get us around. And it looks like the Adepts are going to be shut down, but not before killing 4 drones. That wasn't too bad. That wasn't the worst trade from Creator. And remember, because there's no Ling speed, we can't really counterattack. Like Dark, he can't really touch this third base. So Creator, he's not going to be punished for losing those Adepts. Speaking of, we should have Ling speed on the way. And the fact that we don't is a little bit concerning. I'm curious if Dark has something else in store for us. What do you have planned, Dark? What's going on? Again, as we do have quite a lot of gas banked up here, we are pulling out of gas. We haven't committed. But this may be a mistake. Yeah, just because, like, rushing into just straight up Roach play, I mean, that is a thing in ZVP. But Lings, they still have their place, so I'm curious. Yeah, it was a mistake. Oh god. Yeah, it was a bit of a... Okay, yeah, we cancel it. So, Dark, it clearly, upon seeing Ling speed there, it was a mistake that he did forget it. It was not intentional that he didn't start Ling speed. And upon realizing that how late it is, he just cancels it, and we're going into +1 range. I imagine this is for +1 range and to go into fast roaches. So, Dark, he's trying to, like, you know, go with the punches, turn water into wine. You know, now that it's this late, may as well, you know, be fluid here. I imagine that's going to be the plan. Oh, never mind. Okay, we are still going into +1 melee. We delay Ling speed even further here. Instead, we have more of a timing setup. But this Ling speed is so late. And again, this means that Creator, he's able to freely expand. He's able to freely drone. These Adepts have a lot more freedom as well. Dark has that many less opportunities to punish these Adepts. So Creator, he has a lot of freedom right now. Has a lot of freedom as we dive here on that 4th. Adepts are going to shade away. Oracle takes some hits. Behind this, it's going to be +1 and blink, not charge. And again, it's one of those things where it's not like Creator's doing a bunch of economic damage. No, not necessarily, but it's the fact that Dark can't punish the Adepts and he can't counterattack. He can't be active on the map, which I'm sure he wants to be. He's stuck at home. Stuck at home, at least until Ling speed kicks in, which is going to happen in a couple of seconds. Until then, Creator, he's able to saturate his third base. Getting into +1 and blink, working towards his robo. Dark now being active. Ling speed kicking in a couple of seconds as he's trying to fan out his Lings and trying to get eyes on the 4th. As Dark takes his 5th. There we go. Now we have Ling speed. Roachborn finishing up. Behind this, the Creator, he's playing a very similar style. That's the second robo. We're taking up right into a 4th base in the second robo. Once again, a very tech-heavy composition, very defensive. If this were any other player, if we didn't just cast game 2, I would be like, oh yeah, double robo Colossus production. And I still want to stand by that, but based on what happened in game 2, I mean, it could just be faster Disruptors first instead. We'll see. I'm still feeling like it's Colossus, but we could go Disruptor instead. Meanwhile, Creator, he is moving out. Now, we do have Ling speed this time. Do we have any Roaches? No Roaches, just pure Ling. We're going to be able to collapse on those Adepts at least. Force a 4-star beam. We get all 3 Adepts. We bleed out a decent amount of Lings, though. From here, we're backing off. Yep, once again, Disruptors. Once again, Disruptor first here from Creator. Same as the last game. This time his Templar Archives is, I think, a little bit later. But on the way here for Creator. He's going for Temple Archives, is amassing his disruptors. Behind this, we're getting a couple of drones. And Dark, instead of going Ling Hydra, he's going for Ling Roach. Or Ling Bane Roach instead. A much safer composition here. Less risky. Let's see if we can get into this. Zella drop in towards the 6th base, trying to force a cancel, but we have Links to defend, we should be okay. At the same time, Oracle, they get into the main. But they don't find any damage. So far, good defense here by Dark. But once again, Creator, he's free to expand. Like, he's been left alone this entire time. Dark, he has drawn up to 73. Has drawn up quite nicely. Stage Trap goes off, no reaction! Big stasis here at the 3rd. Does catch the half the mineral line. Again, good damage dealt here by Creator. Behind this, he's building up his Colossus count. He's got his first 2 disruptors. Colossi thereafter. A little bit supply blocked. Ooh, quite supply blocked actually. 4 pylons on the way. That is going to slow Creator down. And Dark, he's maxing out. Now is not the time to be supply blocked. We need the Colossus. Here we go. Dark is getting ready for his push. Cutting Workers at 73. Maxing out with Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Does throw down the infestation bit behind this for Hive Tech. Railings are waddling in. Oh! They don't quite get much done. 1 probe falls. We do barely hold. Dark is getting ready for his push. And Creator, he needs a little bit more time here. We've got a couple of stasis traps thrown down in between the 3rd and the 4th. At the 4th base as well. The natural a little bit more exposed. Shield batteries are finishing. And again, Dark is still maxed. Still dangerous to push out, but Dark, instead of pushing towards the 4th, it looks like he's just dealing with these rocks. It looks like he wants to fight out on the map instead. Yeah, as Creator's exposing himself, taking a 5th. So we'll see if Dark can take a better fight. Again, pushing into this 4th base is difficult just because of how entrenched it is. This 5th is much more open. And Dark, I'm sure, is hoping that Creator is going to position his army out here in the open. And Dark can take a better fight. As the Stalkers are on the right-hand side, Disruptors pushing forward. Dark, can we collapse on this? Again, we're trying to come in for a surround. Never goes up. Does connect with the Ling Bane. Good force field so far here by Creator. But the Bailings, they crash into the army. Yeah, they shut down at least the Disruptors, but the Colossi, they live. They do kite all the way back. Good kiting here from Creator. The overcharge keeps the Colossus alive. We're up to 4 already. And here come the Stalkers. The Ling Bane gets cleaned up. We dive on top of the Roach Ravager. Creator, he may have lost his 5th, but he's taking the fight. He's chasing Dark down. Dark desperately trying to rebuild. Trying to remax. Zella Rumbai is going to distract him. Creator rotating over towards that left-hand side. Oh, the Zella Rumbai, that killed the 5th. Or killed the 6th even. Did kill the hatchery. Creator pushing forward, and again, he's got 4 Colossi and a Disruptor. It's got a pretty terrifying death bull of an army. We can see Dark trying to set up us around. He gets caught. The flank is caught out. Dark ready to receive. Maybe hoping the Creator pushes a little bit too far onto creep, but Creator, slow and steady, is clearing his way through all this creep first. We do force out a blink. But Colossi, they deny any kind of chase. Dark trying to engage towards the north as well, but he's running into Stalkers. Yeah, Dark just unable to break this, and the creep is receding. As Creator, he makes his way closer and closer towards the 4th base of Dark. +3 is on the way. Dark once again trying to set up us around. He pulls the trigger, he's going for it. He goes for the dive, he gets us around, and it looks like this time he will get on top of these Colossi. He tries to at least. Mainly they crash into the Archons. Yeah, the Colossi, they're finally going to be going down. Big catch here from Dark. He gets the Colossus at least, but what about the Stalkers? Oh, it's going to be close. We're running out of Ling Bane. The Stalkers, they're barely breaking through. And Dark, he shut down the high-tech units, but the Stalkers, they still gain ground. Another Disruptor coming in. Nova goes off. Boys are being pulled. And this is it. Dark, he has to defend here and now, otherwise it's going to be too much. We have another warp in. We have a warp in of reinforcements, and Creator, he can keep on pushing. And Dark, he gives up on the base. Gives up on the fourth. He knows there's no defending it. Instead, he's expanding towards the north instead. Taking another base. Hatchery goes down. And Creator is getting his fifth. We're on an even base count here, which is a scary thing for the Zerg. It is going to be terrifying. And the problem as well is that Dark is stuck on Lingbane Roach Ravager. Like, he's not taking up into Lurker tech. We have a Hive, and it looks like our answer, our tech of choice, Ultras. Ultra Caverns on the way. Oh boy. It is going to be the Ultra Cavern instead. Stalker's trying to be active. At least trying Prism into the main. We get a big warp into the main base, and Dark, he's distracted here on the right-hand side. Again, his army not where it needs to be in the Zealots. They get into the main base. The Queen falls. Boys are being pulled away from the main. Can we deny these upgrades? Dark, he's racing back home. He's turning back around. Creator pulling him apart. And the Zealots, they go for the spawning pool. Big pickup. Spawning pool goes down. No more Lings. Not for a while. And these Zealots, they're trading so well. They're +3 Zealots against +2 melee Lings. Looks like they will be cleaned up. Things are looking a little bit bleak here for Dark. He does catch some Stalkers. Does get a handful of Stalkers, but this entire time we've been rebuilding that Robo army. We have Colossi, Stormers on the way, Immortals as well. Creator, his army is just getting more and more refined. We are sprinkling in some Ultras and a Viper. That helps, but there's no Kindness Plating. We don't have the best upgrades for Ultras. Like, Dark was pretty committed with his Lingbane Roach Ravager. Like, Dark, who was never really intending to take up into Hive. So this transition is a little bit awkward for Dark. It is a little bit awkward for him. Does that +3 melee at least? Does that +3? Catches a couple of Stalkers. Good pickup. Good pickup here by Dark. 6th base is on the way for Creator. We can't let this get up and running. We either have to deny this base or try to get into a mineral line. But the defenses are looking so solid. At least at the 4th. Like, look at all these cannons. Like, we can't break this. Look at all the cannons and shield batteries. Ay, ay, ay. Dark is going to test his luck. Ooh, runs into a storm. Thankfully, he has Burrow. Does save the drones. At the same time, Creator pushing towards the south. Runs into the Ultra. Second Ultra coming in as well. But the Ultra's exposed. It's on its own. Yeah, the first Ultra's going to be going down. The Lingbane, it just melts here before the Archons and the Colossi. Creator taking an crazy fight here. It does break through. We have reinforcements coming in. We have a power bomb on the Colossus. Rarely see that. And it looks like Dark, he might be able to swallow this up. Not the best trade though. Loses his Ultras. Lings are coming in to reinforce. He will clean this up, but here come reinforcements from Creator. Here comes the rest of his army. The Prism has arrived. We can warp in. Colossus does fall. But this is becoming too much to handle. Dark, he's up against the wall. GG gets called. He cannot deal with this. And Creator will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Creator for causing a bit of an upset here. Dark is the best Zerg player in South Korea, and he was favored. He was favored to move on to the finals to face off against Hero, but he will not. He will not make it that far. He will be stopped here in the semis. Creator able to punish some of the aggression of Dark, able to punish some of his more aggressive tendencies, especially in Game 2. Here in Game 3, it was an unfortunate start. If you remember, Dark did forget Ling Speed. Based on what was happening there, based on him starting and restarting Ling Speed, it was not intentional that Ling Speed was that late, and we spoke about it. Because Ling Speed was that late, Creator, he was able to freely get into not just his 3-base setup, into his 4-base setup. Like, he was left alone completely. Like, he was able to freely expand. And for a Protoss player to be left alone like that is a terrifying thing. He was able to build up towards his Disruptor army, his Robo-based army as well. So Dark kind of stumbled his way into the mid game and was just, yeah, unable to really engage the army of Creator in any kind of efficient manner here. Creator, who was just slowly moving out, slowly expanding. There were some big moments where Creator did push out quite hard. And yeah, he was just able to trade so efficiently whenever he did. GG. GG, well played. A shaky game 3 there out of Dark, and Creator showing that, hey, you can't have a shaky game, not against Creator. I know that Creator often gets overshadowed. Like, when people think of the best Protoss in Korea, people think Hero and Classic first, and Creator after that. Like, Creator, he's usually, I would even say, he's like top 3 Protoss in Korea. And he's often overshadowed, but he's still an amazing player, and showing us here that, hey, if you don't bring out your A game, then you can't handle what Creator has. GG. Makes it to the grand finals. It's going to be a PvP. Oh, let's go. It's going to be a PvP finals here between Hero and Creator. Oh boy. And we'll see if Creator can go the distance here. Again, we spoke about it before, how this is usually Hero's wheelhouse. Usually it's Hero that does come out on top here as the KSL champion. We spoke about it, but Hero, he's got the most KSL championships under his belt, more than any other player out there. But Creator, in a PvP, anything can happen. And Creator, he's popping off here tonight. He took down Dark. I want to believe that he can take it to Hero as well. But it's hard to call because it's a PvP. I mean, it's very hard to call. Anything can happen. I'm ready for it. Creator showing teeth. Exactly. Have you heard if Microsoft is doing anything with StarCraft? I believe nothing has been announced. I believe nothing has been publicly announced. There's always the hope, but at the moment it's just hope right now. Like, right, it was only recently, relatively recently, that Microsoft was able to assume control of Blizzard. If you remember, Blizzard had like a year period where they, after the acquisition, where they had to, they could like settle things themselves before Microsoft stepped in and had a look over at their management and had a look over at all their stuff, which I believe is the reason why there were some layoffs recently. That is because Microsoft is now going through, like, the offices, going through the books and going through Blizzard. So there is going to be like a period where that's going to be settling down, and then we can look forward to what the future holds. But gonna be a ways off, I imagine. Gonna be a ways off. But here we go. We're getting into the grand finals. We have a PvP, and we're diving into game 1 on Solaris. Let's go. Who to gamba for? Who to gamba for, man? Smooch. I mean, my head says one and my heart says the other. Again, much love to Creator. Always fond of him, always wishing him the best. And I hope he can go far here. And he's already made it far. He's already, like, exceeded expectations to bring Dark down. And can he go even further? Because spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Club NV. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, DKZ. It is Hero. Here we go. And likewise, Hero himself, well warmed up. If you recall, he did take down Stats in the semi-finals, so Hero, he's ready for the PvP to come out. But PvP is just a very chaotic matchup in general. Hard to read. Very high octane at times, especially amongst the Koreans. For now, we're setting up for a 2-gate opener. Gases are being taken, gateways are soon to be on the way, and we will soon get into our initial units, into our starting units of choice, as Hero is very quick to get across the map. So a very fast scout out of Hero. Purpose of this is to get eyes on the second pylon of his opponents and even be a bit of a nuisance in the mineral line as well. Trying to force some inefficient mining from his opponents. Creator going for a much more standard probe scout timing. Cyber cores have been thrown. Oh, my apologies, Creator. Where are we headed as we skirt around the edge of the map here instead? And we are going to be hiding that first pylon. Okay. Pylon is hidden. Meanwhile, Hero throws down his own pylon in his main base, and Creator, he's sticking around. This looks like a proxy Stargate. As I say that, it isn't too far away. We could try to commit with a robo, but I'm feeling Stargate. Show us what you got. Ooh, going for a gateway very quickly here. Okay, Creator already popping off. He throws down a third gateway. We are setting up for quite a bit of aggression here. And is he going to set up another proxy on the right-hand side? I think we've seen this from Creator before. We shall see. Behind this, Hero, he knows that the pylon is missing, by the way. Hero, he sees that the pylon is not in the main base. He also sees the location of the third... Wait, did he see? Not quite. Okay, so he knows at least the location of the first pylon, not the second. How do we respond? On one base, we're going for a Twilight Council. We're going for Blink. So faster Blink here from Hero. And you can see he's trying to scout around the edges here, or at least nearby his bases. Trying to get a read on what's going on. Creator doubling down on Stalker production does come across the Adept. Gets the Brood. Adept shades away. Hero, he does throw down the third gateway, so he's preparing here for the worst. He's getting up to 3 gateways as well on one base. Creator going to be reinforcing across the map. And again, Creator, he's all in. Creator, he's all in with this. Hero is playing safely. He's going to be scouting with his probe, comes across the army. Yeah, and he backs off. He pulls back into his main base. Adept does confirm there's no expansion. And we'll see if Creator can break through. It does walk into the main. No shield battery, by the way. No shield battery here from Hero. A little bit scary. The pylon is exposed. Reinforcements are coming out. Ooh, Creator coming out worse for wear here. He's going to be bleeding out bleeding out 2 Stalkers. But he is overwhelming Hero. Does he have enough? We have reinforcements on the way. Hero, yeah, he barely comes out on top. He outtrades Creator there in the Stalker Wars, and Hero will hold. We'll take game number 1. GG. Really risky play there out of Creator. Hero thankfully threw down a third gateway, so he was able to keep up with the production of his opponents. If Hero had invested into a robo, or if he had invested into a expansion, then Creator would have overwhelmed. But Hero was able to keep up. Was able to keep up Stalker-wise and keep up Micro-wise as well, as he even out-traded Creator. And with that, GG. GG, well played. One player is all in, the other isn't, and we have an even amount of production. Just hard to make that work. And now we're getting into game number 2. And yeah, a fast series, I expect. Even if this goes to the ace match, I expect some fast games. That's what I'm here for here, between Hero and Creator. I'm ready for it. Gib, papi, gib. Oh. Okay, ga, papi, ga. Hello, honeyboy7. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos as we are getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate. We have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Club NV, down in this series, but looking to bounce back, looking to fight back and make a series out of this in the grand finals. It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Dragon KZ Gaming. DKZ leading the series 1-0, surviving and defending the one base all in game 1. It is Hero. Okay. Now, does this mean it's Hero's turn to go all in? Is that what that means? Is that oh boy. Here we go. As for now, we're settling into our openers. It is going to be a double gate opener out of Creator, 2-gate opener out of Hero. Probe going to be checking just outside the natural first, just in case. Making sure we're safe and sound. Gateways are on the way, and we're waiting to see our first units of choice here for both Creator and Hero. And likewise, we'll keep an eye on these probes to see if we go for another hidden pylon, another proxy. But now it looks like we're just going for a probe scout from Creator. Just, oh, never mind. Okay, is gonna actually pivot back around. Is gonna be, yep, once again, hiding that first probe in the center of the map. The pylon has been thrown down. The probe hiding here in the tall grass as well. Oh boy. If Hero were to have probe scouted, he would have seen this, but as you can see, Hero, he hides his second pylon in his main base, and he's not probe scouting. Hero, he's not scouting at all. So Hero's gonna be in the dark, and it's a one base all in proxy robo out of Creator. Let's go. Adepts are on the way. This can lead into either a Warp Prison to drop the Adepts in the main base, or Immortals to just break through the front line. Regardless, all in is here for Creator, and Hero has no idea, but he is going for a Stargate opener. He's going for the Stargate. Creator, Hero, he sees nothing, he knows nothing. But we'll soon be active with the Adepts. That's what's important. The first two Adepts are going to be shading across the map, and they should come across the proxy. They should be going through the center, as first they hunt down the probe. They're going to be maneuvering out. And yeah, just because of the location, like, we should see everything here. Adepts, oh! No, they don't! No shot. They don't see the proxy. The Adepts, they denied the shade. Oh, but Hero, he does trade a little bit better here. Up. And we're going to be looking to trade Adept for Adept. Hero, he does commit. Shades on out, still doesn't see the robo. But moving out with his Stalkers to catch the Adept, and now he does confirm what's going on. Hero, he's in the middle of expanding. He's going for the Oracle first with that Stargate. There we go. Throws down the shield battery immediately. And it's Immortals. Immortals are amassing. Now, Creator, he didn't see the opener, so he doesn't know what's going on. Thankfully, safety shield battery. We're going to be getting ready for the eventual Oracle aggression. Oracle's going for the mineral line. Shield battery should finish up in time. Creator, he's safe. And he should be able to cancel this natural. Should cancel the expansion. See Hero preparing in the main base as well. Oracle going ham. Shield battery does preserve these probes a little bit longer. One probe goes down. Only one so far. Would you force a cancel on that expansion? Ooh, did I say one? We get 5 probes. Oh my god! 6 probes go down. That was a late warping at a Creator. A little bit too cavalier there. Creator just a lapse in defense, and 6 probes full. So with that, Creator, he takes the big blow to his economy, which may not sound like a big deal, but when you're all in, every probe counts. Your economy does matter. As we take down a gateway, we can see Hero throw down a backup gateway here in the mineral line. 3rd gateway on the way. He's amassing Immortals, going for Phoenixes as well to shut down the Prism, to CC the Immortals. Now we have high ground vision. Well, I mean, Hero has high ground is what I meant to say. Gets a couple of free shots in. Oracle threatens the stasis trap. Oh! And we're going for it. Stasis in the mineral line. Good reaction at the Creator. Does pull back. Ooh. One probe does get stasis. Now we're pushing in. We have plenty of Adepts. We can shade into the main. We focus down the shield battery. Shield battery goes down. No overcharge. We pick up the Stalker, not the Immortal. I think that was quite intentional there. Another Phoenix does arrive. We're going for the Prism. But Creator, he does hold on. Does take down the pylon. Does take control of the ramp. And we're pushing in. Hero in quite a bit of trouble. Does CC one of the Immortals. Yeah, takes down one of the Immortals. Boys are being pulled. We can't afford to lose some of them. Hero supply blocked. The Oracle tanks a couple of shots. We take down the Prism. The Prism goes down. And Hero, he will clean this up. At a cost, though. Hero, he's down to 9 probes. Ay, down to barely an economy. GG gets called. Creator, he taps out. He gets cleaned up. And Hero takes game number 2. I mean, Hero did defend, but he's got 10 probes. I don't know. GG. I'm feeling conflicted about that tap out, not gonna lie. To be fair, Creator did lose all of his immortals and his robos in the middle of the map, which means with Creator losing that army, he will lose the robo. 100%, the robo in the middle of the map is going to be depowered with the counterattack. He will only have stalkers to defend against a player with immortals. Nah, yeah, that's GG. Yeah. Yeah, because of the proxy, I think I'm leaning more there on that all-in failing and not being able to recover from the counterattack. But that was a lot of economic damage done though. Regardless, GG, well played. Creator, he taps out. Hero takes a 2-0 lead in the grand finals. We are going to game 3, and I'm hoping we can bounce back. I'm hoping we can fight back there. Yeah, I agree in the chat. If Hero goes immediately, exactly. Like, because of where the robo was, because it was right, not just in the middle of the map, but in the main attack path, immediately Hero, he depowers the robo, which means no immortals, no prism, and Hero does have the immortal advantage over his opponent. I think with that failed all in, just yeah, I think it's hard to come back from that. Oh, GG. With that, we're getting into hard lead, game number 3, and with that, Creator, can we bounce back? We've seen 2 one-base all-ins back-to-back, just non-stop one-base all-ins at a Creator. Do we go for a third one-base all-in? Or is it Hero's turn? Is it Hero's turn to all-in? That is the question. Who's got to all-in? Who's it going to be? Let's find out. Let us find out, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of hard lead, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. Looks like there was a bit of latency going on at the time. But here we go, we're getting into game number 3. The pressure is on, we have to bounce back, we have to fight back here and now, otherwise that will be the end of the series and the end of the tournament. He needs your energy, he needs your support. Representing Club NV, it is Creator. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss representing Dragon Z Gaming, leading the series 2-0, 1 game away from becoming this week's KSL champion and claiming yet another win. Can he be stopped? It is Hero. Probes are moving out. And Creator, he avoids the main scouting path. Interesting. Is going to avoid the probe here of Hero, but I think we're still scouting. I think we're still just going to be heading into the main base and scouting nonetheless. So both players, they take alternate paths here across the map. Probes are coming in, and it looks like a much more standard start. Phew, okay. Hero, he checks the main. Creator also checks the main base. We're calming things down, and it looks like some standard openers here, as we will not be throwing down any proxies. Not yet. No proxy pylons. It's going to be a 2-gate opener at a Creator, 2-gate opener at a Hero. Pylon has been thrown down in the main. Likewise, a pylon is thrown down in the main base as well for Creator. So both players, they scout and they confirm that the second pylon is not proxied, which means there is no proxy. Well, most likely there is no proxy. So now we can calm down. we can ease into our PvP. And can we get into some mid-game? That's the question. Again, we've had some non-stop all-ins out of Creator on one base so far. But will we finally sink our teeth into a longer game, into a more macro-oriented PvP? Is that what we want? That's the better question. Do we want some macro, or do we want some chaos? That's the real question. I'm all for the chaos. I'm all for it. Gibbs, Bappy, Gibbs. As we are going to be throwing down the second pylon here on the low ground. Or I should say, Hero throws down the pylon to scout the initial units, and he will get eyes on at least one of the stalkers. Creator, he does keep the second stalker hidden. But with this pylon block, yeah, he has to reveal it if he wants to expand. So Hero, he's aware of the double stalker opener. Expansion is on the way. We have sentries as a follow-up, and Hero back at home, or Hero across the map, also opening up double stalker as well. So far, pretty mirrored builds here. I mean, I say that Hero did open up double Stalker into a third and fourth Stalker, so he has a bit of an army advantage. Instead, Creator went into additional sentries, but he has a shield battery, he has a defender's advantage. Creator, he should be okay. Should be okay. Hero is reinforcing, is going to try and break through this defensive line, but there is a shield battery. And we're going to force energy to be sended. So far, good control out of Hero. Is going to be pulling back with those sentries. Is turning back around. Hallucination Scout comes in, and we do have a Twilight Council follow-up here out of Hero. A Twilight Council out of Creator. It looks like we're getting into two-base play. Looks like Blink Stalkers. Let's go. We're getting into two-base Blink, at least. We have a standard PvP. This nation, again, just confirming no additional gateways, no fast gases, no robo, no Stargate. So Creator fully aware of what's going on. Likewise, we do see no Hallucination Scout yet here from Hero. Oh, there we go. It's now moving out. So a bit of a later scout for Hero. Bit later from him. Ooh, and after the hallucination dies, Dark Shrine. Uh-oh, we're throwing down a very fast Dark Shrine here from Hero. Meanwhile, I believe the hallucination scout was denied. Yep, not made it into the main base. So Hero's playing blind, by the way. For all he knows, there could be a robo, but as we can see, no robo. We're going for a third base. Creator, he's in a bit of trouble. The longer this goes on without a robo, the higher chance it becomes that this may just end the game. We have seen PvPs pretty frequently end in such a way. I say pretty frequently. I was telling Yaku about this because we had our podcast recently. We had a podcast going over the patch notes, and I was talking about like the armory Widowmine build that is going to be killed with the new patch, and referring to how it was similar to how DTs are nowadays, as we denied this. Oh god, we denied the scout that Arc Shrine is hidden, and basically if you don't have any detection in PvP, and if the DT gets across the map, it just ends the game. And we've been seeing this more and more commonly over the past couple of months, like once a week sort of thing, which is still a lot at the pro level, and DTs are on the way. And there's no Stargate, there's no robo. There is a forge, so we could throw down some cannons. That's true. Oh boy. Now, thankfully, it's only one Dark Templar. If we had three, if we had one for each... sorry, it is two Dark Templar. We just see it. We just spot it. Robo's on the way. Robo's on the way, and Hero, he wants it. He wants the robo. We have a DT at the third base, another DT here at the natural, and we're headed for the robo. GG gets called, no detection there, just a late robo, and the game does end. And with that, Hero is this week's KSL champion. GG. And yes, this is a dynamic in PvP. It's been happening quite a lot recently, where if you go for a Dark Shrine, if your opponent doesn't have detection, if they don't have a robo, the game ends. The game just ends. Snowge, Papi. And the Invisible Man, it is a little bit too strong. It is too strong. But yeah, we were because we were having a podcast recently about talking about the patch, and we were talking about for those who haven't read the patch, for those who haven't watched the or listened to the podcast, we were talking about how the armory build is going to be stripped away. For those that are curious what that means, in TVP currently there is a build where you can go for reactored factory into Widowmine production into an armory, and you go for a Widowmine opener with an armory, which means you need detection to kill the Widowmines. And if the Protoss doesn't have detection, and if the Widowmines get in, they can just camp your mineral lines, and they can just wreak havoc and kill every probe, and they can just end the game. Like it's just a build that can sometimes just win you the game, just per chance, right? Like if your opponent doesn't have detection, it's over. If the Widowmines get in. And I was like, you know, it's cool that they're getting rid of that, and it's probably a healthy thing for the game that they're getting rid of that. But what about DTs and PvP? I was like, what about the DT and PvP? Because it's the same thing. It's the same dynamic where DT rocks up and you can just die. And it's not the best. I don't think it's the best thing for the game, but it is a thing that's currently there. What I will say though, as we spoke about it, there is a change coming up to the Sentry. there is a sentry change, and for those that are curious, I believe they're making the sentry a little bit more durable and viable. Not durable. They're increasing its DPS against shield units. In PvP, they're increasing the DPS basically of the sentry, which means that they're incentivizing sentry openers, and in that way, their answer, I'm assuming, to help deal with this specific kind of game state is that because they're incentivizing sentry openers, it's going to become easier to scout in PvP and easier to see that Dark Shrine. That's the change that they're hoping to implement in the new patch. So that's how they're going to be addressing this, by just increasing the scouting, or the viability or the potential that you're going to be able to scout it. In saying that, Creator did open Sentry. He did go for Hallucination Scouts, and he still did not see the Dark Shrine. So we'll see. Regardless, GG, well played. My condolences to Creator. Big shout out to Hero, as Hero, he is going to become this week's Korean StarCraft League champion. GG, very well played. Congratulations. Again, how many wins is this? Hold on. How many wins is this here for Hero? Let's have a look at the history of the KSL. Hero, he's got 19. He's got 19 wins under his belt. Again, he is our KSL champion. No one has as many KSL wins as Hero does. He rocks up to the KSL. He usually does take it here, and it's about who can stop him. Who can stop him, if anyone. Usually it's Stark. Usually it's Stark that stops him. But he was denied this week. He was denied. So congratulations, and I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all enjoyed the StarCraft here. They also removed the light attack. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Making it more durable against adepts. Yes, that's it. So basically, the sentry is going to be more durable, and it's going to be doing more damage. And again, it's incentivizing sentry openers. And that's the goal. That's how they're going to be addressing PvP, at least. Which, I mean, will it work? Will it? No, we'll find out. We will find out. Regardless, congratulations to Hero. And I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And if you enjoyed this cast, if you enjoyed this tournament, !KSL. !KSL in the chat, and you will get a link to the Patreon of the Korean StarCraft League, where you can support this event yourself. And there are some benefits to supporting the event on Patreon, as you will not just, feel good about supporting Korean StarCraft, but you also gain access to the replay packs as well. The replay packs of the Korean StarCraft League. So if you want these replays for yourself, if you want to learn from them, if you want to cast them, if you want to watch them yourself and study and try to get a read and dissect how some of your favorite players play, then the replays are available via the Patreon. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We're not done today. We are not done. We're going to be going on a short break, and we are going to be going over the StarsWar 11 closed qualifier for the Asia region. We casted day 1 of the Asia region yesterday live. Here today, we're going to be casting it, but it is a couple of hours old. We're going to be casting it as, I believe the matches did end like an hour or two ago. They ended a couple of hours ago, so we're going to be casting it a little bit later, but we just wanted to wrap up KSL first, and then we can sink our teeth into some StarsWar 11 qualifiers. Oh, let's go. So, it is going to be an extended break. It's going to be like 5 to 10 minutes, just because I have to change all the overlays. I have to set up all the players. I have to get everything ready, so I'm going to need a little bit of time here to set that up, and then, bam. StarsWar 11 qualifiers. They're coming. If you're unfamiliar, what is StarsWar 11? It is an offline event that's taking place in China, and for the past couple of weeks, they've been hosting qualifiers. And we've been casting every single one. We casted the qualifiers for Korea, for Asia, for Europa, and Americas. So they've been having qualifiers for all the regions, and all the open qualifiers have ended, and now they're going through all the closed qualifiers. And yesterday, the Asia closed qualifier started, and it's, I believe, a 3-day event. 3 days of closed qualifier. Then when we finish up with Asia, then we go into Korea, and then Europe and Americas. I can't remember which region comes next. But basically, one by one, we're going through all the closed qualifiers to determine who makes it into the offline finals. It's going to be the offline playoffs, so top 8. Top 8 players make it to the offline event, which is going to be happening next month. So a lot of StarCraft to come here, a lot of StarCraft on the horizon. if that interests you, if it intrigues you, then consider following. Consider following us here on on Twitch, on YouTube, on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, anywhere and everywhere. There you go. We're all over the place. CranKy Ducklings. We cast here on a daily basis, and just like today, sometimes we cast 2, 3, 4 times in a day. Yeah, that does happen. So yeah, we're always on that grind. You know, we're the most active casting channel out there. But that's only because we don't stream anything else. Like we don't like ladder on this channel. We don't host other things. We do have a podcast every now and then. True. We do have that at least. But yeah, we're always here. We're always casting, and we're gonna be going on a short break. When we return, the StarsWar 11 qualifiers are here. See you soon. Otherwise, if you want to support us, you can subscribe on Twitch. You can subscribe on YouTube, and you can also check out our own Patreon. Exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. A big shout out to Sort of, as Sort of did raid us earlier. So a big shout out to hold on. / shout out Sort of SC. Does that work? Bam, there you go. Shout out to Sort of, as he did raid us earlier. So do check out him. He's a great player. He's a Swedish Zerg player living in Korea. So give him a big shout out. Do check him out. Again, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes with some more StarCraft. See you soon. Oh. upset. We had Cyan take down Kingslayer and Coffee advance on over Nice. And now we have our top 4. We have our top 4 of the Asia region. We have Firefly versus Lemon in a PvP and Cyan versus Coffee in a PvT thereafter. If you're a fan of Zerg, I apologize. If you're a fan of Zerg, I do apologize. There are 0 Zerg players left in the region. There were some people talking about Miyamaika, and Miyamaika did not participate in the qualifiers. He signed up, he did not check in. Unfortunately, Miyamaika, he was not a part of the... Oh, come back, Fire... No! Come back, Firefly, come back. He left the building. He's done. He knows he's already won, Papi. He's over it. He's over it. Este Firefly. But unfortunately, Miyamaika, he wasn't a part of the qualifiers, and as a result, there's no... Zerg representation was a little bit lower here in the Asia region. It comes down to 3 Protoss and 1 Terran. Oh boy, who's it gonna be? Again, Firefly is coming in as one of the heavy hitters. There's a lot of hype. There's a lot of hype around Firefly. We've been fans of Firefly for over a year, watching him in WTL for the past couple of seasons. He was the star of the Starving Camels. He was the ace player in the Platinum Heroes. And now Firefly is on a new team. He's on a Korean team. He is on Offside. He's on Offside, so it's great to see that Firefly continues to get support. Recently, Firefly did qualify for IEM Katowice. He was a part of IEM as well. He made it through Korean players to qualify for that event. And now he's here looking to make a deep run to qualify for the main event of StarsWar 11. Can he be stopped? Can Lemon stand in his way? Lemon, of course, having his best Max Pax impression. He's not quite Artanis on the screen, but he is a Colossus, apparently. Lemon, he is, of course, the Taiwanese Protoss player. Lemon is a race picker. He is GM as Terran, as Zerg, and as Protoss. And recently, he has been competing as Protoss. He's competed as Terran and Zerg in the past, but currently, he is Protoss. And we're here for another PvP. I hope you're unsatiated. I hope you want some more, because we casted a lot of PvPs in KSL. We casted Stats versus Parting, we casted Stats versus Hero, and we casted Hero versus Creator as well. We've already casted a lot of PvP tonight, and the PvP continues. Let's go. We have the vetoes, we have our best of 5, and we are loading on in. Vámonos, papi. Vámonos. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have Firefly, the Chinese Protoss, for Offside. And in the top right, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss player, Lemon, for Mystery Gaming. Let's go. As we are settling into this, and again, we have been going through all the open qualifiers over the past couple of weeks, and now we are here with the first closed qualifiers as well. Again, it is a 3-day event. Yesterday we had the quarterfinals, today we had the semis, and tomorrow, I believe, will be the finals. The finals will be upon us. Oh boy, to determine who will qualify, who makes it through into that main event. We're here for it. We are ready for it. Until then, we have some interesting openers. It's gonna be it's gonna be 2-gate openers. Never mind. It's gonna be a 2-gate opener out of Firefly, double-gate opener out of Lemon as well. So far, everything is by the book. Everything is as it should be, at least initially. And with this Probe Scout, Lemon is going to be confirming that Firefly has nothing up his sleeve, that is not going for any kind of proxy of any sort. So do you see Lemon just confirming that? So likewise across the map, we can see a second pylon is going to be thrown down, and we will not be going for any kind of crazy cheese or crazy aggression, at least initially. Pylon is in the main for Firefly, and Pylon is also in the main base for Lemon. So standard openers. Standard openers, no proxies, not yet. See in the chat. That reminds me of the short-lived Horde team that Alliance Dota had. Oh. There's an offside team that rivals onside. For those that are curious, and Kuro is explaining in the chat, Onside Gaming, or Onside, is not a team anymore. Onside was acquired by Team Vitality. So Maru, Solar, and Ryung, they're all on Team Vitality now. And Onside has, in a way, kind of disbanded. And now they have like a sister B team, which is Offside. So the people that were working on Onside are now managing Offside, which is what Firefly is a part of, Rex is a part of, Control as well. So really cool to see that the people behind Onside are still willing to support even further in StarCraft and willing to support a player like Firefly. Really cool to see. As we're settling on in, we're getting into our expansions, of course. We have our first units of choice as well. Moving on out, Firefly does have a hidden probe towards the top left. Looking to go in for, I imagine, a follow-up scout at a later time. Is keeping it hidden there. Could even use it to throw down a pylon as Firefly, he's committed to Mass Adept. It wasn't just a double Adept opener. We have 4, we have a 5th and 6th Adept on the way. We could even go into a 7th and 8th Adept as well. Meanwhile, that probe scout is coming back in, but the scout is gonna be denied. And I'm not sure we scouted the natural, I'll be honest. Hallucination will confirm the amount of adepts we have. Hallucination confirms the Robo follow-up, which is a very interesting follow-up here from Firefly. Looks like a prism. Looks like it's going to be adepts with a War Prism to support, or maybe even a 2-base all-in with Immortals. We do see Lemon responding with a Twilight Council, looking like Blink. So Blink Stalkers versus a heavy Adept composition, as Adepts are going to be shading across the map. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Air Orange. Oh my papi. A big shout out to Air Orange in the chat. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 27 months. That's a lot of months, papi. That's a lot of months. Thank you so much. Hope you have been enjoying the content over the years. Hope you enjoy the cast. Thank you, Air Orange. Thank you. Much love. Much love. As Adepts are going to be threatening a shade. Some of them are getting picked off in the process, but we do commit to the shade. We're heading straight for that main. And we're going to be able to DPS our way through that building. The pylon is going to be focused down. That's a kill, not a cancel. We focus down one of the pylons and we focus down the other. 2 Adepts, they do bust in. The others do shade away and we can one-shot probes. 1, 2, 3, 4 probes go down. Almost a 5th, but 4 workers do fall. Pretty good amount of economic damage as Firefly does take a 5-worker lead. And he still has Adepts threatening that base. Meanwhile, behind this, he's starting up Immortal production. Why Immortals? Well, because we have a Stalker deficit. Lemon has more Stalkers than his opponent, so we need Immortals to make up for that to survive the counterattack once the Adepts go down. And the Adepts will eventually be cleaned up. As we can see here, we get a 6th probe kill. Barely not a 7th. As Lemon is cleaning this up, Blink is on the horizon, and eventually Lemon is going to counterattack. Now, to defend back at home, we will at least have 1 Immortal. There we go, we have a 2nd Immortal on the way. Shield batteries are preparing as well. Firefly is ahead economically, but can he maintain that lead? As Firefly, he's going straight for a 3rd. He's crazy. He's going for the 3rd base, so is Lemon, and the Hallucination does confirm. I was going to say that Firefly doesn't know if it's a 2-base all-in or not, but he reads it well. He scouts and confirms that both players are expanding and that Firefly can get away with his 3rd. Now, Lemon has map control. Lemon does have map control right now, so he can, of course, assert himself, can push towards and threaten that 3rd. Hallucination Scout is going to confirm the position of the army. Lemon is spotted. Firefly pushes forward. Again, Firefly's army is smaller, but he has Immortals, and he has Force Fields. Can use that to his advantage. There we go. Force Fields are thrown down. We do Blink away. Blink is done for Lemon. We'll be bleeding out 1 more probe across the map and shouldn't lose much more. Loses a 2nd probe. But the Adepts are cleaned up. And basically Firefly is just chilling back in and building stuff. Oh, a bit of a miss rally there out of Lemon. Bleeds out a Stalker, but he does get on top of the 4th base. Can he force a cancel? He doesn't have the DPS for it. Doesn't have the DPS. Only 3 Stalkers. We are rotating around. So chat, Onside is basically a subdivision. Yeah, exactly. So it was an acquisition, not like a. It's complicated. True, technically a partnership. I guess so. I guess. But for all intents and purposes, the team is referred to as Team Vitality. But Onside still doing what they can in the background. As here we go, Firefly going for a big counterattack. Blink is finishing up in 10 seconds. No shield battery. Uh-oh. Shield battery is still on the way. The Immortals are breaking through. And again, this is the big power spike of Firefly as he has 3 Immortals with his army. Boys are being pulled. Overcharges popped. But against 3 Immortals, that's a lot of DPS. That's a lot of firepower. We have 1 Immortal to defend. But we're able to get so much damage done here on the 3rd base. And Firefly, he may just snowball out of control from here. Yeah, it may just be too much. We focus down the Immortal. Boys are being pulled once again. And we try to focus down one of the Immortals. We get 1, but only 1. GG gets called, and Firefly takes game number 1. GG. Firefly, he's looking bored. Firefly. Ay, ay, ay. GG. Firefly does take the first game, and honestly, there wasn't anything too fancy with it. He committed into additional adepts. The adepts were able to cripple the economy. Firefly took an economic lead, and from there, Firefly was just going into his own robo production, into Immortals. He defended the counterattack, and then bam, he snowballed out of control with his economic advantage, able to build up towards a higher quality army and break Lemon. A very crisp and clean play out of Firefly, which is what we expect. You know, this is what we expect here out of Firefly. Again, he is coming in as the best Protoss in the region. You know, long gone are the days of Maxed, of Cyan, of Jeshi, of even Jim back in the day. Nah, not anymore. Now when it comes to the Chinese Protoss, it is Firefly. We've even seen Firefly take it to Oliveira. Of course, for those that are curious, if you saw the bracket, you're like, hold up, where's Oliveira? Where's the world champion? What's going on? The reigning world champ. He's seated. He is seated. He is invited in, and here we go. We're getting into game 2, and in the top left, we have Firefly for offside. And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Taiwanese Protoss. It is a Colossus, and also Lemon. As we're settling into game number 2, again, a big shout out to the sponsors of StarsWar 11. Without them, this will not be possible. Shout out to Team Wii, shout out to SC Boy, Aegon, Doyu, as well as Double Esports, and some other sponsors that I'm unfamiliar with. But a shout out to the sponsors nonetheless. And again, we're settling into game number 2. Just to quickly go over, I believe because Oliveira is the reigning world champion, he has been invited into the main event, so he does not have to partake in the qualifiers. So Oliveira is not a part of this, not yet. But he will be a part of that main event. Really, it's about who joins Oliveira in that main event. That is the question. But now, 2 gate openers. 2 gate opener out of Firefly, 2 gate opener out of Lemon. Everything is looking normal for the time being. I say normal. Did you see Firefly's camera? Not his webcam, but his in-game cam. Firefly, that probe is on a mission. That probe is not scouting. You can see it on the minimap. He's actually going to the Zelnaga, and he's going towards the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Firefly, he's going to be hiding the pylon, I believe. Yeah, and there we go. The pylon is being hidden by Firefly. Lemon going for his own pylon in his main. Firefly is hiding his own. Now, based on the positioning of this pylon, this could be a fake proxy pylon, or it could be a Stargate. It's too far out of the way to be a robo. So it shouldn't be a robo, it shouldn't be a one base all in. It looks like if we commit a Stargate opener instead for Oracle aggression. Oh my god, it's Firefly! He's committing! He's crazy! It is a robo! I stand by what I said. Based on the positioning, this looks like a Stargate. It is very out of the way. It's very far off towards the left-hand side on the edge of the map. So, because of that, is this proxy prison? Is it going to be a war prison first? It's going to take a while for Immortals to reinforce. Regardless, it's an all-in. It's a one-base all-in out of Firefly. Let's go. Let us go. It's called Britolazadora, papi. Oh, gracias, papi, gracias. What are you referring to? I don't even know. That's amazing. I like it. I like it, papi. I like it. But yeah, we are actually making Immortals. Okay, so we're going to be proxying Immortal towards the bottom left-hand corner of the map. We are just rallying them over. Lemon responds with a 3rd gateway. Okay, so Lemon, with that 3rd gateway, he will be able to outproduce his opponent when it comes to gateway units, and he will have an abundance of stalkers to work with. Is that going to be enough though? As Firefly catches out these stalkers, gets a lot of damage done on at least one of them, and can he focus it down? He can! No! Bit of mispathing there, and one stalker goes down. We shouldn't get the other, but that's already a big pick off for Firefly. And Lemon, he saw that the pylon was missing, by the way. He knows. Shield batteries on the way. I mean, he doesn't know what's coming his way, but it is an all-in, and he needs to prepare. There we go. The Immortal does reveal itself. We get the 2nd Stalker. Big losses already for Lemon. A shield battery does finish, and he has the high ground. He has the high ground. We're going for a Stargate as a response. I believe the Shade does not scout. I believe the Shade is a little bit too short of vision. And Lemon is getting ready for his own backstab. He's crazy. Okay. Show us what you got. Now, Firefly also throws down a third gateway so we can keep up in the production. Adepts, they threaten his Shade. They do give some high ground vision there. Ooh, we have a Sentry for a force field, so we can slice up the army. And the Prism has arrived. Yeah, we can focus on that gateway. Well, the force field! We catch two of these Stalkers. We force the overcharge. Thankfully, the overcharge is within range. And we can see Lemon going for a backstab. Bold move out of Lemon. Will it pay off? As Firefly now has to make a choice. Does he warp in across the map or back at home? And he has to warp in at home. He has one Stalker to defend. Only one, though. As Lemon, he's breaking through. And Firefly supply blocked. He can't warp in. No shot. He's 46 out of 47. And Firefly, he cannot warp in back at home. He has to lose the unit. Adept does fall. Oh, but he's about to be supply blocked once again with the death of that pylon. No. Firefly, he's being pulled apart. He is supply blocked. We dive on top of the Immortal. We focus it down. Solid pick up there by Lemon. And Lemon, he's not just holding, he's not just surviving, but he's also crippling Firefly across the map. And Firefly, he knows. He knows he cannot end the game. He has to recall. And he's transitioning. Now suddenly the turns have tabled. Suddenly, Firefly is the defender. And Lemon, he's going for a big counterattack. Now Lemon's also going to be expanding. It's going to be a later expansion compared to his opponent. I believe Lemon should be pushing, but it looks like he's looking for the proxy. He's trying to find that robo. Where exactly is it? And eventually he will find it. It's over towards the left-hand side. He will depower this robo. Thankfully, the observer did pop out for Firefly. Does have it. Gonna be able to move out with it. As Lemon is going to try to scout across the map with that initial Phoenix. And he's chilling. He's just chilling back at home. We're settling down. Whew. Okay. So the all-in from Firefly didn't quite work out. We did force a big reaction out of Lemon. We forced him to stay on one base. But overall, I want to give the edge to Lemon here. I mean, it does have a later expansion, unfortunately. So Firefly, he's going to be able to get into a better economy. Lemon's going for a robot to defend. Firefly going for a Dark Shrine. Thankfully, Lemon does have the robo for detection. He will have observers. He's getting there. Meanwhile, Firefly's going to be pushing. Ooh, going to be reinforcing on the front lines. Oh, the Dark Shrine is scouted, by the way, by the Hallucination. Big scout there by Lemon. Big scout by Lemon. Meanwhile, Firefly wants to try to dive on that army. He does force field the ramp. Gets a force field off. He's diving into the main base. Juggling his units over. Duh, but he won't make it in. Again, Lemon, he was in position. He had enough to defend. That Phoenix doing so much to zone away that Prism. And Firefly, he lost a high MG Sentry. That was a big pickoff. That's a big pickoff there. As Lemon, he prioritizes the Observer. It's on the way. Meanwhile, we catch a Stalker. Not bad. One Stalker does fall. DT's trying to waddle in, but again, we have the Observer out. It's out in a couple of seconds. We do need a little bit more time. Yes, there we go. We have one DT in the natural, one DT in the main base. We can one-shot probes. The overcharge does nothing. And we get 7 probe kills. Good damage dealt so far by Firefly. Pretty impressive, to be honest. Despite the detection, he gets 7 probes. Firefly takes an economic lead, and he backs up. Backs the hell off. Gets the hell out of there. Races back home. And can Firefly survive the counterattack? That is the question. Can he survive? Can he hold? Lemon, he rocks up. He's got his Stalkers. He's got Blink. Does get caught out a little bit there. Does get spotted. And it looks like we're going to settle once again into our third bases. So we're calming things down. Getting into our 3-base setup. Getting into our 3-base setup here. We do have a gateway explosion from Firefly. It looks like he wants to commit with Blink Stalkers. The DT tries to waddle in, gets one more probe, but only gets 3. Not bad. It's an okay amount, but less than ideal. 3 probe kills, and it does fall. But you can see here that Firefly, he was able to have a slightly better economy overall, a slightly faster 3rd base, and that is going to be snowballing into a slightly bigger army. Does have a larger army here. He's pushing, going to be hitting a crisp timing with his own blink. Oh, where's the shield battery, by the way? We catch out the Stalkers. Ooh, a good amount of Stalkers go down. Big loss there for Lemon. The Phoenix comes in from behind. We did see a reaction out of Firefly. He does shut down the Phoenix, and he's pushing his way through. DT at the same time wreaking havoc at the natural, and Lemon's being pulled apart. Boys are being pulled. Overcharges force, but GG gets called, and Firefly takes game number 2. Hey, Firefly is like, yo, just give me the... There was a ceremony that Solar had in WTL when he played. Getting into game 3. The pressure is on, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have Firefly, the Chinese Protoss, for offside. And in the top left, we have his opponent, we have the Taiwanese Protoss player. The pressure is on for Mystery Gaming, Lemon. We have to bounce back here and now. And I mentioned this the other day, yesterday. You know, Lemon, apparently his avatar is the Colossus. No, it's long, it's big, it's lanky, it's huge. We haven't seen a Colossus yet, you know? Like, if that is his unit, if that is what he identifies as, we need some... Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to rush into Colossus. Which is not really a thing in PvP, but maybe that's what we're missing. Maybe that's what Lemon needs to whip out, here and now. Or maybe he's struggling because Colossi aren't really a thing in PvP. They're seen every now and then, but they're not common. Can Lemon eat a Firefly? Oh, that's an interesting visual. Can we lure the Firefly in? Let's find out, as we do see a probe being cheeky out on the map. Interesting. For now, it's going to be a 2-gate opener. It's going to be a 2-gate opener from either player. Firefly, he is hiding his pylon, but this time it's a fake. And I like this. Winding it back. Remember, in game number 2, Firefly did commit to a 1-base all-in. Now he's faking a 1-base all-in. Is the Colossus a lemon with stick legs? Oh, true. Is that really all this Colossus is? Is it just a big lemon? Maybe. That's why we feel sour when we lose to Colossi, Bobby. True, true. Ah. As again, Firefly, he's going for the fake 1-base all-in, and it's going to be on Lemon to read this. Now, shout out to Lemon because he's scouting. He's checking, he's looking for the fake, for the pylon, and he will come across it. So very nice scouting pattern here out of Lemon. Looking at his vision, he does come across the pylon, he does scout, and now he knows that he has nothing to be scared of. He's now aware that it's not a 1-base all-in. Back at home did open up double Stalker, but he should be expanding. Should be taking his Nexus. Firefly is going to be the first to expand as he skips some of his, or he delays his units, goes for a double sentry follow-up. Next Sire on the way. Ooh, and Firefly, his tech of choice is going to be a Colossal. Sorry, it's going to be a Robo. I saw the Robo and my brain thought Colossus. I'm just, the Colossus, it's on the mind. It's on the mind right now. Is he doing, is Firefly going to try and beat Lemon with his own unit? Oh, let's go. But no, it's going to be the Robo opener. It's a very safe way to open. This gives you access to faster Immortal production, and Immortals, they're able to just keep you safe and sound against a more heavy Stalker army from your opponent. So, very safe way to play. Stalkers, they have arrived. They're going to be applying pressure here at the natural. Ooh, and Firefly doesn't have much to defend. His adepts are across the map. He has adepts across the map. Immortals on the way. We try to force our way up into the main base. We do get force fielded. And there is a shield battery. We catch out some of these units. Shield battery doing what they can, keeping these sentries alive. They do focus down one of the Stalkers. Have you ever seen sentries kill a Stalker? That was crazy. What? Firefly, he's cracked. He sees 4 Stalkers. He's like, man, I'm fine. I got 2 sentries. I win that fight. This is before the patch, by the way. They are buffing the sentry in PvP. Okay. Firefly, he kills the Stalker. He moves out. Does see the army. He's going to try to collapse on this. They come in with reinforcements, forces the recall, and he will not kill a Stalker. Lemon, he will recall back home just in time. Kills that pylon. And now we're settling in. Now, when it comes to Firefly, he has the Immortal. He has the first Immortal. We have a Prism as a follow-up, and now it's time for Firefly to break free. Now, Firefly, he has a lower drone count, a lower probe count, because he was denied mining at his natural. So, he's down in economy, but he's up in army, and he has to try to break through. There is a shield battery, but the Immortal doesn't care about your shield batteries. Oh boy. Does care about the overcharge, though. There is an overcharge available. Firefly does try to find a way in. Is going to be dropping into the main. Oh, he goes for the force field. No shot. He does get it. He's juggling into the main base, and recall is on cooldown. Recall is on cooldown. We take control of the ramp. We force field again and again. And Lemon, he's stuck outside the base. He can't recall. The boys are being pulled. Firefly trying to end this in style as the force field finally runs out. We break through. We break back in. But we force field again. And this is becoming too much. This is game-ending damage. Not like this. As again, Lemon, he's stuck outside of his own main. Now he finally pushes in, but he's lost 9 probes already. He's going for the Immortal. But the juggling is too good. We keep the Immortal alive just barely. It's so close to going down. Good target firing here. GG gets called. Firefly takes the series 3-0. Papi. GG, well played. Firefly. They cut him off, but I don't know if you saw, he has an offside jacket. He has an offside jacket. He was pointing out the logo. Big shout out to Firefly. He takes the 3-0 again in style. Winding it back. If you're in that position, your kind of out of jail free card is the recall. Like, if you get caught out and if you're stuck outside the main base, recall is usually the way to respond. But if you remember, Lemon recalled back home his Stalkers, so recall was on cooldown, and he could not recall into his own main. He was locked out. He was locked outside of his own house, and Firefly just wreaked havoc. GG, well played. Congratulations to Firefly. Advances on to the grand finals. But we have another series. We have another matchup. Up next is going to be Cyan versus Coffee. Cyan versus Coffee is up next. Is going to be a PvT. This is going to be closer. I do think that there is a skill gap between in the grand finals. So who's it going to be? We have a Protoss, we have a Terran. I did mention before, these are some of the best Protoss and Terran in the region. And now they're facing off here and now. You can see the vetoes, Hard Lead and Solaris was vetoed by Cyan. Meanwhile, Radisson Station and Equilibrium were vetoed by Coffee. So Coffee vetoing some of these larger unorthodox maps. Now we're getting into game 1. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Protoss player Cyan with Mystery Gaming. And in the top left, we have as opponent, we have the Chinese Terran Coffee, also for Mystery Gaming. It is a bit of a team kill, but at least one Mystery Gaming player will advance on into the grand finals. Who is it going to be? The Protoss or the Terran? Can we avoid the mirror matchup finals? That's all I want. I'm a little bit biased here, a little bit, as I am going to be cheering here for the PvT finals, but we'll see. We shall see. Let's go. As we are settling on into this, a big shout out to the production team because Cyan is Cyan, or he's blue at least. Big shout outs. This is something that we would always have an issue with. For those that are curious, there was a New Zealand player called Crimson, and there was an Australian player called Azure, and they needed their colors, okay? Azure needs to be blue, Crimson needed to be red. And likewise, Cyan also needs to be at least blue as well. So thankfully, production, they're on point. They got the colors correct. For now. Do have the colors on point. As we're settling into our openers, it looks like an economic opener out of Coffee. Coffee going for a Rax Expand single gas opener out of the Terran, which means a delayed factory. Which, meanwhile, Cyan going for a Gate Expand into Cybercore. Or sorry, gate, Cybercore expand here, standard opener out of coffee. So standard opener out of coffee, economic opener out of... I keep saying the wrong name. Economic opener out of coffee, standard opener out of cyan. There we go. What's messing me up, I'll be honest, is the name coffee is on the bottom of the UI, but the player is on the top. So that was messing me up a little bit, but we're good, we're good. We're all good. As we have our CC on the way. Likewise, just getting into our opener, it's going to be an adept first here out of cyan, looking to harass across the map, looking to keep up with the of course, Reaper opener. We'll see if he can. Reaper going to be dancing around, looking to keep an eye on the tech of choice, whether it's a Stargate or a Robo or even a Twilight Council. And so far, Reaper, he is going to take a couple of extra hits. Does not make his way into the main. Oh, yeah, and he will be zoned away. Good movement so far out of cyan. He denies the scout, and as we can see, it is a Twilight Council opener. Should be for Blink. Oh, the probe! Unamas, one more shot. It would have gone down, but Coffee, he does manage to slip away with that Reaper. Does manage to escape. Back at home, that's going to be the second gateway. So far, Blink, Twilight Council opener into a second gateway. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count as the Reaper gets shut down. Oh, but we lose the Adept for the Reaper. A bit of a give and take there between our players. Coffee going for a safety Cyclone opener. Basically, he's covering his corners. Cyclone would be good against Stalkers, would be good against an Oracle opener as well, or even a Phoenix. We don't know if it's a Stargate or not. So Coffee's in the dark, so he's just trying to cover his bases, play as safely as possible before getting into his Widowmine drop. Meanwhile, back at home, we are getting into additional gateway production, and that is a fourth gateway on the way. 4-gate Blink. Let's go. It's going to be 4-gate Blink here out of cyan. A very aggressive build. Very aggressive. Coffee needs to realize what's going on, and he needs to prepare back at home. The Cyclone is caught out. Does get a bit of damage done, but does take a lot of hits as well. Coffee has to back off. Again, Coffee is denied the scout. He still doesn't know what's happening. There is a safety bunker on the low ground. We need tank production. Right now, we're busy making Widowmines for the drop, which is okay, but as soon as we finish Widowmine production, we need to transition, get a tech lab on that factory, and get into tanks as soon as possible. And there it is. A tech lab is on the way. We will soon get into tank production. The mine drop is moving out across the map. Can Cyan minimize losses against the mine drop, and then can he counterattack thereafter? Because he is going to be pushing out with quite an amount of Stalkers. Meanwhile, the mine drop needs to get a read on how many gateways, on what kind of build this is, on what Cyan is working with. Meanwhile, Cyan out of position, he's ready for a drop into the main, and the natural's exposed. Coffee going right for it, or threatening it at least. Does threaten a dive, doesn't quite commit. Looks like it was spotted, and here we go. We can see Cyan going for a big counterattack. Meanwhile, the tech lab is done. Where is our tank production? Uh-oh. I'm not so sure if there is any, as no, we went for an add-on swap, not like this, no tank production whatsoever, no bunker in the main either. Cyan has potential. Cyan, he has potential to break his opponent here and now. Coffee is looking very vulnerable. Again, cutting corners, being greedy, using his factory for an add-on swap instead. And what do we have to defend? We have one bunker on the low ground, we have a handful of units in the main. And what do we go for? Oh, the Prism! Big overextension, big misstep there. Cyan throws his Prism away, but he does break the natural. Bunker goes down, boys are being pulled. If we had the Warp Prism, we could reinforce, we could keep on pushing, but Cyan, again, with that miscontrol, with that misstep, we'll lose out on that. Loses 7 probes across the mine shots, they pop off. We are getting a lot of SCVs, but we could have gotten even more. We could have gotten more here. As we're bleeding our Marines, Stim isn't done. We get 11 SCVs in total. You can see Cyan reinforcing. Cyan should have rebuilt that War Prism, but I'm uncertain if he did. Gets a Cyclone. Bleeds out a couple of Stalkers. Reinforcements have arrived. Oh, Medevacs are looking a little bit exposed as well. Managed to get a Widowmine. Oh, a bit of a surround is set up from those reinforcements. Stalkers are going down. Expensive losses by Cyan. Oh, yeah, very expensive losses as Stim is done. We can chase down these Stalkers, and now Coffee can counterattack. He's trying to. Cyan, he follows the army with the Observer. He can see it. Oh! Stim is forced out. Cyan, oh! Barely will escape. Blink is off cooldown just in time. Does manage to slip away. Behind this, he's getting his third base up and running, and now we're settling into the mid game. The aggression has subsided. Again, if Cyan didn't lose that War Prism, I feel like he may have been able to kill Coffee. That may have been just a dead Coffee then and there. But the Prism was thrown away. Coffee survives. Now he has an army to work with, and now we have a back and forth. Here we go. When you see Cyan once again trying to pick up some Marauders, doesn't quite get one. Marauders are quite tanky. They do take a lot of hits. We see Coffee pushing right through the middle. Cyan going to try to intercept. Ooh, bleeds out a Stalker. Immortals are amassing. We have shield batteries. We have the overcharge. We have a couple of sentries for force fields. We are ready. And Cyan, he's done a decent job here at slowing down the army, but is it enough? We have the overcharge. We do pop the overcharge. Observers slipping in. And we can shut down those Widow Mines. We get both of them. Good target firing out of Cyan. Very nicely done. Coffee is forced back. Once again, you can see Cyan following the army. He is spotted. Big pickoff. Observer spotted. Observer gets shut down. Coffee setting up a trap. And the game progresses from here. Coffee is getting a third base. Third CC is on the way for the Terran. Meanwhile, Cyan, he's working towards Colossi production. The Bay is on the way. Robo is done. Only one Robo for the time being. But working towards Colossi, towards some kind of splash damage here. It's been a very tense couple of moments. As you can see, Cyan just trying to recover. The Prism gets spotted by the Marine. Coffee wants it. He wants the Prism, and it looks like he's going to be able to drop it over. He's going to be able to chase it down. Not again. The Prism will barely escape. Does get out of there. At the same time, Cyan not quite counter-attacking. He's coming back. Respecting the army. Again, that's a lot of Marauders. It's very Marauder heavy. As Cyan, he's just sniping Widow Mines left and right. You can see Coffee trying to look for the army. Cyan coming back home. More Widow Mines being set up. Yeah, we've seen both players just kind of trying to outposition the other. It's been a game of army positioning, basically. Just a lot of movement so far. Cyan keeping tabs on the movement of Coffee. Our players just trying to outmaneuver each other. And from there, the dust is going to settle. We can see Coffee establish his third. As Coffee's getting his third base, Cyan is getting his fourth. God, that's so many. That's more Marauders than there are Marines, 100%. Look at that. That was crazy. Like, looking at the army, it's just a sea of Marauders. Jesus. It's a very hefty army, to say the least. Behind this, the Ghost Academy is done. So Cyan, he's working towards Ghost, towards EMPs. We're getting ready for a Zealot drop, but it is spotted by the Liberator. Big scout by Coffee. Oh, that's a big reaction out of Cyan, by the way. He's rotating his entire army over. He was. Thankfully, he pulls back. Zealot Ramais are attempting to be set up here on both the left and right hand side. Meanwhile, Coffee going for his own drop towards the natural. As the main army pushes through the center. The drop is spotted by the Observer, but does Cyan see? He's in position. Oh, he's in position, shuts down the medevac. Does force it back. His main army is ready towards his fourth. Just exactly as Coffee's pushing in. So both armies will kind of be deflected by each other. Coffee bounces away. And we're getting into a longer game. Okay, so Coffee is working on his second eBay for 2-2 and 3-3 upgrades. We're getting into Disruptor production. Cyan, he's a critical mass of Colossus, so Disruptor's now on the way. As we're getting into Disruptors, though, we should be seeing a heavier commitment into Liberators. Coffee has been making Vikings, which is good, but we need ship weapon upgrades, a fusion core, second starport, working towards libs eventually, once we get the 4th base. The 4th base is on the way. We'll see if Coffee heads in that direction or if he heads somewhere else. As again, even though there's been no kind of big major fights for the past couple of minutes, it's been very tense. It's been both players just kind of vying for map control, maneuvering around, spotting each other with wind mines, with marines, deflecting each other. Prism skirting its way into the main. Zealot run-by is spotted. The main army pushing through the center here for Cyan. And Coffee does see the army. Yeah, he's in position, trying to collapse, coming in for a flank. Never goes off. Only grazes the army. Good force fields out of Cyan. The Colossi, they go ham. They shut down most of the bio, but the Vikings, they're going to be able to shut down the Colossi. The Colossi may be falling, but there's just too much on the ground. Too much Protoss. Zealot run-by. It gets into the main base. In one swift move, Cyan, he breaks through the main army, and he also wreaks havoc in the main. GG gets called. Cyan takes game number 1. Oh my god. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our Chinese Protoss, Cyan, for Mystery Gaming. And in the bottom right, we have our Terran player, Coffee, for Mystery Gaming as well. Let's go. Again, Cyan, he has a slight lead in this series, but it's a best of 5. It's a best of 5, not a best of 3, so we have a little bit of room to work with here. Coffee, he's not down and out, not yet, not by a long shot. So we are settling in. And as a reminder, in game 1, Coffee did go for an economic opener. He went for a Rax expand. Here, looking to be the same. Only a single gas geyser has been taken. And if that is gonna hold to be true, that it's only a single gas opener, which it is gonna be a faster CC. Which makes sense on Site Delta. Again, Site Delta is a much more defensive map. It is one of the few maps that actually has a ramp leading into the natural, so you have that high ground advantage at your natural. The only other map that has this in the current map pool is Radisson Station. The only other is Radisson Station. And there we go, Coffee getting his racks up and running. Should be seeing a CC thereafter. Ooh, a very safe location though. So Coffee going for the command center right next to his main base. So this is a bit of a fake out. Basically, Coffee should be denying the scout. He should be walling off and should be denying this probe scout to make it look, or to keep his build hidden. As we can see, Cyan, he checks the natural, he sees that there's no command center, so it looks like a double gas opener. It looks more aggressive than it is. So basically, it's just a bit of a fake out by Coffee. Again, because the CC is thrown down so far away, it means that if the probe did go for a scout on the ramp, it won't have the vision to actually see the command center. Oh wait, is that a third? Coffee. No shot. Look at the production tab. That's a third CC. He's going 3 CC before factory. He's crazy. On Site Delta. I've seen people do this on Radisson Station. But doing this on Site Delta, I think I've seen it on Alcyone before. But here on Site Delta, he's crazy. Because that is a natural and a third CC, then into a 3-rax. Very greedy build here. Very greedy out of Coffee. Can he get away with it? I think the last person that I saw do this was Byun, right? Byun has been mixing this into Alcyone. I've seen Maru do this. Spirit, of course, Spirit embraces this. It is a build that has been sparking up a little bit, but it's still, I would say, a rarity. And yeah, Coffee spicing it up here in game 2. And Cyan is unaware. He hasn't seen this yet. And I think what's important, even though we've seen a couple of Terran players whip this out from time to time, I don't think it's often enough for Cyan to have this in the back of his mind. I don't think this is popular enough for Cyan to like even consider this kind of build. So the third CC is up in the main base for Cyan, for Coffee. We're getting into the 3 axes they follow up. We have Stim on the way, +1. It is going to be a bio-heavy composition, a big timing with Stim eventually. And again, it's also with 1 gas geyser as well. So now we're getting to our 2nd gas. So just very light on gas, very mineral intensive here. Going to a bio-heavy composition. Or marine-heavy composition. Meanwhile, it's a Twilight Council opener. So something that I will say is that 3 axes are ideal against Stargate openers. They can struggle sometimes against Twilight Council. It is Twilight Council, it is going to be Blink out of Cyan. With that, Coffee needs Marauders. And thankfully, he is sprinkling in a couple of Marauders with his army, as Marauders are going to be a necessity here to make this build work. Otherwise, the Stalkers will just have their way with you. Meanwhile, once again, I see 2 more gates. It's 4-gate Blink. Once again, it's going to be 4-gate Blink here. Who do I favor? That's a good question. I think I favor Cyan. I think I like the mobility of Blink Stalkers a little bit more. It does feel a little bit delayed, this 4-gate Blink, but we are pushing. And hopefully this time we don't lose the War Prism. Oh my, wait, what? Wait, what? He's going for a 3rd and 4th gateway, but he's going for a bay and a 3rd base. Interesting. Well, he spots the army. He spots the army and he's preparing back at home. Immortal production has just come in. Shield batteries on the way. Late reaction. This is a late reaction out of Cyan. Can he get ready in time? He's looking to intercept and he will run into the army. And he does get a Marauder. So far, good Blinks out of Cyan. Doesn't lose anything. Retaining all of his Stalkers. Slowly cutting back to the safety of his shield battery. And it looks like they will finish up in time. Cyan holds. Cyan, he does hold. Again, really nice micro with his Blink Stalkers. And he's going for a counterattack. Bold move. Bold move here out of Cyan. He does delay his 3rd. He catches some reinforcements. Trades out 1 Stalker. Worth it. As the 3rd base is now being taken. But Cyan, he can try to punish it. But, I mean, there's no reason to check. The scan does really Immortals. Boys are being pulled. They have to be. We only have 1 Marauder here back at home. And it's going to be focused down. And Coffee's out of position. He's racing back home. SCVs are falling left and right. Again, did not respect those Stalkers enough. And we take control of the natural. This would be game ending if Coffee didn't have a 3rd. As Cyan recalls back home. But Cyan, did he see? He does. He does see the 3rd base. That was a good amount of damage, but because Coffee has a 3rd base, he can actually maintain those losses. He can afford those losses. Cyan, he sees the 3rd, he's trying to punish it. He moves out immediately. You know, he's like, what the hell did you just do? It's like, what have you done this game? You're crazy. And can he punish that 3rd? For now, it doesn't look like he can. Coffee's in position. He's in position back at home. Fanning out a couple of Marines. Cyan, he does spot the army with the Observer. He sees the move out. As the army moves out, Cyan moves in. And there we go. Cyan, he's pushing in towards that 3rd base. Not much to defend. Yeah, mules are being focused down, which we're about to expire. And Coffee's committed. Remember, recall's on cooldown. Recall is on cooldown. These Stalkers are not at home to defend, and Coffee is committed. He's going for a big push across the map. Can Cyan hold? Going for a double drop. Double drop into the main. There are Colossi, there are force fields, but we don't have enough to split up our army. There we go, we drop into the main base. We're pushing towards the 3rd. Cyan getting pulled apart. And can he keep up? I don't think he can, as well. We're going for the 3rd base. A big deep power, big Artosis pylon in the main. The Colossus survives. The Colossi barely survives, but we're taking losses here at the 3rd base. And we're gonna kill the Nexus. The Nexus goes down. Big pick off there by Coffee. He didn't kill a lot of probes, but he did kill the 3rd. Again, Cyan just did not have the numbers to defend. His gateways are being repowered. Ghost Academy is on the way. Coffee, he's denied mining at the 3rd, but I believe he kept the orbital alive. I believe the base itself is still alive in the main. Did float over. And we're in a weird game state. Two base versus two base. Coffee's on two bases because his third is denied. Meanwhile, Cyan's on two bases because his third was killed. But he did keep his Colossi alive. Meanwhile, as we have 3 Colossi and we're working on disruptors, we do see Cyan working towards Ghosts. Ghost Academy is done. 2 tours on the way, Ghost as well. Cyan, his army is very well upgraded. Very well upgraded. With Ghost, with EMPs, he can take a fight. That's a lot of Marauders. I say that though. But again, he doesn't have the best defensive position. Only 1 Widowmine. Shot gets baited out. Here comes Cyan. And with some good force fields, Cyan, he can break the third. Can break the third. He can maybe get more than that. Coffee needs time. He needs time to build up his army for an extra wave of Vikings, of Ghosts. EMP does connect. Big EMP here on some of those Colossi. That's another big warp in here of Zealots. We have a couple of Zealots rolling in towards the natural. Coffee. The force fields are a little bit too good. Boys are being pulled, but the force fields, they zone away the army. Yeah, the bio, it just cannot engage. You can see all those Marauders stuck in the back line. They cannot push in. We clean up the SCVs, and now we can deal with the main army. Again, Cyan just picking Coffee apart. Good juggling. The force fields for the MVPs. GG gets called, and Cyan takes game number 2. GG, well played. But as we saw, didn't get all of the sentries. And if it did... And we're spotting in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Chinese Protoss player for Mystery Gaming, Cyan. And in the top right, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran, Coffee. Here we go. Cyan 1 game away from taking the series and from advancing on into those grand finals. Uno más is all he needs. Coffee, the pressure is on. He has to win every game moving forward to pull off the reverse sweep. Can we pull it off? Can we make some magic happen here and win 3 games in a row? It all starts with the first step. Game 1 or game 3 here. I want to believe. Coffee for the first time. Double gas opener. Let's go. Double gas opener at a Coffee for the first time in this series. What does this mean? Fast Factory. Fast Factory, a much more aggressive build. This can lead into Reactor Cyclone production. This can lead into a Hellion drop. It can lead into a committed Widowmine drop. There's a lot that this can lead into with the faster factory. We'll keep an eye on Coffee. Meanwhile, Cyan, he's gone for a 4-gate blink variation every game so far. Do we continue that? Do we continue with the Twilight Council? Again, Hecate is an interesting map as it's going to be a gate expand into Cybercore from the side of Cyan. A bit of a more economic, greedy opener. Delaying his Cybercore. But Hecate has a lot of bases. It's a very wide map, that is true, but it actually has a short rush distance by ground. So you can be quite assertive on Hecate. The downside is the ramp. There is a ramp leading up in towards that natural area, and it is very narrow. It's a very narrow ramp. I think we're about to come across it. Oh, and never mind, we're not looking at it. But there's a narrow ramp that you can hold on to, and it's very difficult to actually push up it. But if you can break through the ramp, if you can bypass the ramp, yeah, that ramp there, then you can still be quite aggressive on 2 bases. We'll see though. There's that factory on the way for Coffee. Really slick move there. Did you see Cyan? He hid the probe from the Reaper, and he's going in for another scout. So the probe bypasses the Reaper. Reaper gets across the map, and we should scout the tech. It's going to be a Stargate opener here out of Cyan. Reaper threatening those probes, but does not quite get them. Probes do survive. And we can see now the purpose of that double gas opener. It is going to be for Widowmines. Widowmine drop is on the way. And I'll be honest, I think the Reaper didn't see the tech. The Adept is trying to keep up, and we do zone that Reaper away. We don't quite get a probe, and I believe we did not see the Stargate. So good defense so far out of Cyan. Keeps his workers alive, keeps his build hidden. Oracle is on the way, not Phoenix. Very important. Stargate openers usually lead into Phoenix openers, into Phoenix Colossus. As we can see, the Stargate wasn't scouted, and we're not going for Phoenixes, we're going for Oracles. Now, This is a double-edged sword. Oracles, they can do a lot of damage across the map. True, they can kill a lot of SCVs, but you won't be able to defend against drop play. Reaper does manage to bust in. We do scout the tech, we do scout the initial units, and we have eyes on the Oracle. Big scout there for Coffee. Cyan barely out of position, and you can see the Widowmine's reposition. We're going for a Marine drop with one Widowmine across the map, and we have one Widowmine in the mineral line to defend. And can Cyan get some damage done, or will he take the mine to the face? Meanwhile, the drop does end up bypassing those adepts. Looks like we have been spotted. Yeah, we're racing back home. A wise move here out of Cyan. He's turning back around, and he is going to try to defend against this drop without taking too much damage. And Marines are coming in. Widowmine does burrow. Oh! Mine shot doesn't go up. That was a clutch move there out of Cyan. Did barely focus down that Widowmine. Coffee's backing off. But now he's aware of the build. Ooh, this is interesting. Okay, so traditionally in TVP, if your opponent goes for a Stargate opener, we don't go tanks. Usually there's no reason to. Tanks are typically reserved for like either 2-base play and 2-base all-ins, or for Blink Stalker defense. So there's no reason to invest into tanks right now. We do have one tank on the way. I'm curious if we invest into a second tank. We are. Okay. We're going for really fast tank production here for Coffee. This is going to be leading into a very strong tank push. And we'll see if we pull the boys with it. We're going to have potential here. We could pull the boys or we could expand. But there's going to be a lot of tanks. Oh. Good positioning out of Coffee. Does intercept the Oracles. Second tank is on the way. Liberator is on the way. Just anything and everything that can shoot for Coffee. We do have some safety turrets just in case. Phoenixes are on the way. Oracles, they do dip in. There is a Widowmine in the mineral line. Oh, doesn't go up. But we shut down one of the Oracles. We get eyes on the tank production. That should be a tail. And Immortals are on the way. There you go. Coffee, he is pushing. He is committed. Has an SCV to help support. Only one, though. We don't want to waste the stasis. Speaking of, no! The stasis! We focus on the Cyclone and the Marines. They barely don't take the stasis to the face. Coffee sees. He notices. Good reaction out of the Terran. Does avoid the stasis trap. The Phoenixes, they try to pick up the tanks, but it looks like they will land. Immortal does focus one of them down. But Coffee, he may have too much. He's breaking through. We have the overcharge, but it's going to be focused down. Yeah, the overcharge does nothing. Massive mine shot goes off, and Coffee, he's slowly breaking through. He's getting on top of the third. Reinforcements are barely on the way. Boys are being pulled. And Coffee, it looks like he barely has too much. He does focus on even more of these Stalkers. We do get the lib. The Immortal doing what they can. But there's just too much to support. Good juggling here out of Coffee. The tanks, they siege up. The Liberators will take control of the third base. Coffee does lose the tank. He does barely lose the tank here. Now, what's important is that Cyan is going to lose his third. That is true. But can he hold on to the natural? Can he survive this? That charge just started. We have another Immortal on the way. We just don't have the numbers. We don't have the units to defend. Coffee, if he wanted to, he could kill this third and he could keep pushing. He could keep pushing from there. Oh, tank is getting caught out. We do catch one of the reinforcements. Not even. The tank survived. Yeah, the tank does survive. Behind this, Coffee is not all in. He's expanding. He's taking his third base. He will maintain an economic lead. Overcharge is popped. So with that overcharge, can we break through? It's going to be close. The Immortal goes down. Overcharge is not good enough. Yeah, the tanks, they just add so much DPS here. And now we can back off. Phoenix is going to try and punish this. They try to. Quick siege there out of Cyan. Sorry, out of Coffee. Coffee, can he get back home? He's on his way. You can see him turning back around, racing back home. Third base is almost done. Yeah, we're going to be main-arting those SCVs over towards the third. At the same time, Marine drop into the natural. Cyan out of position. This could get damage done. We're going to copper bomb the natural in the main base. This shouldn't get much done. Yeah, Cyan, he should clean this up. Yeah, Marines are going down, medevac as well. A little bit wasteful for Kofi. But he distracts the army, and now he's pushing towards the third. He's crazy. Kofi, he really wants to just kill Cyan here and now, but he has to respect him. He has to back off. Has to be very careful not to throw away these tanks. As he's up to 4 tanks, they are the backbone of his army. Cyan, it's going to be his turn to push out instead. Kofi getting ready to receive. He's got a good amount of marauders. We do pick off a tank. We do have the high ground as well. Ooh, Kofi out of position. Yeah, it looks like we catch another tank and we can push towards the natural. The tanks, they're out of range. Not where they need to be. Boys are being pulled. But the marauders, they come in from behind. They collapse on top of the Colossi. They get both of them. Big pickoffs. Without those Colossi, there's not enough Protoss. Yeah, the Stalkers are going down one after the other. There was potential with this push, but we clean everything up. Cyan did kill 16 SCVs, which is nice, but the worker counts are still pretty close. We still have a pretty comparable economy. Kofi has mules. And the Colossus count got reset. Cyan, he's in a lot of trouble. And I'm not sure if he can defend against this attack. Yeah, Kofi snowballing out of control. We have a hefty amount of Marauders, Marines, tanks. Cyan, he overextended earlier and he's being punished for it. Good force fields. But the shield battery is being focused down. The tanks are sieged. And there's no holding onto this third. It's not going to happen. Cyan doing his best here to try to keep his army out of range of those tanks. But the tank shots are brutal, and the third is going to go down for a second time. Do you have a Zealot counterattack? It's, you know, getting some damage done. It's putting in the work. Can we force a cancel? Maybe. As we clean up that Zealots, we do see Cyan desperately trying to take another third base. Again, Cyan, he is so close to advancing onto the finals. He's so close to that 3-0, but in this matchup, there are ways to come back. There are ways to bounce back, but they rely a lot, I feel like, on the Terran player to make a mistake. Or to catch them off guard with some kind of hidden tech, like DTs or disruptors, or rushing into Sky Toss, rushing into a high form of tech. Here, Cyan, he's just trying to stabilize and macro out of this, but he's just so far behind. It's not going to be easy. As he's reclaiming that third. Kofi is up almost 40 supply. It looks like Kofi is just waiting for his ghosts. He's waiting for Ghosts and Vikings for EMPs. And of course, right now, Cyan, he's heavily reliant on his Colossi, so a good Viking count would be just a good way to secure a push. Now, Cyan, he is going into Disruptors, and to be honest, that is a good way to come back. There's a world. Even if Kofi is up 30 or 40 army supply, give us like 2 good Purification Novas, and Cyan can defend. Cyan, he can bounce back with some good Novas. But again, it's relying on Kofi messing up his splitting, unable to react, and taking a big Nova to the face or catching him off guard. There is a chance. There is a hope. You have the Prism Drop getting poised to dive into the main. Kofi getting his 4th base up and running. Cyan still 1 base behind, trying to get his own 4th. He's down in the economy, down in bases. Kofi, give him a little bit more time and he will max out. He is close to maxing. And then there will be nothing holding him back. I feel like Kofi is probably just waiting for 2-2. Like 2-2, it's over halfway done. So may as well wait for that timing. Cyan, meanwhile, knocking down those rocks. Oh god, nah, we can't take a fight though. Not here, not now. No! Cyan, he gets caught out, he gets spotted, Nova goes off. Good connection. A good detonation with that Nova, but we catch the rest of the army. Yeah, big EMP. Colossi going down one after the other. The Archons, they cannot sustain themselves. Do you have the picture in picture? Do you have a big Zealot warping into the main base? This is getting damage done, but Cyan's main army is almost non-existent. He's down to a handful of units. As we dive on board, Nova goes off. Big connection once again, but connections on their own is not good enough. GG gets called, and Coffee, he fights back, putting a point on the board. Whew. GG. Pappy. We have a series. Other interesting features when it comes to the goal base, when it comes to the ramps, but here we go. We're getting into gate number 4, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have our Protoss player, Cyan. And in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran, Coffee, for Mystery Gaming. Again, this is a team kill. Mystery versus Mystery. Not to be confused with the player, Mystery, who was also from China. Don't confuse them. As we're getting into our next game here, and we're going to be going for a bit of an SCV scout across the map. Interesting. Looking to be a more economic opener. As you see, 1 gas. I don't see a second. I keep my eye on that SCV as we are going to be heading over towards the 3rd base location. And it looks like we're trying to go for an eBay block, but we get scouted! Good movement there out of Cyan. We are going for the eBay block, but Cyan, he scouts well ahead of time. He pulls the boys, and he will cancel this eBay, which means Cyan is going to be able to expand on location without too much issue. So very good scout here. Again, eBay blocks have been quite popular ever since the new patch, but they have died off. eBay blocks have died off over the past couple of months. Reason is Protoss players have adapted. They've gotten much better here at scouting and checking for the eBay. So we do force a cancel, and we are getting into our Nexus. Now, this did force some lost mining time out of Cyan. That is true. Did force some lost mining time, but is still able to expand where he needs to. Meanwhile, because it was an eBay block, we actually don't have the resources for the CC. So despite the single gas opener, this is still a rack center factory, and this typically leads into a Cyclone. Can go into Hellion, but typically Cyclone. So here we go. We do see our add-on swap on the way for the reactor on that factory. CC on the high ground. CC is delayed. And it looks like the probe arrives. We deny the add-on swap. Otherwise, the probe would have snuck underneath and would have denied it. Or would have, again, denied any kind of landing. And there is that Cyclone in production. So really nice damage from that probe. That probe would just stopped any kind of add-on swap. And behind this, Cyan, he's done with the Stargate opener, thankfully. I'm not too fond of Stargate openers against Coffee, specifically because he's a very aggressive player, and Stargate openers can be really risky against that sort of thing. They're good for macro games, but Coffee, he's not a standard Terran. So it's going to be a Twilight Council and Blink on the way for the Protoss. Is going to be Blink on the horizon. Meanwhile, yeah, there we go. It does start up. Gateways are being thrown down. And the question becomes, how many gateways? I believe that is going to be the 2nd gate on the way. So just 2 gate Blink for the time being. Robo has been thrown down, and this could just be 2 gate Blink into a 3rd, or we could throw down additional gateways for a more aggressive build. So we'll keep an eye on Cyan. Meanwhile, Coffee just building up towards his mine job, expanding and taking his natural base, getting into his own game. Getting into his own build. Yeah, Probe Scout does confirm that it is not going to be a 1 base all-in. which I would not put past Coffee at all. Wouldn't put it past him. And once again, how many gateways? That is a third and fourth gateway. It's going to be 4-gate blink out of Cyan. A very aggressive build here. Is going to be building up a hefty Stalker count, and he can counterattack. Now, we saw Cyan kind of fumble his 4-gate blink in game 1 when he lost his Warp Prism. We'll see if he's able to retain it this time. As the Mind Drop is poised to go into the main. Remember, Cyan, he saw the Widowmine with his Probe Scout. So he should be aware of the potential of a Mind Drop. Meanwhile, Coffee is going into some much faster tank production. I love this. So he went into his initial Mind Drop, then straight into a Tech Lab, into tanks. Remember, this is something that Coffee didn't do in game 1, and he was punished for it. But this time, fast tanks, that is ideal against 4-gate blink. We need those tanks in position to defend. Meanwhile, Cyan isn't pushing. He's waiting for the drop instead, and he's transitioning. Okay, so instead of warping in, instead of the Warp Prism, we're going for a third, and we're going for a Bay. Cyan, he's building up towards the mid-game. Now, this isn't the most efficient build out of Cyan, because it means that you made all these gateways, but you're not making use of them. Because we're skipping warp-ins. We're skipping warp-ins to actually afford... to afford that Nexus, to afford the Bay. And again, that Nexus and that Rolex Bay could have been faster if it was a 2-gate blink opener instead. So, not the most efficient build here out of Cyan. Meanwhile, the drop is deterred. It is going to be denied. But we have a Liberator slipping in, getting 2 probe kills, and getting another probe in the main. Ooh, Cyan, he is distracted. He does get a kill in the medevac. So, good snipe there from Cyan. Does lose another probe. As the Liberator is being as annoying as possible. But it is keeping Cyan busy. Is keeping Cyan busy here. Again, Coffee just working towards Stim, +1. Colossus production has commenced for Cyan. Now, what I will say is that Coffee is going to have a big timing with his tanks. He's been building up a pretty hefty tank count to defend against the 4-gate blink, so he can push out. Now, this won't be too committed if he does, because there is a 3rd CC on the way, but I believe the 3rd CC was out of range of Cyan. I believe the Observer just wasn't able to scout it. See Cyan getting into his own 3rd, building up towards charge, towards Colossus, rounding out his army. SCV Scout does confirm the 3rd base. So Coffee now knows that Cyan has been pivoting away and transitioning out of his aggressive opener, at least initially. Which means Coffee should be feeling pretty safe right now. As he is building up. Now, he should also recognize that his opponent must have skipped some warp-ins, so we could maybe punish him. Stalkers are coming from behind. They go for the medevac. Oh, they do get it. Big pickup. 1 medevac goes down. 3rd base is being taken. We are going to be main-hunting over. Stalkers, they trade with the Marines. They pick up a decent amount of them, but we don't get the tanks. As the Observer does get eyes on the SCVs, which means Cyan, yeah, he's aware of the 3rd. It looks like Liberator, yeah, was finally cleaned up. Did go down. Cyan repositioning, ready to receive the army. Observer has been spotted. Keen eyes there to Coffee. Let's go. Spots the Observer, shuts it down, which means now Cyan is in the dark. He doesn't see whether or not the army is moving out. I spoke too soon because here comes a replacement Observer. Right on top of the main army at the 3rd base. Cyan, he sees all. Ooh, despite that, blinks into tanks. Oh my god. Cyan, calm down. Does take some big tank shots to the face. A bit of miscontrol there, or mismovement out of Cyan. Do you see a drop moving out? Cyan, he spots the drop with the Observer. Does see, does know. Should be warping in defensively. Here we have cannons on the way. We have a couple of Stalkers back at home to defend. As I say, the Stalkers are actually moving out to reinforce. Nah, they're back at home. We're good. We are in position. And Cyan, he's unable to push his way towards that 3rd base. Instead, takes the gold. is going for the gold. That's a second robo on the way. That's going to be for Disruptor production. There we go. Disruptor's now on the way. So Cyan, he's just rounding out his army, getting from Colossus into Disruptors. Meanwhile, Coffee working towards Ghosts. Once again, a very bio-heavy composition, headed towards Ghosts and Vikings. Kind of your standard setup here in the mid-game of TVP. Is what we expect to see. But we've seen this go back and forth. We've seen Cyan take some really good trades and some really good fights. At least in the previous games. So Coffee has to be careful. Scan misses the Observer. Observer able to barely get away. So good reaction out of Cyan. Able to unsiege in time. Medevac drop into the main. Stalkers are in position. Dark Shrine is on the way here for Cyan, so bit of a risky move, but we'll see if it pays off. DTs, they have a lot of potential to wreak havoc and deal a lot of economic damage. Whether it's killing SCVs or even killing bases. Yeah, we've all seen a surround of DTs on a planetary. We've seen it die in a matter of seconds. As we do manage to catch that Observer. Army sizes are comparable. Very comparable with each other. It's going to come down to the spellcasters. What I mean by that is going to come down to the EMPs, it's going to come down to the Purification Novas, and of course, the control of the main armies as well. Whether we can avoid the EMP, avoid the Purification Novas, outposition the other. As the main army of Cyan has been spotted. Scan confirms its location. Coffee, does he try to pounce on the army? Does he try to avoid it? Observer does also get eyes on Coffee as well. So both players, they see each other. And again, it's kind of like a game of chicken. Like it's about who commits first. Both players are posturing. But who does go for the kill? Oh, Blink on the way for the DTs. Okay, Blink. We have Observer Speed. That is a third robo in production. That's a lot of robo. That's a lot of robo, Batman. We are just fanning out our Marines, trying to get a read on where the army is. Maxing out. +1 ship weapons on the way to help out the Vikings, to help out, eventually, Liberator production. Do you have a bit of a counterattack setup, which is spotted? +1 air attack is on the way. Cyan, we're headed towards Skytoss. Remember, by the way, I almost forgot. Cyan, he's had the gold base the entire time, which has yet to be confirmed until now. Yeah, the Zelnaga was in control of Coffee, which means he does see the gold. He now knows what's been happening. He now is aware. And with that gold base, Cyan, he's able to afford that transition into Skytoss. Whether it's Tempest or Carrier or both, he's working on it. That is the ideal late game for Protoss in this matchup. Coffee's still one step behind. He's building up his Vikings. There we go. Fusion Core's on the way. Don't get too excited. The Fusion Core doesn't mean BCs, unfortunately. Fusion Core is going to be for Liberator range. To get into Libs. It's ideal against ground toss initially. Medevac drop is going to be shut down. There you can see advanced ballistics on the way. That is Liberator range. Scan. Oh, we've been rallying the observers. We got one. We get two. We get three. Three observers go down. Oh, brutal miss rally there from Cyan. Very valuable scan there from Coffee. Going for a Marauder run by. He waddles in, but we have Zealots to defend. And there it is. We have +2 ship weapons on the way for Coffee, and we're making 4 Liberators at a time. Now there's going to be a window. Essentially, Skytoss is good and all, but it takes a long time to really get going. It takes a long time to produce Carriers and Tempests. So we can dive and engage before the Skytoss hits the field. Are we going for a base trade? Coffee does come across these Zealots. Going to be keeping his tanks at him to defend. The Vikings are pushing forward. That's a lot of Disruptors. It's a lot of Disruptors, and we are going for the base trade. Coffee goes across the map. He goes straight for the gold. Meanwhile, Cyan cannot push in. There's just too much freedom. Too many Liberators, too many tanks. Cyan, he cannot break the third. Meanwhile, his fourth is broken. The gold base is killed. Against Cyan, he just cannot commit to he can't initiate the base trade. Has to back off. Meanwhile, can Coffee get home? Uh-oh. Coffee, can he get back home? We do dive in. Liberators are repositioning. Nova's going to be going off. They only take down one Marauder. Good split so far, and Coffee does make it back home. Good movement overall. Snipes the base, makes it back. Carrier production has commenced, but Coffee's maxed. And Coffee should soon be pushing out once again. He's thinking about it. Observer comes in. Now Cyan was able to retake his own 4th. I say 4th. He was able to expand and take a 5th base on the right hand side. Sorry, I kept calling the gold base his 4th. The gold was his 5th. Was his 5th base. Vikings going in. They take down every single Colossus. The Colossi fall. Ooh, but we do snipe one of those ghosts. Snipe one of those ghosts. Not bad as the armies dance with each other. That's still a lot of supply and disruptors, which is concerning. I'm concerned because disruptors are good, but they can't really protect themselves. They're quite vulnerable units. They're very fragile. DT run by coming in. Big Nova on the army. Does connect. Coffee dropping in supply heavily there. That was a big Nova. We get 6 SCVs. The DTs and Zealous, they do get on top of the tanks. Tanks are going down. SCVs as well. Oh, this DT Zealot Rabbi are doing so much. Oh, Cyan asking for a bit of a pause. Oh, hopefully everything's okay. I don't know if you saw there, but it did look like Cyan was experiencing a bit of wrist pain there. I don't know if there's some wrist pain going on or if something else was happening. Now, thankfully, the pause was after the fight ended. Like, the DT harass was being cleaned up and the army was backing off. It wasn't in the middle of a big engagement. But hopefully Cyan is okay. Again, StarCraft, it's an intense game. And wrist issues have been a thing that have plagued certain players out there in the history of StarCraft. So, this is a bit of a PSA if you're out there. Take care of yourselves. Remember to stretch. Remember to take a break. And here we go. We're diving back in. We are good to go. Oh my, that nukes. I was flabbergasted. I was speechless for a moment there. I didn't realize how many Ghost Academies we had. Coffee, Bappy. We're getting into nuke production. Liberators are amassing. Zealot coming back in. Once again towards that 3rd. Ooh, they take down a CC. That's a kill, not a cancel or a lift even. 400 minerals down the drain. We do collapse here on top of some of these Zealots. Now again, even though Cyan is getting damaged on the right hand side, Cyan cannot push into the liberation zones. He doesn't have an answer yet because he's not making stalkers. Cyan, he's not making stalkers, he's waiting for the carriers, so there's no good answer for these libs. The freedom, it's here, it has arrived. You can see Cyan trying to reposition, but does push short with some of those stalkers. Again, very few stalkers to work with. We will hold on. Zealot coming back in for a 3rd time. But we have freedom. We will clean this up. Not without losing some SCVs. Never goes up. Ooh, gets a couple of Marauders. Nothing major, but you can see Coffee, he wants to dive. He wants to dive on this army. We spoke about it. This army looking so vulnerable. Good splits out of Coffee. Cyan being forced back to his base. And Coffee making sure that the gold is not retaken. He will shut it down, but carriers have arrived. So Cyan going to be losing his base, but carriers have made it. Nova's going to be going up. Sending back the army and the carriers. Their goal here is to shut down these libs. And they're going for one of them. Nuke is thrown down. Ooh, oh, that was a clutch Nova. The Nova takes down the Ghost. Nuke is denied. Bold move there out of Cyan. Refuses to back away. Coffee picking up his main base, landing it as his 6th. He's going to be taking his 6th base. Liberators attempting to go for some harassment. They think about it. Scan gets eyes on the main army. So basically, Coffee is pushing towards top right. He knows that that's not where the carriers are. This is the downside of Skytoss. Skytoss is very immobile. DTs do spot the army, and that gives Cyan the time he needs to reposition himself. So you can see his main army in the minimap pushing through the center. And does Cyan push? As he moves out, though, here come the Libs. The Liberators, they siege up at these southern bases. Carriers, they push towards the center 5th. And the 5th base is exposed. Planetary under fire. Coffee coming in from behind. That's a lot of Vikings. He gets 1, he gets 2. Where is the anti-air? Where is the support? The carriers are so exposed. We get 3 carriers. We're going to get a 4th. No Stalkers, no Archons, no support here. The Vikings, they wreak havoc. They get almost every single carrier. And Cyan is in a lot of trouble. This is why pure Sky Toss is not ideal. You need Storm or Archons or Stalkers. You need something to support. Disruptors, they don't shoot up. And Coffee is running away with this. Again, he killed so many carriers. It takes so long to replace them. We're trying to make some Archons. That's something. But again, pure carrier, it's not ideal. Or pure carrier disruptor, which is what Cyan has. And Coffee identified the weakness here. He's making 3 nukes. Let's go. The nukes are on the way. Nukes are on the way. Cyan falling behind in the worker counts. Still replacing all those carriers, still rebuilding. I'm just worried that he just doesn't have enough to deal with these Vikings, even with the Remax. He has 2 Archons. I don't know if I'm convinced by that. As here we go. Coffee scans. Almost gets another carrier. Now he does have to respect those Archons as the Vikings are on their own. But when the main army comes in, we can EMP. And we shut down the gold once again for a 3rd time. The gold base has fallen. Harassing Liberators are being cleaned up. We get a nuke here towards the center of the map, but we spot the ghost. Really nice nuke defense here by Cyan so far. Denying both nukes. But you can see Coffee's trying to catch out the army. Is spotted. Never going up. You see the Vikings looking for any exposed carriers. Stalkers, they try to punish them. They're taking the EMP to the face. Dance has begun. Meanwhile, a nuke towards the south. Not the most saturated base, so not the most impactful nuke, but could get damage done nonetheless. Yeah, as a nuke, it looks like it is going to connect. Takes down 4 probes. Meanwhile, we have another nuke here on the main army. Vikings going ham. Nova goes off. We shut down the ghost, but the base falls. And that's what matters here. Stan losing another base, is chasing this army back. The Archon overextending a little bit. Takes an EMP to the face, so now we're pushing in. We think about it. Armies are going to back off. Again, Cyan's economy still hurting. What this really means is that if Cyan takes a bad fight, it's going to take a long time to remax. Or he won't be able to remax in time. So Cyan has to be very careful with how he does engage. Vikings are coming in. Oh, they get a carrier. We have been building up the Stalker count. We have invested into 2 more Archons and additional Stalkers. We catch another carrier. Oof. Again, expensive losses for Cyan. We're diving in the army. More carriers going to be going down. Novas are avoided. Time and time again. It's a good movement here by Coffee. Making 5 more ghosts. Again, Cyan just trying to keep the attention of Coffee here on the front lines while Cyan double expands. Well, I say double expand. He's taking top right. Or center right. Trying to retake that base. 3 probes at a time. Zealot Runback comes in. Does end up catching Coffee out of position. Army pushes in. Going for the planetary. Good pickoffs. Nuke has been spotted. It looks like the planetary should barely burn down. It's going to be close. Nuke connects. We don't get the planetary. We do get an orbital. As we just layer on these, we layer on the nukes, forcing a recall. Yeah, gets the observer back home. You can see really confident defense whenever he does spot it. Shuts the ghost down, takes down the northern planetary. Here come the Vikings. They want a carrier. They're going to get one. But this should be forcing ground toss. Like, clearly, the investment into carriers has not been worth it. It's been hurting Cyan more than helping him. We need to go into a gateway heavy composition instead. Give up on the sky toss. Oh, as another carrier goes down. And another, as we almost one-shot. We could almost one-shot the carriers at this point. Jesus. The +3 Vikings going ham. Nuke goes off. Nova, it looks like, oh, barely doesn't reach. But then we do pull back from the nuke. Won't connect. Zealot run by wreaking havoc forces some of these Vikings to land. Now you may be thinking, is Coffee going to be in trouble here? Because, as we've been pointing out, Cyan has been making more carriers. He has a ground toss army. Do we have too much supply in Vikings? That is a question we have to ask ourselves, and Coffee has to ask himself as well. Do we have too many Vikings? And if Cyan completely transitions out of Skytoss, is a dead supply? Now, thankfully, the Vikings, of course, they can land, so they're not useless. They can help, but they're less than ideal against this kind of army. So Coffee has to be careful. He does have to bleed out some of these Vikings and slowly transition out of them into more libs and into more ghosts. So there's a balance here that has to be kept. You know, the ratio of... We're still making more Vikings. Like, the ratio from Viking to carrier is becoming a little bit lopsided because we're down to 3 carriers. Like, we have not made a carrier in quite some time. And we're still making more Vikings. Uh-oh. So I'm scared that even though Coffee's been doing well for himself, Cyan can still win a big fight. Here we go. He's going to be counterattacking. Does hit the third base. No mining. We do catch some exposed Liberators. 3 libs go down. Big pickoffs. We do catch 3 Liberators. Orbital's going to be falling as well. A couple of stray Vikings. We're still making more Vikings, by the way. And they are going ham. They take down 1 more carrier. They take down 2 more. 1 carrier is left. And hopefully we can stop Viking production. Because we have too many. DTs are going ham. We do see Coffee taking the gold for his own. Like, there was a moment, there was a period, there was a window in this game. You saw it as well, I'm sure, where Cyan, he dropped 40 supply when he lost so many carriers and when Coffee took a massive engagement. But now the supply, the gap, it is closed. We're evening up the supply. And it's looking a little bit more efficient here for Cyan. He rotates around, he catches the northern base. And again, Coffee completely out of position. Novas are going to be going off. The planetary will fall. And we're going for a base trade. We're going for a base trade. The problem here, as Coffee tries to move out, is that we can always recall. Yeah, Coffee, he thought about it. You could see on the minimap, he was thinking about counterattacking with his army, but he comes back to the towards the north. He rotates back around, which means that his army just wasn't able to do much. And we're coming back in. We're coming back for the base. DT's towards the bottom left. And again, Coffee, he's being pulled apart. Doesn't know where to go. He's engaging. Show us the fight. He's pushing in. The Novas. Big connection. Oh my god. Massive connection on the ghosts. Most of the ghosts go down. Coffee's plummeting in supply. Another big connection on the ghosts as well. Ay, ay, ay. And what does Coffee have left? He has a handful of units on the ground. The Vikings, they're landing. You can see here that was 10 ghosts killed. That was a lot of ghosts falling. And Cyan is remaxing. Coffee forced to land his Vikings. Again, his army is mainly composed of Vikings at this point. Cyan, he takes the gold for his own, does shut it down. Coffee, he was looking so good this game. Let's be real. Coffee, he was popping off when he killed all those carriers initially. But things have slipped away from him a little bit here, and Cyan, he's bouncing back quite hard. Again, all it takes sometimes is one good Nova. Army's pushing in. Ghosts are spotted. Liberation zones, though, they will force back the army. Yeah, the freedom is real. Ooh, they take down an Archon. Good snipe. And you can see in a head-on fight, Cyan is being bullied back. Cyan, he cannot engage against all these liberation zones. He snipes the Ghost. Really clinical play there out of Cyan, but he will lose the base. And you can see Cyan, he knows he cannot engage head-on. He's either going to flank the army or just go for a counterattack. Yet he's ignoring the army. Big counterattack instead. Again, he knows he cannot push into those freedom zones. Vikings turning back around. Liberators repositioning. We can snipe some of them here in the reposition. Yeah, Liberators are being sniped. Nova's going to be going off as well. Big connections on the Marauders. Oof. Barely not connecting towards the end. The Lib! The Disruptor almost gets sniped. Almost does get sniped. And you can see the army supplies are evening up. It is still very close. We bleed out another Liberator. Take it. We deny top left. We deny the center base. Liberator going ham here towards the south. We do deny mining at the gold. Yeah, forcing a big warp in. As we see Kofi trying to retake that gold base. Not gonna happen. Cyan, though, he's diving on the main army. He's going for the dive. Do we have an over available? We don't. Disruptor goes down. Cyan does kill the CC. Still has a good disruptor count. Coffee's running out of money. Coffee, he has 2 mining bases. He has center left and that northern base. And he's running out of mineral patches. You can see even here he's got 1 mineral patch left. But he's got a handful. But 1 mining SCV. We dive on top of these Vikings. Vikings are going down. And that means we can get into Tempest. The Viking count is being reset. We can go back into Sky Toss. And Cyan, he's remaxed. New towards bottom left. Doesn't get much. We do react in time. Big Marine run by here. We'll get some probe kills. And the armies are about to clash. Nova goes off. Nova's going to be going off as well. Good connections here on the Bio Army. And yes, Coffee is running out of steam. You can see here that Coffee, he has no money. He has no minerals. He's broke, Papi. No. Coffee, he's broke. He's running out of money. Again, he had a really good moment. He had a good period in this game where he was ahead. He was in the driver's seat for a while, but it has just slipped through his fingers, has fallen by the wayside. A big engagement here for Cyan. He's just pulling this army apart, shutting it down. The Vikings are falling. GG gets called, and Cyan, he does it. He comes back, and he will claim the series 3-1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Cyan as he does take the series 3-1. What a comeback as well. He was dead in the water. Remember, Cyan was the one running out of money. He was the one running out of resources. He was the one that lost like 6 carriers in one fight, and he plummeted in supply. He was down, what, 40, 50 supply. But he held, he survived. He was able to survive long enough to stabilize, to eventually get out of Sky Toss, and Coffee was stuck making Vikings. He was stuck making Vikings, which meant his army was just subpar. He was trading worse, and eventually he was pulled apart. Again, just tunnel visioning a little bit too much, and we have our finals. Firefly versus Cyan. We could not stop the PvP. We could not stop the mirror matchup finals. It is going to be a Protoss versus Protoss. in those finals tomorrow. Not tonight, but tomorrow. There we go. Firefly versus Cyan, best of 5. Let's go. It is going to be tomorrow's match, so it's been a pretty intense 3 days of StarCraft here. Been a pretty intense 3 days, and it's all going to come down to Firefly versus Cyan mañana. It's going to be beautiful. Be there, as we're going to be live here tomorrow, as we always are here on the channel. But just like today, tomorrow we're going to be casting Sparkling Tuna Cup, and we will be delaying the StarsWar 11 Asia qualifier cast by a couple of hours. Oh my god. The wobs are real. I need to calm that down a little bit. The wobs are real. But yeah, GG, well played. Congratulations to Cyan. Again, Firefly versus Cyan is going to be tomorrow in less than 24 hours. So be sure you're there. Be sure you are a part of that. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be beautiful. And we will be crowning our Asia champion, and we're going to be having our seed for the main event. Either Firefly or Cyan, yet to be determined. Now, as I was saying, tomorrow we're going to be live with Sparkling Tuna Cup. It's going to be in less than 24 hours. Actually, I could just check the calendar. Hold on. In 17 hours. In 17 hours time, we're going to be live on the channel with Sparkling Tuna Cup. Now, this event, the StarsWar 11 Asia qualifier, actually starts 2 hours into Sparkling Tuna Cup. So we're going to be finishing Sparkling Tuna Cup first, which is our open weekly tournament that we do host on a weekly basis. We're going to be focusing on Sparkling Tuna Cup, and then afterwards we're going to be going over this after the events play out. So it won't be a live cast for StarsWar 11. It's going to be a live cast for Sparkling Tuna Cup. But we're going to be casting Firefly versus Cyan basically a couple of hours after. A couple of hours after the fact. Just as a heads up. Because again, we are going to be prioritizing our events. So again, there is that to look forward to. And it's going to be a great PvP. Again, I want to favor Firefly in tomorrow's match, in tomorrow's finals. But it's a PvP. Anything could happen. Cyan does take it to Firefly, and it's just going to be a very unpredictable matchup. So best of luck. Best of luck to both players. It's going to be great. Meanwhile, just catching up in the chat. I am catching up. What has been going on? Super nice match. It has been. It was great. It was a great series. Great series. I'm catching him in the chat. I see Nostra Beefs in the chat. Yeah. Careful of spoilers. As those matches, these matches occurred a couple of hours ago. All good. All good. Coffee hasn't woken up yet. Smurge. He didn't have his coffee, Bob. All good. I hope a Firefly, he's fun to watch. He is fun to watch. He's a great player to watch. With Sparkling Tuna casting, you might have to delay Star Wars casting 2 tomorrow. Yes, exactly. We will most likely be delaying the StarsWar casting tomorrow. But that should only be for tomorrow. Afterwards, we should be able to cast everything live moving forward. Should be all good. As a reminder as well, I'm going to be returning to Australia. I'm returning to Australia in a couple of days. On Wednesday, I'm going to be returning. I'm going to say that it's going to be a 32-hour trip. So as a heads up, we usually cast on a daily basis here on the CranKy Ducklings, but on Wednesday, we will not be live as I will be on a plane. I'm going to be traveling back home to the land of Australia. When I return home, the camera will return as well. The cams are going to be on. It's going to be crazy. It feels like it's been so long since I've casted with a camera. So that means I have to put clothes on. I'm going to have to put some clothes on. I'm going to have to, doll myself up for the cam as well, for the viewers. Smooch. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be amazing. No more Frozen. Exactly. Exclamation mark unfrozen. True. But yeah, with that, I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Again, the finals of the Asia Closed Qualifier is tomorrow. Likewise, Sparkling Tuna Cup also is tomorrow. It's our weekly open tournaments. So you should be seeing players from Europe, from Asia, from the Americas. They all come together for our tournaments here in 17 hours time. So look forward to it. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you guys next time. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. ! Socials in the chat. We have social media all over the place. And again, we are live every single day on this channel. So usually every single day. I just said that Wednesday we won't be live because I'm going to be traveling. But we're usually live every single day. Plenty of content on Twitch, plenty of content on YouTube as well. So make sure you're a part of that. Otherwise, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Stick around. We're going to be giving another streamer a raid. Who are we going to be who are we going to be raiding? Who is live at the moment? I see ZombieGov just went live. There's Loco, there's Gabe, there's Lambo. Who else do we have? Colossi. Colossal Gulp is live. Haven't seen Colossus in a while. Poison is live. And many others. Okay, so we'll give some love to a fellow StarCraft caster. As it looks like Zombie Grub just went live, so again, you can support Zombie Grub. I think we'll just have a ladder session. I think it's just gonna be ladder. So check it out. Do enjoy it. Again, Zombie Grub is a great caster. Does go for some or does cover many premier events out there. So give some love and give some support. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for some more StarCraft. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.